guys can see the daily stand.
He's the tornado sniffer. He's the tornado sniffer. Brad Arnold's here to sniff the storm.
Texas Tech University, but I could be
Screens alive, Ryan slide, but the quiet cuts tonight. Pixels shift, storms they spin, second feet, where's he been? Empty. Where's Andy? Where's Andy? The chat's all asking, screams asking, where's Andy tonight? Ghost light shining, where's Andy tonight? Radar blooms, red and dread, words unspoken in my head. Ryan's voice, calm and low, but a silence starts to grow. We know. Where's Andy? Where's Andy? The chat's all asking, screens asking, where's Andy tonight? Ghost light shining, where's Andy tonight? Is he lost in the S.O.B.s or just a signal for this empty space? It haunts the stream, a broken weather dream. We wait, we watch, we type his name. It's not the same. Where's Andy? Where's Andy? The chat's all asking, screens asking, where's Andy tonight? Ghost light shining, where's Andy tonight?
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. How's this thing sounding? Are we doing all right? Let me know if you can hear me. Let's see here.
I had to roll down my window.
Chat's working. All right, there we go. Hey, where's Andy, huh?
Listening to my tank.
I did it. I did it for y'all. That song is now on Spotify, Apple Music, the whole nine.
Good to see you. Thank you, Julia.
I can't believe it, but we're actually Y'allbot's talent manager now. That's my main job here. We used to do the weather around here. You know what? No, I'm kidding. But by the way, Andy is here. We kicked off the stream with that
I've worked with
banger to celebrate the fact that we've got Andy back with us today on this Thursday, June 5th, 2025, where we do have a enhanced risk of severe weather.
Thank you so much, Mary.
All right, let's take a look at that real quick on the WeatherWise app. Let me explain to you why we're here today. We've got 3 areas of interest, technically. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now up here in the Northeast. Pennsylvania, New York, Williamsport, Elmira, Ithaca. You guys are all under a slight risk of severe weather. And we will, of course, be talking about you as these warnings come out. And we're going to, let's see here. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that. And then we're also going to be talking about these double barrel enhanced risks over here in Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, a little bit of New Mexico and Colorado too. We've got storm chasers, Brandon Kopic and Brad Arnold down here in the Lubbock to Midland area. Who, you know, they've chosen this side of the risk where we do expect to see some tornadoes today. This is where we've actually got a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes today. So actually not a bad chance at all that we see a couple, maybe strong tornadoes today around Lubbock, Crosbyton, Plainview, Levelland. If you live out there, you definitely need to be weather aware. We've got a 5% risk that goes all the way up there towards the panhandle of Oklahoma and southwest Kansas. Now, there's a chance that this part of the risk area performs pretty well also, and that's why a couple of our storm chasers have actually chosen to go up there. We've got Jordan Hall and Corey Gherkin, both on supercells up here in Kansas right now. So whichever one of these risk areas ends up performing, we've got you covered here. We've got chasers on the ground everywhere, and So, that's what we're doing today. We're mostly going to be focused on this because there is a real tornado threat. So this is a good time to mention that if you have friends or family out there that live in this general vicinity here, there's a decent population under the gun for severe weather today from Lubbock, Midland, up through Amarillo. Dodge City is technically included in this. If you know anybody out there, let them know that we're going to be here all day for free and commercial free doing weather coverage. All right. And we can start sharing this link out there now. Also, we started the stream off with the Tornado Sniffer song because guess who else is back? Brad Arnold. All right. So Brad Arnold is out there in Texas right now with in the same area that Brandon Kopic is. So we've got you covered all over the place. This is what it looks like right now on my end. I've got 87 different cameras that I'm watching. But as these storms start to develop, we should have a good view of just about anything that pops up. Where's everybody watching from?
So much for your PayPal donation.
How are we doing, chat? How are we doing? See here, where am I at? Awesome. Frankfurt, I see a lot of people in Ohio, a lot of people, of course, from Texas and Oklahoma here. It's nice to see y'all. It should be a pretty active day. Yep. Weather intensity score right now is in the 70s, I believe. And that's because we've actually got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings already. We don't have any tornado warnings yet. We've started a little early, but I wanted to make sure we were here to talk about these first storms that pop up because we do have some interesting stuff going on, okay? Including the severe thunderstorm warning that we have down here for Pecos, Reeves, and Ward counties in Texas. About 5,000 people in this polygon here. We've got golf ball size hail falling on Interstate 10 right now. That storm's moving due east, so travel on Interstate 10 between Fort Stockton and Balmoral. How do you guys say that? Balmoria? That's going to be pretty treacherous over the next little bit. Golf ball size hail is definitely big enough to do a little bit of damage. Maybe a lot of bit of damage. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Clinton, Oklahoma as well. This is for Custer and Washita counties, 12,000 people over there. And then in Colorado, a whole 87 people are under a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Two Buttes. Or is that, wait, is that how you say that? Two Buttes? Buckeye Crossroads. And look at that hail core. Lots of reflective stuff inside of that storm. Probably lots of small hail. Lots of quarter to $half size hail falling over there near Buckeye Crossroads right now. That's actually the storm that Corey Gherkin's on. So this is a live look at that storm right now out there, just north of Baca and Prowers County in Colorado. This is actually going to be in Hamilton County, Kansas, just to the north and east of our storm that we're looking at here. Now, Hamilton County, Kansas is under a severe thunderstorm warning. You've got ping pong ball size hail potentially coming up towards you up there in Syracuse. So get ready for that. In Colorado, we're watching a bunch of different storms. Fountain, let's see here. Fort Carson is actually under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We do have a camera out there. This is what it looks like right now, just to the east of Fort Carson as that storm comes in, potentially bringing about 1-inch hail. See if I can't find a better view of it. Nope, I sure can't. So this is what we've got right now. But yeah, 1-inch hail is definitely about to cross over the interstate here, Interstate 25. So that's going to be treacherous south and east of Colorado Springs over the next little bit. Get ready for that. Lots of storms popping up all around Colorado Springs. And even Denver, there's a pretty good sized storm getting ready to come through Denver, it seems. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. What else we got going on? Nothing in Ohio. Why is there so many people in chat from Ohio right now? Literally nothing going on in Ohio. At least not immediately. Not right now. Not saying that there couldn't be a couple storms. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it is. It's thundering a little bit out there in Ohio, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, we're under that marginal risk. There's a couple of garden variety showers out there. There's one in particular that is a little bit stronger than the rest of them down here near Nelsonville, Ohio, near McConnellsville. We've got a special weather statement for Rizzo. That's bringing about 1/2-inch hail and maybe some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Nothing crazy going on out here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got maybe a severe thunderstorm warning or two out of these. Most of the stronger storms are actually going to be up here towards New York and Pennsylvania a little bit later as these gain strength. And then all the way over there towards Las Vegas, south of Las Vegas, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So this is for Clark County, Nevada. So get ready for that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over here. The main thing with this one, though, is going to be the flash flooding risk. Look at how stationary that storm is. That ain't going nowhere. It's literally just sitting there over the Wee Thump Joshua Tree Wilderness area, whatever. Or south of the South McCullough Wilderness area. You guys know what I'm talking about. On Highway 95 down here south of Las Vegas, we've got a pretty big storm doing work down there. We've actually had several days of strong storms in that region, and it's caused lots of flooding problems. That's why we've got that considerable flash flood warning in effect right now for life-threatening flash flooding for areas south of Boulder City. There was also a magnitude 3.3 earthquake about 15 minutes ago in Las Vegas. I doubt anybody felt that, but
I think we got a good
it's, I mean, that's what's happening. Oh, they just upgraded this warning over here in Baca and Prowers County, Colorado to considerable. We've got lemon-sized hail now. Lemon-sized hail. And how do you say this, the town, guys? Is it Two Buttes or is it Two Butts? What is it?
All right, Ryan. Well. American Land and Farm LLC just signed up as a high risker. Guess they're not afraid to get their corporate boots muddy with us.
What in the world does that even mean? Hey, thank you for becoming a member. 2 Beats. Gotcha. You know, that's what I thought it was. But, you know, knowing, if you guys were in my shoes, you would be skeptical about everything. I swear I've read stuff that's like obviously Dayton, and it's actually Ryan, the Y is silent and the N is a G. So that's Daytog. That's Daytog. So I'm asking, if I'm even slightly not sure, I'm asking from now on.
So you're saying there's a chance in
West Tennessee shouldn't get bad today. Once again, this is our risk area. This is what we're talking about today. We're mainly going to be focused over here between Odessa, Lubbock, Amarillo, up there towards the panhandle, once again, of Oklahoma, maybe up there towards Dodge City. Right now, Corey Gherkin is out there in, extreme western portions of Kansas, near the border with Colorado. That's where those storms are, and they're going to continue to get stronger as they move to the south and east. Eventually, they're going to turn into a line of storms that will eventually make it to Oklahoma City. It'll take a while for that to happen, but it actually looks like it could be a pretty strong line of storms tonight.
usually for models and stuff.
Here's what the radar could look like as we go forward. So here's theoretically what it should look like about 2 hours from now. So really, we're just going to be starting to see some of our bigger supercells popping up about an hour and a half from now, 2 hours from now. We're already starting to see a lot of convection out there, so we actually are probably a little bit ahead of schedule there. But things are going to really get going. We'll probably be at peak tornado time between maybe 7 p.m. Eastern to 9 p.m. Eastern. Then our attention is going to probably shift almost completely to the developing mesoscale convective system that will be happening up here in Oklahoma and Kansas. It will be capable of producing some very significant winds, and depending on how strong those winds are and depending on how crazy this setup actually is tonight, we will stay on the air long enough to cover it. Now, it's probably not going to make it to Tulsa and Oklahoma City till 4 or 5 a.m. And unless this thing is like doing crazy widespread damage, I doubt we'll stay on the air that whole time. Because there's a chance that this just comes through as like a normal morning summertime MCS, you know what I'm saying? But it does look like tomorrow we'll probably at some point need to come on the air again, because Tennessee, literally like the whole state of Tennessee, is going to see some sort of severe weather. And who knows what Clarksville would do if we didn't go live for the next severe thunderstorm warning in Clarksville, you know what I'm saying? It actually looks like there's going to be some decent storms all up and down the East Coast tomorrow. All the way up there towards Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. That'll be interesting. There's probably going to be some stuff happening in Ohio. Guys, I know you're in here. West Virginia, over there towards Baltimore, Washington, D.C. So, yeah, there's a chance we'll be back tomorrow. Today, the way that I'm looking at today we're storm chasing. Hopefully, big towns get missed. Of course, we've got Lubbock in a pretty dangerous spot today. But there's a pretty good chance that our tornadoes that do happen today happen in fields and they don't hurt anything. And we're just going to sit here and we're going to storm chase vicariously through our storm chaser feeds. And we're going to bask in the wonder of nature. And, if we need to, if some people are in the path and stuff like that, we're going to start sounding the alarm bells. We're going to get serious. We're going to try to, spread, some good information. But like, I'm really rooting for Kopic and the tornado sniffer to get a big, nice photogenic tornado today that we can track that doesn't hurt anything. But then tomorrow, it looks like it's more of like a population impact kind of day, where we probably will have, like, every storm that forms is going to have the ability to produce damage in a pretty populated area. So that's the gist of what's going on here. So hopefully that answered a lot of your questions. If you're just now tuning in and you're like, whoa, what about Iowa? Yeah, and there's literally nothing going on in Iowa today. There's if you're in Iowa, we're probably not going to mention you for the rest of the stream. Same thing for Virginia. Okay, we're going to be mostly focused on the yellow and orange areas today, so find your spot on the map, and that should answer a lot of your questions. And then tomorrow, this is what the day 2 outlook looks like. A little bit of a slight risk all the way up there towards Boston, and then a huge slight risk, a big goldfish-looking slight risk from Denver down to Odessa again, then pretty much through the entire state of Oklahoma, and then into Arkansas. Almost all of Kentucky and Tennessee is included in that. So there's a very good chance we'll go live tomorrow. Unless this thing just completely falls apart, we'll be live tomorrow. All right, we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here for Pecos and Reeves counties in Texas. We've got lemon-sized hail. That's 2-inch hail coming down Interstate 10 here. Looks like it's going to be heading towards Fort Stockton. Max wind 70 mile per hour. 70 miles per hour. Somebody write it down. We need a camera in Fort Stockton. If we ever finally get around to putting in our tower cameras, we've talked about for the past 87 years and have made exactly 0% progress on. Fort Stockton is one of the places we need. Is one of the places, like, we never have anything down here. I don't even know what Fort Stockton looks like. Oh, I thought that I zoomed in. I thought that was a camera. I was like, oh my God. It's been hiding under the text the whole time. No, it's just the road sign. Fort Stockton needs to be the first one. Yeah, and it needs to be about 2 daggone miles into the sky. And so we can see all the way up there towards, you know, all these other places that we never can see. Midland and San Angelo. What is up with Texas? Like, this is tornado country. Why don't we have more cameras down here? I'll tell you one of the reasons why is because anytime there's a risk in Texas, there's always a good amount of chasers out here. So it's a good thing we've got our, our wonderful storm chasers to work with today. Once again, we've got good old Corey Gherkin out there in Hamilton County, Kansas right now. Jordan Hall's out there in Kansas as well. And then, of course, we got the tornado sniffer himself. The tornado sniffer himself is batting cleanup today out there in Crosbyton, Texas. And then we've got Brandon Kopic out there in Lubbock, the Lubbock area right now. So some of the best storm chasers on earth, those four. And our goal today is to, once again, storm chase vicariously through them. Share some incredible imagery, and really hope that, you know, all these big storms today kind of thread the needle between all these towns. If there's ever a place in America where that can happen, it's out here in the plains. You know what I'm saying? But if we do end up seeing a storm coming towards Lubbock or, you know, Sundown, Levelland, Shallow Water, Amarillo, any of these places, of course, we're going to go into serious mode, and we'll, you know, that'll be the focus there. But let's hope for the best, as we've got perfect conditions today for some isolated supercells. No matter what, whether we see tornadoes or not, we're going to see some crazy looking supercells, I believe. Probably some very large hail. And that'll be a lot of what we cover here. Pennsylvania, we've got a warning over there. Let's go fly over to Pennsylvania. There's 21,000 people under this warning right now for 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. This includes Clarendon and Warren in Pennsylvania. This is Warren County. And then, whoa. All right. Yeah, I'm going to need help with that one. Titty-ute? What? Titty out? What, how do you say that? That's definitely what that says, right? Titty-ute. Okay, got you. All right. All right. I'm gonna record that one because we don't want to slip up on that one. Let's see here. Titty-ute. All right, so you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, we've got 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds coming in right now.
My phone screen, which has got my GPS. Oh my goodness.
It very well could have been the other way. That you guys, you never know how these towns are said.
No doubt. All right, we got 82. We got 3,700 watching with 3,400 likes. Please be sure to smoosh that.
I'm pretty sure I've come across way worse town names before, so Would not surprise me whatsoever. But yeah, we've got, once again, 21,000 people under the gun here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. This also includes Torpedo, Pittsfield, Youngsville, Cherry Grove, Clarendon, and Warren. Some detailed locations that might get hit here. Once again, we're not talking about any kind of threat for a tornado or anything like that. We're mostly worried about the potential for hail here and some winds. Lots of cloud-to-ground lightning. We've got the Buckaloons Campground out here, and then also the Hearts Content Campground and the Gron's Drug Store and Warren Mall Cinemas. So all these places are in the direct path of that hail core. So you want to get indoors and away from windows and all that good stuff.
78 degrees out. Oh, what a beautiful day in Lubbock. What a
My goodness. DM, thanks for the 50 gifted. Everybody say thank you to DM. That's not the first time that they've done that. DM's one of our biggest, long-time, big-time supporters. And congratulations to all the people that have memberships now. Make sure you use those emotes.
audio been doing pretty well today. No moo mixes, no gray screens, nothing like that. That bug is missing a headlight.
Is Andy back? Yeah, Andy's back. We'll hear from him. Once again, we started a little bit early. We're covering all these warnings in Pennsylvania and stuff. At some point, we're going to have a real tornado threat, and we'll probably hear a lot from Andy during that. Toya, Pecos, you guys are under a new severe thunderstorm warning out here in Reeves County, Texas. Population 1,300 out here, so we've got a lot of people under the gun on that one. 31,000 people under a new severe thunderstorm warning out here in Blaine, Caddo, Custer, and Washita counties in Oklahoma. This is now including Weatherford, Corn, Eakley, Binger, and Hinton. Once again, 31,000 people out here. So what we're concerned about with this storm specifically right now is going to be the hail. We've got quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming down towards Weatherford right now. So get ready for that. And this storm is eventually going to try to make it over there towards Oklahoma City. It'll hit El Reno first, and then Yukon, then downtown Oklahoma City. So y'all get ready for it.
Yeah, you guys also, I don't know how well you guys can see it.
And then that storm in Kansas is starting to look pretty gnarly on Jordan's feed here.
But I'll show you guys too. I'll angle it down. You guys can see I did.
Wow, yeah. This is that big storm with the lemon-sized hail
Wraparounds on it. So
over there near Mantor.
hail too.
Population 61. There's 61 people
Got the wraparounds.
who live in that whole polygon there. Next to two buttes. Two buttes.
Is that an attempt we got trying to go up near Brownfield?
Yeah, thank you, DM. Thank you so much. All right, y'all bot wants to tell me what's going on in the chat. Let's break.
Massive chat update incoming, Ryan. Missouri is a major hotspot with sirens blaring in St. Louis, KC, and other cities, while Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana are seeing widespread viewer anxiety. Oklahoma has significant concerns, especially for youth camps near Davis, Shawnee, and Norman, and Western New York is reporting flash floods. Viewers are also closely watching in Clarksville, Lubbock, and Arkansas. Meanwhile, Fort Madison, Iowa faces power outages, and Las Vegas reported a minor quake with flood concerns.
I think that first one, it was talking about St. Louis there. I think that might have been from yesterday. But yeah, there's nothing going on in St. Louis right now. But yeah, all these other places, we've been jumping around to it. We talked about the earthquake in Las Vegas. Are you guys actually feeling that? Did anybody feel that? Usually anything below a 4 out there, you're not going to feel. And then I know we've got some people who are concerned in, Tennessee and Ohio and places like that. But once again, guys, there's really nothing to be concerned about today. There are a couple of, rumbles of thunder that we're going to hear as a result of these more garden variety storms that are happening. I'm going to go over to my WeatherWise app here. I'm going to go up through here and take a look at some of these. Yeah, I can see what I can see why you guys are like. There's definitely some heavy rain and some thunder happening right now in West Tennessee, Covington, Brownsville. This is going to be a downpour. There might even be some very tiny hail associated with that, but this is really nothing to be concerned about. If they end up issuing a special weather statement for it or a severe thunderstorm warning, we'll come right back to this. But you know, I would honestly be surprised if they did. Nothing going on around Clarksville or Nashville right now. There are a couple storms in the middle of Mississippi as well. These are moving over towards Starkville and Tupelo. Once again, very small hail, some gusty winds. Nothing crazy. And then, honestly, in Ohio, out of all of these, you know, regular garden variety storms that we have right now, the strongest ones are actually in southeast Ohio. There's one that's coming up towards McConnellsville that wouldn't surprise me if they ended up issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for, just for a brief downburst, some 55-mile-per-hour winds, some pea to nickel-sized hail probably would be possible with that. But yeah, these are just garden soakers, not necessarily gully washers just yet. All right, we got some new warnings coming out, though, that are actually pretty serious. We've got Baca and Prowers County in Colorado now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That's tennis ball size hail. Tennis ball size hail with that storm that you see above me. That's the one that Jordan Hall's on right now. And that's going to be moving over towards Mantor, where they actually just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Mantor and Johnson. That's also got the considerable tag on it. We're thinking about 2-inch hail, lemon-sized hail, and 70-mile-per-hour winds coming in over the next hour. There's 1,500 people out here that will be directly impacted by this. I would not be surprised at all if we saw lots of damage from the wind and the hail. So get ready for that. You've got plenty of time to prepare here in the town of Johnson, Kansas, because this thing is coming right towards you. So get ready for that. Kansas, those are our two newest warnings. Honestly, we don't have anything else new other than everything that I've already been talking about. Most of our storm chasers are down here around Lubbock, and they're waiting to see what's going to happen with these storms. We've got a couple of blips. This blip right here honestly looked a little promising, and is one of the reasons why we went ahead and started the stream, but it's kind of dissipated. We're going to see multiple new blips, and there's going to be a couple of really strong thunderstorms that form out here, and this is going to be the area where we have the best chance of seeing tornadoes today. And that's actually why in the red zone there, that's our tornado watch. We do have a tornado watch tonight, and that's going to be our main focus zone. Wow, Corey's got a great view of the storm up there in Kansas. This is by far our strongest storm right now. Dropping tennis ball size hail out there.
All right, Ryan. Melissa Palazzi's got a question for you. Is Andy back?
Yes. Yep. Andy's back. So we're probably not going to get to use the Where's Andy song anymore, so I went ahead and put it on Spotify. There's already several thousand of you who have listened to it before I even announced it. So Y'allbot's got a crazy fan base growing out there. It's plumb wild, actually.
Yes, guys, I'm aware the temperature is not updated yet. The temperature updates based on local METAR data, not on my vehicle.
Yeah, the main threat with this storm that Jordan's on here is the hail. I don't see much of a tornado threat yet, but shoot, man, looking at velocities, actually, there's a decent amount of inflow coming over Buckeye Crossroads. Very small little community over there. Winds ripping into this storm right now over that community. That I actually wouldn't be surprised if at some point we saw maybe some a tornado warning with that. It's probably too early to make that call, but definitely something that we'll keep an eye on. Oh, looky there. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. It's on our garden variety storm out here in Mansfield. That's just kind of gotten a little bit more, gnarly, I guess you could say, over the past couple of minutes. This is actually impacting a pretty large area. We've got 133,000 people under this warning here in Ashland, Richland, and Wayne counties in Ohio. So if you're in the town of Worcester and Orrville, and Jeromesville, Hayesville, Millbrook, Apple Creek, Rittman, out here, and once again, Ashland, Richland, and Wayne counties in Ohio, you've got a pretty strong storm coming in. We're not worried about the hail. We're mostly concerned about the wind. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this, and there is a tiny bit of rotation here, so they did actually put the tornado possible tag on that thing as well. So we're going to be watching this closely as it comes up towards Worcester over the next hour. Okay? Do we got anybody watching right now in the great town of Worcester? Or has anybody, has Worcester showed up yet? I don't think I've seen the first person from Ohio in here, to be honest. Oh, this is the town that everybody was fighting about last time, wasn't it? Some people. Okay, yeah, this is the debate. Yeah. If you're not familiar with the great Worcester debate of Ohio, this town, half of the town believes it's pronounced Worcester, half the town believes it's pronounced Worcester. And I have officially decided it's Worcester because that sounds funnier. Yeah, I think we did a poll. Shannon, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, missed a lot of the recent live streams. Happy to be back. Had a tornado possibly yesterday in Albuquerque. Shannon, I'm glad to have you back too. Thank you for the very kind and generous support there. And then also 20 gifted memberships. Shannon, wow. Thank you. Everybody say thank you to Shannon. And congrats to those new members. Pull out those shiny Y'allbot emotes. Allie's been working very hard on them. Dang, dude, this thing is really starting to crank. Look at that. This is that severe thunderstorm out there in Kansas. This is our latest considerable severe thunderstorm out here near Mantor. So we're watching this very closely as it is rotating a little bit, and it's certainly producing a lot of hail. Right now it's impacting a very, I think the population of the warning that's in Colorado is 10. There's 10 people that live in that polygon there. But as it comes over into Kansas, there's actually, Johnson, Kansas is a decent-sized little town there with over 1,000 people. And that could be a pretty dangerous situation if the storm continues to go towards that town. So right now, what we're looking at is a live shot of a storm producing lemon-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds right on the border of Colorado and Kansas, moving into Stanton County, Kansas. Dang. George, I'm glad you're liking y'all mode over there on Weatherwise. It's awesome. It's pronounced like Woost. It's pronounced like Wooster. Okay, Linda. I'm telling you, Linda, you probably live in Wooster, but your neighbor calls it Worcester. I'm telling you, like we did a poll on it. What was the? Oh yeah, we did. We don't remember the results, but maybe we could find them. I don't know. Yeah, Linda says it's Worcester, but Glinda said it's Worcester. Okay, so I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do about that. Back up here in Colorado, we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan County. And my goodness, we got chasers galore out here. Dan is on that. I'm running out of places to monitor stuff here. Nick Smigo is on that. All right, so yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Colorado for Fort Morgan. This is Morgan County. 13,000 people under this one. We've got maybe some quarter-sized hail coming down. Not really worried about the winds here, but there is a tornado possible tag on that as there is some rotation as the storm moves down to the south and east. It's going to miss Orchard. But Fort Morgan, you guys are definitely in the path there. Also, a plethora of traffic cameras on Interstate 76 there as the storm gets closer. So we've got all the eyes in the world on this one.
Karma, good to see ya.
I'm captivated by Corey's view of the storm down here in Baca County, though. This is looking pretty crazy. Jordan's on that same storm. He's a little bit closer. Jordan's just a tiny bit closer than Corey. But they're pretty much on the same road there. Yeah, go ahead, y'all bot.
All right, Ryan. Quick triple update on new members. We've got Lori McGuire jumping into Extreme Risker. Plus, Zach 0434 and Janet Bowen are now bolstering the High Risker crew. Sounds like they're all fired up and coming in with their own welcome shouts.
Awesome. Thank you guys for joining. Appreciate it. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live shot at, we're looking at Corey Gherkin's view of the storm out there in Baca County, Colorado. Let me get some audio on that. Just a second. Audio on. Oh, crud. For some reason, I can't get audio on that. Corey's feed almost never works on my audio thing, so we are. Hey, listen, you don't need to hear the daggone clouds. So. Here we go. If you do hear audio in the background, I am able to listen in. I've got Jordan Hall and Brandon's feed pulled up. You're probably hearing a little bit of Brandon's in the background. Brandon's not on a storm yet. Nothing's really formed down there in Texas, but this is a live look at that big storm that's coming over into Kansas right now. Jordan and Corey both are right underneath this thing where we are actually seeing a decent amount of rotation on radar right now. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on here. There's some interference. There's some contamination, but there definitely is some rotation over here north and west of Saunders near Buckeye Crossroads, getting ready to cross over the border.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And this is what that looks like right now. They actually just upgraded. They just upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning. So the storm that you're looking at right now is producing 80-mile-per-hour winds as it moves into Stanton County, Kansas. So we now have a destructive PDS severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be, once again, for Stanton County, Kansas. That includes the town of Mantor and Johnson. Limit-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds. They did add a tornado possible tag to this. The next step is likely a tornado warning. The damage threat here is destructive. So tornado or not, this is going to destroy things, okay? Good news is in the short term, there's not a lot of things for it to destroy. But if this holds together and moves over towards the towns of Mantor and Johnson, we could have some problems there. So if we know anybody in those towns over here in Stanton County in Kansas, let's call them and let them know what's up. Pretty dangerous storm. Some towns will sound the tornado sirens during PDS severe thunderstorm warnings. Not all of them do. So it's I actually don't know if the sirens will be going off out there or not. Doesn't really matter. Hopefully people aren't relying on those. But you could help if you know somebody out there and you think they might not be paying attention to the weather alerts otherwise.
Yeah, guys, for those of you asking about the chaser number and all that, that is the amount of chasers within a 25-mile radius of me. That's how it pulls that data.
Anything expected for Missouri? Not really, not today. We've got a couple places that might get a thunderstorm or two. I think we'll talk a little bit more about Missouri maybe tomorrow. And even then, we're talking about extreme southern Missouri, south of Springfield, mostly south of Joplin, and mostly south of Cape Girardeau. So we're literally talking about West Plains and Poplar Bluff and Sykeston and the Boot Heel, pretty much. That's about it. All right, Jordan Hall is right up underneath that thing. in Kansas. So if this is going to produce a tornado, like we're definitely going to see it. It'll be very visible.
That's what just happened, and that's quite concerning.
And Jordan and Corey both are right there where it's going to form, if it's going to form.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Dang, they issued another PDS severe thunderstorm warning? Whoa. You guys seeing this? We got a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, and then another one. What's the difference? They both got 2-inch hail, both got 80-mile-per-hour winds.
Again, thank you guys all so much for tuning in and smooshing that like and
Literally no difference from what I can tell.
without your guys' support.
All right, well, hey, we're under a double PDS severe thunderstorm warning now in Mantor and Johnson out here in Stanton County, Kansas.
We are at 3,600 likes
Yeah, just in case anybody didn't get that first one,
from 4,000.
here you go.
So much.
I've never seen, and the crazy thing is like they're slightly different polygons. Some part of me thinks that maybe like there's two people that are like issuing warnings today, and maybe they just didn't know like the other person was working on the same warning, and because like look, like that's a way different coordinate than this. And like, yeah, like two different people made these warnings. I'm almost certain of it. Oh, it's the same. It actually was the same person. Well, they're just making sure they got it covered. Okay. There's, nothing but good things can happen if you've got two warnings. You know what I'm saying? What we don't want to see is not enough warnings. Too many warnings, that'll be all right sometimes. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Schuyler, Steuben, and Yates counties in New York. This includes Penyan and Urbana. About 20,000 people over here around Keuka Lake. Get ready for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we do have a daggone y'all watch out here. Low confidence y'all watch from meteorologist Andy Hill for the Fort Stockton area. Yeah, once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are covering a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings out here, but we think we're pretty sure that at some point we're going to have a pretty robust tornado threat. This might be one of the first storms that we really watch here as it starts to rotate. Looking at velocities, you can see that there is a decent amount of rotation associated with this one right along I-10 as it comes over towards Fort Stockton. So in Pecos County and Reeves County in Texas, y'all watch out. Let me check. Oh, yeah, it works. And by the way, guys, if you have weather-wise, like obviously you'll always be able to see the y'all watches here on the stream. You don't have to go anywhere else for that. But if you have weather-wise and you have enabled y'all mode and you've got the premium and all that good stuff, we did add the extra perk of being able to see the y'all watches in the weather-wise app. So go test that out. You'll be able to see them in real time the moment Andy clicks the button. Y'all watches are visible within the WeatherWise app. And that's still something that we're working on. Eventually, the idea with the y'all watches is we're going to be able to reinvest any sort of profits that we get from the premium side of this back into our business, and hopefully hire some more meteorologists and make this a 24/7 kind of service or thing that you guys can have access to. Another stimulus, another asset to have in the weather community, on top of, in addition to the National Weather Service, in coordination with, you know what I'm saying? So that is that's our plan with that. But yeah, there you go. Y'all watches in the WeatherWise app, and we actually just got a new one. So we've increased our confidence here to medium as the rotation is picking up here. You can see the velocities really tightening up right there south of Interstate 10 here in Pecos County in Texas. Wouldn't surprise me one bit to see a tornado warning come out of this from the National Weather Service, okay? And that's what the Y'all Watch is about. We're saying, hey, there's no tornado warning yet because this is specifically a tornado Y'all Watch. But y'all watch out. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw the official warning come out from the National Weather Service here before too long. Big time supercell moving towards Fort Stockton. Regardless of whether or not we get that tornado warning, this is something that you guys are going to want to pay attention to. It's definitely doing damage along Interstate 10. It's going to continue to ride down towards the greater Fort Stockton area. How much is the premium in American dollars, and why is it asking in British pounds? I don't know. I feel like it asked me in American dollars. Are you in Britain? Maybe? No, I don't know. The developers are, of there, so maybe there's a wire that got switched, but it's like $2 a week or something, $6 a month. I'm $1 or $2 off it at most. I should probably write those numbers down because that's probably information I should know. The rotation's also picking up on this storm over here in Kansas. The good news is we've got more than just radar over here, right? We've got a bunch of storm chasers on the ground showing us exactly what this storm looks like as it comes into Johnson and Manter in Kansas. So this is what that looks like right now from Corey Gherkin's point of view. As the storm gets closer to his spot there, which he's right on the border between Kansas and Colorado.
So we are about 10 minutes outside of Brownfield right now. I might go...
West Virginia, we're fine today in West Virginia, yeah.
I might run to a McDonald's real quick and get some fries, something that won't upset my stomach while chasing.
Nah, Steph, I'm good. Give me just a second. Y'allbot wants to tell me what's going on in chat, so I'm going to let Y'allbot do that. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
Here's what the chat's been buzzing about, Ryan. Folks are tracking active cells in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, especially Fort Stockton and Lubbock, a new tornado warning in eastern New Mexico, and the hail threat in Colorado Springs. Quick note, St. Louis is all clear from yesterday's siren scare. The pronunciation panel is also hard at work on Wooster, Ohio, Pecos, and Tidiute, Pennsylvania.
I'll get it right eventually, y'all. I will get it right eventually. Yeah, and we're not expecting anything today around the St. Louis area. Probably not tomorrow either. Nothing like what we saw yesterday or anything like that. Or when does Ryan go worldwide more than just the lower 48? Well, Brandon was talking about chasing up in Canada. He's got his passport, so I guess that's one of the first steps. Is West Virginia going to be bad tomorrow? Nah. Now, tomorrow, we're still not really talking a lot about West Virginia, but we'll probably talk more about West Virginia tomorrow than we do today. This is the risk area for tomorrow. For anybody that's just now tuning in, we might be live again tomorrow, as there is just a lot of people that are going to be experiencing severe weather. This is the risk area for today, tomorrow, and then even what is the next day? Saturday? Saturday, there's a chance that we go live again, too. As a lot of the southeast is going to be having some severe weather. It's not a very high chance any of these days, but there's a chance. So just make sure you're subscribed with notifications on. Also, another cool thing about the 24/7 Y'allbot channel, we've actually got it set up to where it's pretty smart. Like it watches the weather intensity score and it knows our daily scores, and it will pretty accurately tell you, like if you're in the chat on the Y'allbot channel, you can just talk to Y'allbot and be like, hey, is Ryan streaming today? And it'll be like, oh, there's a 70% chance. If he does, it'll be around 4 o'clock. And 90% of the time, it actually knows what it's talking about. Sometimes it is full of it, though. All right, we did get a new Y'all Watch over here. Meteorologist Andy Hill is watching the Johnson and Mantor area. Medium confidence that we could have a tornado warning at some point within the next 30 minutes. Rotation is increasing here, right on top of where our storm chasers are. Jordan Hall and Corey Gherkin are both out here, literally right in front of this thing. If it produces a tornado, it'll be right next to them. So we'll see it as it comes over there. But this is, it's the time to start thinking about what we're going to do if that tornado warning actually comes through in Johnson and Mantor. Okay, this would be capable of producing a pretty nasty one. So we want to take this seriously. If that warning's issued, you're going to want to get to shelter immediately out there in Stanton County in Kansas. What about in the Northeast? Is there any chasers up there? I think old Beading was out earlier, but no. Nope, no chasers right now. New York has a decent amount of traffic cameras. So does Pennsylvania. Ohio don't have nothing. Don't have nothing. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for the great town of Worcester. I'm just going to say both from now on. So you guys still need to be getting ready for the 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But it's nothing, honestly, compared to this big storm that we're watching out here in Kansas. Getting more and more concerned about our friends out here as the rotation continues to pick up. You can see it pretty clearly now from Corey's feed, too. You can see where that tornado would try to pop out if it did decide to. Yeah, go ahead, y'all bot.
Hey Ryan, just got word of some thunderstorm wind damage over near San Pablo in Duval County, Florida. This was from a public report about 25 minutes ago, around 3:45 p.m. local time. Sounds like someone over there had a pretty big tree limb break off and fall on their roof along Charlotte Street. Interestingly, their neighbor mentioned seeing some weak rotation and debris getting lofted. So, could have been strong straight-line winds or maybe even a brief land spout. Craig Airport, which is nearby, also gusted to 47 miles per hour around that time.
Okay, so we've got storms in Florida too. I know right when we started the stream, there was a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings down there. Currently, nothing in Florida. But as soon as something happens down there, we'll fly back down there. But it sounds like there was some wind damage maybe about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, Kinsey, probably. Just to see what they say. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at the storm that we're watching in Kansas right now. We've got a couple of storms that are going to try to produce tornadoes today. This is the first one that we're really kind of honing in on with our storm chasers. We've got eyes on it from Jordan Hall here. We're trying to see what's happening in real time. This is moving over there towards Johnson and Mantor. We're saying y'all watch out because there probably could be a tornado warning at some point with this. But right now there is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect, which means that you should go ahead and take precautions as if you are already under a tornado warning anyways.
Here's what the chat's been buzzing about, Ryan. Folks are key to the southeast Kansas, Oklahoma, OKC, Tulsa, Arkansas, Colorado, Denver, Colorado Springs, and Texas areas like Lubbock and Fort Stockton, plus that double PDS is a big topic. Also, quick notes, it's Pecos, Texas, and Worcester, Ohio is generally Worcester.
Is it actually Pecos? That can't be right. It can't be right. But yeah, that storm over here in... I'm just going to tell y'all about to start ignoring pronunciation stuff. You guys know what I'm talking about. But this town right here, the storm's staying mostly to your north and west. Okay. And then what was some of the other places that was talking about? Denver. We do have a decent storm moving on the southwest side and the northeast side of Denver right now with some small hail. Nothing severe right now. Closest severe storm to Denver is going to be up here near Fort Morgan. And then there were some people talking about Oklahoma City. There is a strong storm heading towards Oklahoma City. Nothing near Tulsa right now. It will probably be much later before there's anything that happens in Tulsa. As far as severe weather goes. But we're definitely watching this storm as it gets closer to El Reno. So, yeah, hopefully that answered some questions. Pecos. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I understand. Yeah, I think that there's just some people who are just wrong. And like they're very confidently saying, like some people are probably not even from there and they're very confidently saying their opinion of how it should be said. That's what it feels like sometimes. Because like I'll correct myself and I'll look back at chat and then, you know, Dan is like, listen, Ron, I've lived here my whole life. My grandfather, you know, he's the one that built the post office and we've said it the way that you just said it our whole lives. So I don't know what to believe anymore.
And I see the tour vans.
Geneva, up here in New York, Ontario County, New York. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up here. We do have some 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming up towards Gorham, moving towards Geneva. This is radar indicated. And about 30,000 people will be impacted by that. Just to the south of that, we're watching Penyan and Urbana. We've got Schuyler, Steuben, and Yates counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we do have a flash flood warning in Arizona over here from Mojave County. The heck? And we do have also a y'all watch. We're saying y'all watch out to y'all near Portales, near Floyd, and in Roosevelt County, New Mexico. Because we've got a storm that's really just popped up here recently, and it's probably going to end up receiving a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. So, just in case anybody's getting bored out there, let's wake up. Y'all watch out. Oh, wrong one. By the way, that's the point of that, by the way. It's just, I know, I hear it all the time. I know that a lot of you that are watching, some people might be in some of the towns that we're talking about that are watching, but they're doing the dishes. They're living their life. All right, they're hanging out with the kids. All right, we're background noise until they need to really pay attention. So every once in a while, we like to hit them with the. So everybody's like, "Whoa, what?" And then maybe they'll get the message. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I got Discord noises going on, don't I? Daggone it. Where do you turn? Streamer mode. Boom. Okay, I got it. My bad. My bad. We're good to go. So are the y'all watches showing up for y'all in the WeatherWise app? I didn't get a chance to look at chat after we mentioned it. Seems to be going well in our app on my side. Yep. Awesome. Sweet. If you're just now tuning in, the specific storm that we're zoomed in on right now is in Kansas. over here in Stanton County. That's the one that most of our storm chasers, or that's the one where we've got active storm chasers on it right now. Jordan Hall and Corey Gherkin both are giving us a live view of that storm as it honestly it tries to produce a tornado as it moves towards Mantur and Johnson. Now, is it going to be successful in that? I don't know. That's why we're watching. We're now casting. Pecos. Yeah, the way that I've always said it is Pecos.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So, by the way, we just got a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning down here for areas just west of Fort Stockton. So we do have baseball-sized hail now. Baseball-sized hail coming down out here in Pecos. You guys know what I'm talking about. That county out there that's spelled P-E-C-O-S in Texas. Now, here's the thing. There's about 800 people in chat right now trying to tell me how to say this. But apparently there's only 39 people that live in this polygon. And you see, that's why I'm a little bit suspicious. I know you don't have to live in the county to know how to say it. But there are, thankfully not a lot of people out here. I think our biggest population impact is actually going to come from any traffic that might be on Interstate 10. And of course, if this storm does continue to move outside of that polygon, even by just a few miles, we'll be in Fort Stockton, which of course is a little bit of a larger town for, Southwest Texas. So get ready for that. Over here, we've got baseball size hail and 70 mile per hour winds. I would hate to be on Interstate 10 right now in this PECOS County, Texas.
All right, here we go. Shout out to Clutch Clipper JK. They're echoing what a lot of folks fear. We're here for the weather, not stressing over pronunciations or chat colors. Because apparently it's not a thing. LOL.
Yeah, whenever things get really serious, we don't really worry about it. But, we're trying our best here. All right, look at that. You guys see this? The lights are green, so that means.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad.
Hold on, wait.
When you learn how to figure out how to say that city name, let me know when you got a second.
All right, we'll get back with Brad right after we hear from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. Hopefully this sounds good after a couple weeks off. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, awesome. I'm watching that cell that I have a severe thunderstorm y'all watch out for in eastern New Mexico in Roosevelt County. I just went ahead and looked through the whole volume of the radar scan there, and up some tilts, I see it already has a solid mesocyclone or spinning part of the storm here. So we can see some robust rotation here just west of Delphos here. So I think that given the environment this is in, nearly 5,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE, and some increasing spin as we go through the evening, that this will be a storm we have to watch for quite some time, especially because it's in that environment near that 10% hatch tornado outlook from the Storm Prediction Center highlighted for this entire evening. So this will be one of our main cells, I think, and it's already starting to look pretty stout, pretty robust. So I got my eye on that one in the long term before we even got any warnings on it. We'll see severe first and then perhaps a tornado threat with it soon after.
Awesome. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for bringing our attention over here. Also, we do have a storm chaser on the ground out there. So let's go take a look at what this storm looks like from the ground. And you can see it. You can see the rotating part of the storm there quite well from Ryan Scholl's point of view. So we're keeping a very close eye on this storm as it heads over Highway 70. This is south and west of Clovis. This is, pretty close to the New Mexico and Texas border. So we're going to be watching this storm once again quite closely as it eventually goes into Texas. And that's probably the first of a couple storms that will form in this general area. That's why we've got so many chasers out here. We got Adam, Storm Runner Media, Brad Arnold. All these guys are out in this general area here. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on them as they you track these storms. Now, none of them are really close to that one, but there's probably going to be more that form just to the south and east of that. But Ryan's literally right underneath it. So here, once again, this is a live view of the storm over there in New Mexico that we're watching. And then this is a live shot of the storm in Kansas that we're watching from Corey. I'm trying to find Brandon. Okay, yeah, Brandon's in Brownfield right now. And then Nick Smigo is actually in Fort Morgan, Colorado, where it looks like we're getting a little bit of hail. This is a live shot from our considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's coming through Fort Morgan right now. Look at that. We've got up to lemon-sized hail about to potentially do some damage to Nick's car here. I already see a couple dents. I think they're new, too. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so this is a severe thunderstorm that's coming into the town of Fort Morgan right now. There is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan County. We're expecting up to lemon-sized hail and maybe even 60-mile-per-hour winds. And there's also a tornado possible tag on that. So we're watching it very closely. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I can talk a little bit more about that Fort Morgan, Colorado cell as well. I just took a peek at that in terms of surface conditions, especially. And in this area here along I-76, I can see that the storm motion is expected to be more east-southeasterly, but this storm is moving pretty far to the south, which means that given the wind profiles, it has access to more of the ability to rotate, or more helicity, as we commonly refer to it. So do a little bit of interpretive analysis here and see that, oh, there's probably a bit more of a tornado threat than is suggested by models currently in this area. And in addition to that, the storm is also moving into an area of increased surface vorticity, or ambient spin in the environment. The ability for a storm to spin, if it moves into that, would be much greater. So both of those factors are reasons why this storm has my eye as well. I'm watching it closely.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's get back with Brad now. Yeah, sorry, Brad, go ahead. What are you guys talking about? I didn't forget about Brad. Come on now. There was no delay there whatsoever.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, I was going to let you know. It sounded like you're strong one of those city names. But yeah, we just got through. We just drove through Lubbock right now, headed to the Leveland. I think is how you say that. Leveland, towards maybe over to Morton. It's kind of a tornado hotspot for this area. So going to be heading over in that area. Those storms that are going right now on the state line should begin migrating a little bit more to the southeast than they're moving right now. They're pretty much stationary right now, but as they latch onto that boundary, they should cut southeast. I think Andy was saying that. So just want to let you know what my game plan is. I was going to go down to Brownfield, but I'm going to head up and go a little bit further, closer to those storms, just in case they decide to produce a little sooner.
All right, so there you go. That was the tornado sniffer himself, telling us his plan for the day. Out there chasing currently in Wolfforth in Texas. And then back to Nick in that storm in Fort Morgan, Colorado. This is what it looks like out there. And we've also got another update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, watching what everyone's saying as well. And every time we focus on this storm up here near Johnson City, Kansas, some people's eyes divert to that cell just to its north that has actually been spinning like a top through the last 15 minutes or so. And the reason that doesn't have a warning on it or hasn't been mentioned is because it's north of that big old supercell to its south, and some of that forward flank of that supercell to its south is shooting out over and cooling down the surface quite a bit, or the planetary boundary layer, which is the layer between the surface, the ground, and the cloud base. So that's very cold up there, and thus it's probably a pretty stable cell. It's in a pretty stable environment. So that is why we haven't really talked about it or issued a y'all watch for it or anything like that. The conditions and the environment in place do tell us exactly what is happening there. So I think that given that and the most recent scan also dissipating some of that rotation, it looked a little stronger previously. That's why we haven't seen anything come out for that. So that's for anyone who's watching along and being like, oh, that looks suspicious. That looks concerning. Why aren't they talking about it? That's why.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. We've got several storms to talk about here. But
hey, Ryan, also, when you have one more second, let me know.
As you can tell, we're kind of honing in on a few here that seem a little bit more intense than others. Let's pull Nick's view back up and get back with Brad. Go ahead, Brad. Dang, look at Corey's view.
Hey, I was going to let you know. So got in pretty late last night to the hotel room. Was pretty tired this morning. Didn't get too much sleep. Kind of, just a little bit tired this afternoon. I think what I really need is just kind of like a little pick me up. Some people get caffeine. Some people, energy drinks, coffee, things like that. I think really what I need to pick me up today is let's fire up that theme song.
Brad, I couldn't have said it better myself. Actually, I probably could. I probably could have. No, I agree. Let's listen to the tornado sniffer here to get the day started. Because I do think, that Brad is in a pretty good spot today as we're looking at the environment and kind of stack up. And then I've got to go get something to drink. So I'll be right back. But guys, if you haven't heard this before, prepare for one of the top experiences that you've probably ever had, to be honest. Let me find the button for it here. Be right back.
He's the tornado sniffer. He's the tornado sniffer. Brad Arnold's here to sniff the storm.
He's the tornado sniffer, and if you don't know why we call him that, you're going to learn today. All right? He sniffs them out wherever they are, and he finds them. And yes, the world we live in, it is possible. What a time to be alive. You can stream that song right now on Spotify and Apple Music. Just search up Tornado Sniffer. I'm pretty sure it's the only song called Tornado Sniffer ever, so you'll find it. All right, over here in Colorado, back up here towards Fort Morgan, we're watching that storm that, Dan's on and Nick. We've been watching the hail out there. It's actually looking pretty intense in Fort Morgan. Like the roads are covered in a decent accumulation of hail. But they just extended the warning now out into more portions of Morgan County. So we've got 20,000 more people now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for lemon-sized hail. So get ready out there in Morgan County. This is going to go down towards Woodrow, Colorado. And it's going to be pretty intense as it moves down there. So that's what that storm looks like on radar. Literally downtown Fort Morgan right now is getting pummeled by lots of small hail, and a couple of lemons are in there too. So that's definitely going to cause some damage, maybe considerable damage as it moves down towards Mosley, and then eventually 9 Mile Corner. And we just got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in New York, actually. Check this out. We've got 1.5 inch hail. That's ping pong ball size hail and 70 mile per hour winds getting ready to go over Keuka Lake. That's going to go over towards Starkey and Hector. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got storms in Pennsylvania and New York on top of the storms that we're talking about in Texas, New Mexico, and Kansas and Colorado. This one is really picking up in intensity here. It's got 11,000 people in the path in Schuyler, Seneca, and Steuben counties. 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible over here. So get indoors, stay away from windows in Pulteney and Barrington and Starkey and Hector. Do we got anybody watching in New York? That one's going to be, that one's definitely not your average garden variety storm. So you definitely want to get indoors for that one. Corey's got just an incredible view of the storm in Kansas. It's really trying to come together here. Of course, as soon as I say that, the incredible view turns into a pixelated mess. There we go. Yeah. Obviously, he's in the middle of nowhere. Honestly, these guys, it's amazing that we have the connection that we do with them. Like, it really does blow my mind sometimes that these guys can literally be in the middle of nowhere in the worst storm ever, and we're watching like a full quality real-time feed from them. Yeah, you can see this one's definitely trying to spin. Well, it's not trying, it's succeeding. There's a lot of spin there. Watch the clouds kind of at the top of the screen there, the ones closer to us moving from left to right. And then watch the clouds in the back, the low-hanging dark clouds in the back there moving from right to left. Some broad counterclockwise rotation right there in front of where Corey is. And then just down the road there in New Mexico, this is what it looks like on that storm that we're watching in Portales or near there. That storm's getting real low, so that one's also spinning. So things are coming together here. I think that it's not going to be very long before we start seeing tornadoes pop out of these things. So if you live in this area, make sure you're prepared, know what you're going to do when that warning comes out. We're going to want to take shelter as soon as we start seeing those tornado warning polygons go out. Even before then, honestly, we've got several destructive severe thunderstorm warnings right now, and we want to treat those just as seriously as we would tornado warnings. Just west of Fort Stockton, we've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Pecos County in Texas. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning right now in Kansas as well. That's going to be for Stanton County. That's the storm that Corey is on, and Jordan Hall. And so if you're under one of those warnings, we do need you to take shelter as if you're under a tornado warning, okay? We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning in McKean County, Pennsylvania. So this is going to be for Mount Jewett, Kane, and Lafayette up here. We've got 8,000 people getting ready to receive 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Get ready for that in Pennsylvania. And then way back over in New Mexico, down here in Lee County, New Mexico, and then Loving County, Texas, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning down here for Mentone. All right, we just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma. This is for Caddo, Canadian, and Grady counties in Oklahoma. So we've got about 100,000 people in line for 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. So we've got a really intense area of winds getting ready to move through Lukeba and Binger. And then that's going to push down towards Gracemont, Union City, Minco, Pocasset, Amber, and then Chickasha here over the next hour. So this is the storm that's coming towards Oklahoma City. It looks like probably the strongest part of it's going to dive to the south and east, though. So maybe watch out a little bit later near Norman. But yeah, that's going to be a strong storm over there. We're watching another storm that's just popped up over here in New Mexico. Meteorologist Andy Hill is saying, y'all watch out in Causey. This is Roosevelt County, New Mexico. We've got another one that's really getting going over here. Probably needs a severe thunderstorm warning pretty soon, so get ready for that in Causey. And we're still watching the one over here near Portales as well. Ryan Scholl's giving us a live view of that right now. This is what it looks like on the surface. Rhonda Ann. Moderator Rhonda, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Everybody say thank you to Rhonda, and congrats to the people who are now members. Pronounced Lakiba. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even remember saying any town like that. I just got to stop looking at chat. No, we're once again, I think we're only probably about 5 years away from getting every pronunciation of every town right, you know, right at the beginning. So we're not too far off. If you guys can bear with me for about 5 more years, we'll get there. Fairview, Bruin, Parker, Toby, and Rimmersburg and Callensburg up here in Pennsylvania. We're under a new severe thunderstorm warning now. 10,000 people. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So Pennsylvania's got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings on the board now. Got a couple considerable severe thunderstorms moving through New York right now. So Urbana and Hector, once again, you guys need to be getting ready for that ping pong ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This one is going to hit hard up here in Schuyler, Seneca, and Steuben counties in New York.
I watch you and I watch Reed.
Yeah.
And I don't even know where he's at today.
He's somewhere down here.
In New Mexico, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. There we go for Curry and Roosevelt counties in New Mexico. This is for Andy's first Y'all Watch that he put out in New Mexico. This does include Portales. This does highlight the risk for 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we've got some rotation with this one, but right now we're mostly focused on the hail and the wind aspect. We're going to watch the potential for this one to produce a tornado as it goes farther towards the east.
Yeah, if you go out by the high school over there,
Yeah.
that's where the
Average Dad, thank you for the 5 gifted.
That's awesome.
and my dad.
All right, we've got several storm reports coming in. Go ahead, Y'all Bot, tell us about them.
All right, Ryan, buckle up. I've got a ton of storm reports coming in hot. We've seen quarter-sized hail, about an inch, recently across Morgan County, Colorado, impacting areas from Fort Morgan to Weldona. Additionally, thunderstorm wind damage has been reported in the Northeast. Cohocton, New York, had a tree and multiple wires down earlier this hour, while Warren County, Pennsylvania, saw a tree down about 45 minutes ago.
Seen a lot of good stuff over there.
All right, so things are definitely ramping up out there. We got a new mesoscale discussion. Supercell and hail and tornado threat is increasing through 23 UTC. It's currently 21 almost. So, yeah, we're looking at potentially a couple of intense tornadoes, 140 to 170 mile per hour peak intensity there. Maybe some very large hail in excess of 4 inches in diameter and some strong winds right here along the New Mexico and Texas border. Get ready for it. Muleshoe, Bovina, however you say it. You guys are all in the path here of where we think the strongest storms will go.
I mean, even just the teeny tiny ones or the gust tornadoes can do
They
a
can
lot of
still
damage.
damage. Yeah, they can still do plenty.
We've had roofs that have been blown off and stuff and houses collapsed.
Where's Brad Arnold? Brad Arnold's down, he's near Lubbock right now. So Brad Arnold is right here near Leveland. Who's this? Who's down here in Brownfield? Oh, yeah, Brandon Kopix in Brownfield. We got Corey Gherkin and Jordan Hall up here on the storm in Kansas.
That's our other hot spot.
Thankfully, it looks like so far.
So we're pretty good and spread out today. Man, lots of broad rotation on this storm in Kansas. This is it's pretty wild. And we saw that quite clearly from Corey's point of view earlier. Here's another shot of that. He's driving now, so it's a little bit harder to see, but this thing is still spinning like a top.
What at? I don't think so.
You go down to our Comet City.
Incredible views there from Storm Chaser Corey Gherkin.
Right down here, there's a giant arrow stuck in the ground. It's like
That's random.
Anybody hear a conversation in the background? Yeah, that's probably Brandon. I'll turn him down a little bit, but the way it works is OBS does this thing where I think it kind of increases the volume whenever I'm not talking. So it ducks his volume whenever I am talking to the actual volume level that I'm listening to it at. So I can barely hear him. But if I stop talking, you guys can probably hear him a lot better.
Half the time it's when I
But I like to leave that on just in case he starts hooting and hollering about something. You know what I mean? We can go over to him real quick.
Nobody likes getting stuck more than me.
okay, then if you want to whatever.
Will do. Have a good one.
You never know when it's gonna flash flood and wash.
Oh, I know. Nice to meet you too. Take care.
All right, yeah, go ahead, y'all bot. Let's hear from the chat again.
Massive chat update incoming, Ryan. Viewers are thrilled Andy Hill is back. Still debating Paycuss, and are convinced Brad's Tornado Sniffer song is pure weather-bending sorcery, demanding you play it. The Texas Panhandle is a major hotspot, especially Midland, Fort Stockton, and don't forget, it's level land. There's also intense focus on developing storms in New Mexico and the OKC El Reno corridor, while folks in New York and Ohio are eager for your take.
All right. So I think we're doing a good job keeping up with what you guys are asking for out there. We're bouncing back and forth. We just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cayuga, Seneca, and Yates counties in New York. This one's also going to bring about 70-mile-per-hour winds towards Cayuga Lake here. It's crossing over Seneca Lake right now. And, man, these things are rotating a little bit. Look at that. Look at that. Considerable damage threat with these as they go towards Willard, Ovid, Haight Corners, Sheldrake Springs, King Ferry Station, Ledyard, Sherwood, and Aurora. Once again, ping pong ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. 11,000 people in the path there over the next 37 minutes. People and animals outdoors could be injured if you're out in that, so you want to get indoors and away from windows. And then just to update you on this other storm, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Barrington, Starkey out here in Schuyler, Seneca, and Steuben counties. The strongest area of winds right now is going to be back here near Prattsburg. That's about to move through South Pulteney and Pulteney, so get ready for that. That's definitely going to knock out some power in some isolated areas there. In Ohio, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio, so let's go check that out. Pretty strong storm just went by Canton. Now it's going towards Malvern and Paris. We're talking about Stark County, Ohio over here. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. And then in Pennsylvania, we've got a big storm up here actually going up towards Farmers Valley and Single House. There's 4,000 people that are about to get 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. So get ready for that around Turtle Point. And then there's another one down here coming up towards Lafayette in Pennsylvania. That's McKean County, Pennsylvania. Once again, 1-inch hail is possible with that, and maybe up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. In Colorado, we've got Adams and Arapahoe counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is on the east side of the Denver area, near Watkins and Manila. We've got a very strong storm coming through. This is what it looks like out there right now on Interstate 70 as the storm comes across. Here's another view. And let's see if we can see it approaching from one of these. Here's another one. Maybe if we go a little bit farther away. Usually Colorado's good at like using the PTZs to actually point at
a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
On this one. So this is that strong storm coming out of Denver now, moving down into Bennett. Okay, so there's 12,000 people about to get hit by 60-mile-per-hour winds over here. Get ready for that. Interstate 70 is going to be pretty treacherous coming in or out of Denver on the southeast side for the next 35 minutes at least. And then here's another update or another look at that storm in Kansas from Corey Gherkin. And that storm just got upgraded again to destructive, okay? We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now for Grant, Morton, Stanton, and Stevens counties in Kansas. Now we're talking about 3-inch hail. That's bigger than baseball-size hail. We're talking about 80-mile-per-hour winds, destructive damage, and they still have that tornado possible tag on there. We're still watching this for a potential tornado warning. The rotation here is certainly strong enough to warrant one. But, you know, we do have a lot of eyes on the ground. So the one thing that we might have going against us, though, is that there's a chance that where that circulation is, it might be a little hard to see from our current vantage point from some of these storm chasers. But yeah, I would definitely be watching out for a potential tornado if I'm in the path of this storm. And we might as well go ahead and take shelter as if there was a big tornado down, because there might as well be. It's a destructive storm, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and there's definitely something happening right there in the middle of your screen. That could be a tornado in a few seconds if it's not already. You know what I'm saying? We're getting a wind damage report out of Allegheny County. I think that's up there in either... Yeah, well, you tell us.
Hey Ryan, got word of some thunderstorm wind damage from about half an hour ago, over near Fayetteville in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. A train spotter reported it. Said they saw numerous tree branches snapped, mostly between 1 to 3 inches thick, with the largest one being around 5 inches in diameter. Sounds like they even sent in photos of it.
Dude, how many times could you have gone by now? Go. Really?
So it does sound like we are getting some damage reports out of Pennsylvania. So we don't want to, I think our storms in Texas and Kansas and these areas are probably going to be much stronger today. But we definitely don't want to overlook those storms in New York and Pennsylvania. I promise I'm going to keep coming back to those as we get updates on them.
All right, now we're going north.
Yeah, lots more storm reports coming in. Let's hear it. Let's go ahead.
Okay, Ryan, we've got multiple storm reports coming in, all for hail. The most significant is out of Stanton County, Kansas, where an emergency manager just reported massive 3-inch, teacup-sized hail in Mantor, with 1-inch hail also reported nearby in Johnson City. We also have a report of 1.5-inch hail from a train spotter in Benton, New York from a little bit ago.
So that 3-inch hail report came from this storm that we're looking at right now in Mantor, and that's why they went ahead and re-upgraded this to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with 3-inch hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go back to that storm in New Mexico. Because Ryan's right underneath it, and there definitely looks like there's some motion there. Like he's literally right where the storm would be trying to form a rotating base. And there's definitely something going on there. There's not a lot to look at on radar at this current moment, especially on the lowest tilt. But this is something that we're going to watch very, very closely, as Andy explained earlier, as it moves farther to the east. This is definitely about to bring in at least 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds to the Portales area. And then we'll see what happens as it gets closer to Muleshoe. Just to the south of that, there's another storm that's causing some problems down here in Roosevelt County, moving over towards Causey. We've got 1.5-inch hail over there. New considerable severe thunderstorm warning for downtown Fort Stockton now in effect. We've got tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to come through. Get ready for that. Interstate 10, Highway 285. There's going to be some busted out windshields if we don't get off the road. That's going to be a dangerous storm in Pecos County in Texas. About 10,000 people now in that polygon. What does radar tilt mean? Radar tilt refers to the tilt of the radar beam when it scans. So if I come over here to the WeatherWise app, which hopefully you guys are following along in your own WeatherWise app.
A new tornado warning
because we just got a
issued.
tornado warning. And if you go into your WeatherWise app right now and you click this little current alerts thing and you click that tornado warning, it'll teleport you right to it. And look at that. It's right in line with Andy's Y'all Watch. So we got some early heads up there from meteorologist Andy Hill. But anyways, now for free, by the way, in the WeatherWise app, we can see the radar data here. Now, if I go to velocities or any of the products, I can change the tilt right here. You see, by default, we're going to be on tilt 0.5, or sometimes it'll be 0.2, whatever the lowest tilt is. That's usually what we default at. And if we go up, what we're doing is we're looking higher up into the sky. So the tilt refers to the tilt of the radar beam. Whenever it goes around and it scans, we get a scan that is kind of almost level with the ground, and then we get a scan that's a little bit higher, one that's a little bit higher, and one that's a little bit higher. And that allows us to see different levels within the storm. So when Andy or anybody else talks about the tilt, we are talking about looking further up or down in the storm from where we are now. But yeah, that's what we're looking at here. We're going to go back to tilt 0.5 and look at that rotation here. And that there's a lot of it. And we could see that very clearly from Corey's feed and Jordan's feed. But you can see it, honestly, even more clearly through radar right now, because what we're looking at is a lot of inbound winds with the blues and the greens there, and a lot of rain-cooled air coming out of the storm and mixing in with that, producing counterclockwise rotation over here east of the town of Mantor. And that's why we have a tornado warning right now. And if I come over here and I turn on storm chasers, yeah, you can turn on the storm chaser layer. You can see Corey Gherkin right here. And then you just click that. And then you can look at, you guys can watch Corey Gherkin's feed on your own WeatherWise app if you wanted to. And there's many more storm chasers that are coming to the app soon. $100% free if you want to download WeatherWise. Dusty, no, we're not talking about Kentucky. No, not talking about Kentucky. We might talk about Kentucky a little bit tomorrow if we end up going live. But yeah, that's what's going on up here. We've got a tornado warning now for Stanton County, Kansas. Now, there's not a lot of people out here, but everybody, listen. We're going to do everything we can to get this information out to the 27 people, approximately, according to the 2020 census, that live in this polygon right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point they're going to turn southeast, so we just got to kind of watch and wait.
Yeah, WeatherWise is free and it's ad-free. There's no gotcha. There's no gotcha. Go try it. You know what? Go try it. And if you get gotcha'd, cancel me. Do something. But like it's real and it's good and it's free.
No, I swung into McDonald's in Brownfield.
Every time we mention it, somebody's like, "What's this guy? What is this guy doing?" There's no way. He's definitely trying. He's trying to do something nefarious.
I almost called it a loss, but then as soon as I was about to walk out,
26 minutes remain on this tornado warning in Stanton County, Kansas. And this is a live look at what that looks like right now. From, oh, I'm sorry. Whoa, wrong one. This is a live look at what that looks like right now. But this is actually what it looks like on the storm in New Mexico, which we should probably go update on anyways. Yeah, so this storm, this is the one that you see above me right now, which is also rotating a little bit. We've got 18,000 people getting ready to receive 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is mostly now moving away from Highway 70, moving more towards Highway 206 and 88. So get ready for that hail and wind. We're going to be watching this part of the storm right here on radar very closely over the next hour or so, as we could see some rotation. And it looks like Ryan's just going to stick with this storm, and we should see something from his vantage point at some point if it does decide to produce a tornado. Here's what it looks like on the southeast side of Denver, where that severe thunderstorm is crossing over Interstate 70. What does the WeatherWise app look like? Daggone. I don't know. Are you talking about like in the thing? Look for this logo right here. Or if you just like, what does the app literally look like? Like, this is it. You can get on it on your browser. That's what I'm doing. You can go to weatherwise.app and just view it in your browser. But you can also do the iOS or Android version. You just search WeatherWise. You'll find it. Oh, here we go. Kinsey, of course, coming through with the absolute awesome. I mean, like, there you go. This is what it looks like. Boom.
Look at all this dust, guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's already a nice base with a couple different areas. It's good. Yeah, I'm starting to get visual right now. I like the way this southern one's looking, and I hope it's the southern one just because, you know, when you start to get a bunch of mergers, it's going to...
What about Bowling Green, Kentucky? I think Bowling Green's okay. There's nothing really going on over there. I keep saying that, and then like there's actually is like a little pop-up shower there, but there's literally actually nothing going on around Bowling Green right now. Clarksville's good. Pretty much the whole state of Tennessee's good. Couple showers down here in the southwestern part. We're watching some stronger storms up here in Pennsylvania, though. Smethport and Port Allegheny. You guys are in the path of a pretty strong storm here. I'd get ready over the next 30 minutes or so for some strong winds to come through. North and east of Pittsburgh, near the town of Parker and Brady's Bend, over towards Reimersburg. We do have a strong storm coming through as well. That's probably going to bring about some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then some even stronger storms in New York right now, coming towards the towns of Starkey and Hector. We've got 70-mile-per-hour winds. This will cause damage, okay? And we've, Y'allbot's been telling us about several damage reports that we've received up here, and those are going to continue to come in, even with this storm north of that's coming over to Cayuga Lake here soon, between Interlaken and Aurora. Get ready up there for up to 70-mile-per-hour winds with that. Back to Kansas with our tornado warning. Rotation is still very much there, and we're continuing to watch this unfold from Corey and Jordan's point of view. Let me see what else I've got here. Storm Runner Media's got a nice view of a storm. I wonder which storm are we looking at the backside of here? Where is Storm Runner Media? Okay, so this is actually the storm that is coming into Causey right now. So Storm Runner's about 30, 40 miles away. And we're looking at that big towering cumulonimbus that has blown up here with this supercell. So very healthy storm. You can see that we've still got new bursts of convection happening on the back, on the left side there. So this thing's just continuing to grow. Nick is currently in a very strong storm in Colorado right now. Look at this. So this is that storm that's out there south and east of Fort Stockton. There's some lemon-sized hail in here, according to the National Weather Service. Look at this on radar. That's one heck of a hail core there. So lemon-sized hail, tornado possible, damage threat considerable here for areas just north of Woodrow in Colorado. And once again, this is what that looks like in real time. That is a crazy storm there. That's going to continue to go down towards Woodrow, so y'all watch out over there. How do you turn Storm Chaser mode on the phone? Just look for the menu. It's the pancake stack. It's like a yellow button with 3 black lines on it. Open that up and you'll see Hazcams, Spotter Network, My Custom Locations, Storm Chasers, and Y'all mode. It's in the bottom right or left or something like that. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching that cell east of Denver. For something in particular in the future here, there's an outflow boundary racing south just to its north. It's going to interact with this cell probably in about the next 30 minutes or so. As it does, we may see something happen along that boundary as it interacts with the supercell. So that tends to be when we get some of our most dynamic outcomes, a range of possibilities here as it goes through central and eastern Arapahoe County here along I-70. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that, especially when those two features interact, and that'll be in about 30 minutes or so. So I imagine our attention will be directed back here a few times in between then, but that would be when the greatest tornadic potential or potential for the supercell to produce a tornado would occur. So all eyes are on that outflow boundary that's coming down from the north like a blanket.
Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update there. We're watching this storm.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I'm zooming out a little bit here so you guys can see context. This is east of Denver. And we actually just got a new PDS severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's east of that, the one that we're looking at from Nick's point of view there. Dan is also on that storm right now. So this is a live look from Dan Fitz on that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You can see all that dust getting kicked up out here in front of it. We've got some strong winds here, but the main destructive aspect of this storm that we're concerned about is going to be the baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail is getting ready to move through the small town of Woodrow. Look at this big polygon. And we've got an estimated 165 people in the path here. So hopefully we avoid damage, but of course there is a chance that some people here get negatively impacted by this as the storm comes on through. So once again, this is a live look right now from Brush, Colorado, out here in Morgan and Washington counties of that destructive severe thunderstorm as it moves towards Woodrow. And here's another one where Nick is, where some of that hail's falling. You can see it bouncing off the hood there. Definitely more dents now than there was earlier. So we're seeing new dents in Nick's car.
We are good now. Sorry about that, chat. Alright. Let's turn down the AC here. You guys able to hear me good and everything? Yeah, I think that Southern Storm's looking real good, and I figured it out.
All right, bunch of storm reports. Go ahead, Yali.
All right, Ryan, buckle up. I've got a ton of storm reports for you, stretching from the Northeast down to Florida. In the last half hour, thunderstorm winds brought a tree down blocking Route 321 in McKean County, Pennsylvania, and downed wires in Yates County, New York. Earlier today, we also had quarter-sized hail, confirmed with a photo in Jamestown, New York, and a large tree fell across State Road 121 down in Union County, Florida.
All right, so honestly, most of our reports, outside of the large hail reports that we're getting, it sounds like the vast majority of the reports are coming out of New York and Pennsylvania right now. Those storms are definitely producing some wind damage out there, so get ready. If you are in the path of those, they're not calming down. They're actually kind of ramping up as they move east. By the way, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio for Carroll, Columbiana, and Jefferson counties. We've got 15,000 people out here near Augusta, Salineville, and Summitville, getting ready to get in on some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So get ready for that. It's coming over towards East Liverpool eventually. This storm might, at some point, interact with the Pittsburgh area. There's some outflow boundaries that are kind of flying around that might spark new convection that will, interact with the Pittsburgh area. So we're keeping an eye on y'all. All right, let me, I'm going to, I want to sit down for a second. I'll meet you guys down there, and I'll hear an update about the chat here.
Ryan, the chat has been absolutely buzzing. Here's the mega roundup. Kansas is a major hotspot, getting hammered by hail in Stanton County, seeing a brief tornado near Johnson and showing potential for unwarned twisters. Oklahoma faces a significant tornado threat with very high winds. We're also tracking rotation near Fort Stockton, Texas, developing cells over New York, especially the Finger Lakes, a wild storm in Portales, New Mexico, and persistent requests for a North Charleston. SC update. Plus, TIV2 and Dominator sightings are coming in hot.
There's too much stuff going on in your updates. That's Jordan Hall, by the way. I don't know if he's waving at us or what, but say hi. But yeah, honestly, I don't even know half of what y'all just said. You guys got to keep it on topic or something in chat. So I think from what I did hear, from what I did understand, it sounds like we're doing a good job keeping up here. We're covering these storms in New York. We've got we've got you covered in Kansas. We haven't talked a lot about the storms in Oklahoma, so I will go check in on that real quick. So thank y'all bot for that. This is an update on that considerable severe thunderstorm that continues to track down towards the south and east, towards Caddo, Canadian, and Grady counties. We've got 55,000 people under this warning. Pocasset, Amber, Bridge Creek, Tuttle, and Minco. Get ready for that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust as this comes through. And potentially, we could see some quarter-size hail as well. So get ready for that out there. And then in Georgia, we actually got a severe thunderstorm warning just moments ago over here for Bullock and Effingham counties. We're talking about some 60-mile-per-hour winds possibly getting ready to come over Highway 21 near Guyton and Springfield. Get ready for that. Very strong storm coming together right now. Now we've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. Yep, good job zooming in on those two eastern New Mexico cells. What I'm noticing here is when you are going to specifically put these into motion here on the radar, you'll see that northern cell of the two is moving more east-southeast, almost like it's being pulled into that southern supercell here. So I think as it does so, with that little hook appendage feature on its southwest side, that it has the increased chance to produce a tornado briefly that would be at least visible if it were to do so before these two cells inevitably merge and become this giant mess here, which will still retain tornadic properties. So I do believe before this, we have a little bit of a chance of a tornado with that northern cell especially. And then once they've merged and one of them emerges as the stronger updraft, the dominant updraft, and thus the dominant supercell structure from here on out, that we will continue to have a tornado threat associated with these, if not a slightly higher one, especially problematic if it were rain-wrapped, which is usually what happens when we get these big two supercells that merge together. So we'll probably see a rain-wrapped mess here, and that could still produce a tornado down the line. So before that happens, just watching for the brief chance of this northern one to produce. As it moves on that more southeasterly track, it will have access to more helicity or more spin. So I think that we have a locally higher tornado threat with that just for the next 15 to 20 minutes or so.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Y'all watch out down here in Roosevelt County in New Mexico. This is the storm that he's talking about here, and this is where Ryan Scholl is right now. Let's take a look at Ryan Scholl's view of this storm, which is actually pretty intense looking as the storm goes down towards Dora, New Mexico. Rogers and Inez also in the path here. So we are under severe thunderstorm warnings. We are not under any sort of tornado warning yet, but we have some indication that that might come at some point in the future here. So y'all watch out. Looks like Storm Runner Media is getting closer to that storm as well. So this is the southern one. We've got those two supercells that we're watching above my head. This is the southern one. And then this is the northern one. So we've got a very close view of both of these as our chasers are kind of converging on it. We've got Adam Lucio out there. Good old Matthew Capucci is out there on this as well. If he gets closer, we'll probably pull him up. So once again, lots of storm chasers out there today. This is a very chaseable kind of setup. And that's why we've got so many options out there. All right, let's do the real quick. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Elk County, Pennsylvania. It's going to include St. Mary's. Get ready for the hail and the wind here. Maybe above 60 mile per hour, maybe more than 1 inch in diameter. 17,000 people are under that warning. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Maine. Penobscot and Piscataway. This county right here, you guys are going to have to help me with that one. This county right here are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes the Scraggly Lake and the Grand Lake. Okay, we've got 60 mile per hour winds coming in. Yeah, this county. You guys know. It's probably been since the winter of 2022 since we have had to audibly say that county's name on stream. So I've definitely lost it. Weather intensity score did go up. We're up to 138. That's actually pretty high, considering that we have only one tornado warning right now. But the reason it's so high is because we have 2 destructive severes, and we have something like 6 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. And then on top of that, we've got several, I think, 12 or 13 regular severe thunderstorm warnings. So the weather intensity score can be high even if we're not in the middle of a big tornado outbreak. And this is an example of that. Over here in Clark County, Las Vegas. Look at this. Las Vegas is under a new severe thunderstorm warning. Daggone it. I forgot to put the traffic cameras, the NVDOT traffic cameras in here again. I thought we would not need them. Daggone it. But we've got a pretty strong storm actually producing hail right now on the strip, actually. And it's probably going to lead to some flash flooding here between Paradise and Sunrise Manor over the next little bit. All right, what's Corey Gherkin zooming in on here? Oh, this is a live look at a tornado trying to form right now in Stanton County, Kansas. So this is our tornado warned storm that we've only got 7 minutes left on this tornado warning, but it looks like it's actually coming together now. As it gets closer to the eastern side of Stanton County. It's definitely a funnel, and, you know, it's not going to take much for that to complete the process of tornadogenesis here. So the good news is, once again, this whole polygon, this whole tornado warning here has an estimated population of 17 people. So if there's a place for a tornado to happen right here over this field, hopefully it doesn't damage any structures, you know, this is where it should happen. If the storm continues on its current trajectory, it's eventually going to make it over there towards Santana and Moscow. So hopefully it can spin itself out before it gets there. Surrounding the tornadic circulation, we've got in general, just a big thunderstorm producing destructive conditions all across Grant, Morton, and Stanton and Stevens counties in Kansas. 2-inch or 3-inch hail almost, baseball-sized hail, and 80-mile-per-hour winds between Johnston and Richfield. And look at this. This is actually a very large polygon, and even this, we're in such a remote area out here that there's about an estimated 400 people in that whole polygon. And so it looks like the funnel it's still there, but it's not quite looking the way it did just a few moments ago. So we'll catch back up with Corey here in just a second. Let's go back to that destructive severe storm in Colorado as well. This is what that looks like from Dan's point of view out here. We do have some rotation on this one as well. I'm seeing on radar, and you can actually see that pretty well through Dan's camera too. So we'll have to watch this one. The National Weather Service does have a tornado possible tag on this. So this is something that we're keeping an eye on as the storm moves off to the south and east here. Another place where if we're going to see a tornado, this is probably where it should be. In this whole polygon here, 165 people. Now, we don't want anybody to get hit, but the odds of everybody getting missed in a polygon that big are pretty high. But of course, if you are under a warning today, we want you to take it seriously and take shelter. All right, so this is Reeves and Ward County in Texas, all right? And this is the town of Pecos, right?
I think our storm is going to do it, guys. I think it is.
That's what I was always, that's what I've said. But here we go. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning for y'all out here. About 10,000 people getting ready to get hit by 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Tanya, thank you so much for your PayPal donation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm saying it right. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching the southern of the two New Mexico
A new
cells
tornado
now. Over
warning
the last
has
few
been
scans
issued.
since we last talked about it
New Mexico.
and looked at it in depth, we've seen a significant rear flank downdraft surge here, just east of Pep. So hopefully you can mute Brad Arnold there. Why don't we always talk at the same time? How does that happen?
We're good now.
Anyways, you can watch that appendage drop down from the on the western side of the cell. It has made a significant wrapping around to the south. So if we see that process complete, that's one of the one of the
new
key
tornado
cues
warning has been
here that we
issued.
see in the production of a tornado, especially with robust supercells like this in this area. So if we get a warning for those areas that is close to the Y'all Watch, that will probably come through once we see that completion of the wrapping around. So that is specifically the rear flank downdraft of the storm coming around to the south. And then once the inflow wraps up, those southerly winds at the surface, then they come together and form that spin right in the middle. So we'll see if that continues to evolve there. But now that cell definitely looks like the more dominant one for a tornado threat in the near term, up to 30 minutes out or so, as it passes probably to the south of Causey, New Mexico.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're watching out down there around Causey and Portales. We also just got a couple of new tornado warnings in. One of them is going to be for Grant, Morton, Stanton, and Stevens counties in Kansas. This is the one all of our storm chasers on. So this is Jordan. This is Corey Gherkin. This is the live feed that you see above my head. That's what we're looking at here. We've got a tornado. Now, they've actually upgraded this to observed. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. I think we saw that from Corey's point of view a few moments ago. If that's not still it right there. Yeah, that might actually be it. But tornado on the ground here. If we're in Grant, Morton, or Stanton counties, we've got to take shelter. Okay? And then we also got a new tornado warning up here in Colorado. So this is for Washington County, Colorado. We've got a tornado warning for y'all. So take shelter now if you're in Washington County, Colorado. Baseball size hail associated with this. And here is a live view of that storm. So Dan's right smack dab in the middle of this one. And you can see that we can see the rotating part of the storm, but I don't necessarily see a tornado just yet. It could happen, though. That's why we've got the tornado warning.
This thing is really starting to put. I almost think we have a bit of a bowl. Yeah, it's going to drop any second now.
Back to Corey Gherkin here. And look, Corey's in front of the storm, and this thing is just ripping inflow. You see how the you can just see the winds blowing really fast into the storm there as it approaches them. So this thing is definitely a healthy storm, and if it's not producing a tornado right now, it was just a few moments ago, and it's likely going to do it again very soon. And now we've got a tornado warning in New York. Schuyler and Yates counties in New York now under a tornado warning. We've got some rotation here near North Reading or Reading and Reading Center. This is Burdett, Irelandville, Smith Valley, and Mecklenburg in Schuyler and Yates counties in New York. We've got a tornado warning. We need you to take shelter now. 6,000 people out here. So once again, a strong storm just moved out of Barrington. We got lots of wind damage reports from this earlier, especially out there near Cohocton and Pulteney. Now the storm is rotating enough to warrant a tornado warning, and we need you to take shelter out here in Watkins Glen and Monter Falls and around Gabriel's Junction and Burdett. Okay, this is our area of rotation that we're watching right here. I'll show you some motion on that. It's moving almost directly due east, a little bit southeast towards Highway 79 on the east side of the
Ryan,
lakes.
when you have a second.
Now let's get back with Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, going to let you know we have a very large wall cloud and lowering on this cell just southwest of Causey right now. I've got it zoomed in. but we should get really close to this. It's not moving too fast.
All right, so Brad Arnold is on those storms that Andy was just talking about, and honestly, I'm surprised we don't have a tornado warning on either of these yet. But Brad's on this. Let's pull up his stream here. I'll show you what he's talking about. It's very visible from his side. You can see that wall cloud. You can see the lowering. And this is the storm that is getting really close to Causey here. Brad's a little bit to the west of Morton right now. So we should see something here soon as the storm continues to strengthen and rotate as it moves off to the east. So the town of Causey, y'all watch out for sure. And then also over here north and west of that, north of the town of Dora, this storm is very close to trying to produce a tornado too, I believe. And that's why we've had that y'all watch out for a while. So thanks to, once again, meteorologist Andy Hill. I think we've got a good early heads up here for these storms. They are definitely cranking. Yeah, that's a very large wall cloud for sure. Getting another check-in on Corey Gherkin's storm, the one up there in Kansas. This thing is a monster. It's still rotating. It's still either producing a tornado or in between cycles of producing a tornado. So hopefully everybody out there is sheltered right now. But nothing visible from what I can tell. Jordan Hall's got another good view of that from a little bit farther out. Just a monster storm. Huge hail in there too, about baseball-size hail at least. And then Ryan Scholl is on the storm, the north. So with our New Mexico supercells, we've got a north one and a south one, right? Ryan's on the north one. Weather intensity score is now up at 160 almost.
I think we know what it's about to do. It's about to put down a PDS chugger.
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, as per previous discussions for those two New Mexico cells, looks like the line of thinking has definitely resulted in both of them following that exact line of thought. So I think that we do see tornado warnings on both of those. I've gone ahead and issued high confidence y'all watches for both of those, updated both of them to the high confidence. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it's very possible we could already be having the start of a tornado on the southern one, just southwest of Causey. That's a very robust hook with a couplet inside of the hook and possibly the beginning of lowered correlation coefficient values there. If there is something for it to hit, we'll have to watch the next scan to verify. Also go up a couple of tilts in the volume as it comes in. But I just about believe that both these cells are definitely tornadic at this moment. So we should be seeing warnings with those soon.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're keeping an eye on it here on the radar. And, Andy's got these y'all watches out here. We've also got Adam Lucio, Stormrunner Media. We've got several different people on this. So the moment this thing touches the ground, we'll know. And it does look like it's very close. So this is a very up-close view from Adam Lucio. But it looks like... Oh no, I thought it was paused. No, this is happening in real time. You can see the rotation there. It's definitely spinning. It's definitely continuing to come down. But if you look at this from a little bit more of a distance, like this is going to be a huge, it could potentially be a huge tornado if this produces a tornado because of how large the overall base of the storm is. So I'm glad we've got multiple different vantage points here. We've got Adam and Stormrunner literally right underneath the thing, and then now we've got Brad out here giving us a little bit more of a wide angle. So if this produces a tornado, which it looks like it very well could here soon, the towns of Causey and Lingo out here are some places that really need to be watching out. And there are still no tornado warning with either of these supercells. Which, of course, we don't have a tornado right now at this very moment, but it looks like it could happen soon. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, the next scan for that correlation coefficient value has disappeared. So as we were seeing with the visuals, that confirms that no tornado is ongoing. A key thing to follow along with in terms of radar analysis here is whether we have high or low
a new tornado warning
reflectivity
has been
values
issued.
or the ZDR product where those correlation coefficient values are. With those lowered values, we did not see a lowered ZDR value, so that helps confirm whether or not we're looking at a legitimate debris signature or not. So that was a source of the the possibility that it was a debris signature or not yet, which we can confirm through multiple methods. So nice to keep up with the radar and make sure we're verifying what we're talking about.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. By the way, your northern Y'all Watch there, they did go ahead and fire an actual tornado warning on that for Roosevelt County in New Mexico. So we've got a tornado warning now out here for the town of Rogers. Okay, so seek shelter.
A new tornado warning
if you're out
has
here,
been
they
issued.
also just went ahead and issued another tornado warning for the southern one as well. So we've got Roosevelt County under a tornado warning. Take shelter in Lingo, Garrison, and Rogers. These two supercells are on the verge of producing, maybe two potentially large tornadoes. So this is a dangerous storm. We also need to be thinking, east of these, and maybe over there towards Morton and Littlefield and places like that. If these storms continue, which they are going to try to, they might cause problems over there a little bit later. So this is what we're looking at right now. This is what it looks like from Brad's point of view. Once again, you can really see that lowering and where the tornado is going to be whenever it completes this cycle here, and it actually starts producing a tornado. Let me see here. Let me pull up a couple more people here. Brad's got the best view of it right now, though.
I'm waiting on the warning to populate if it does. I don't know if it's behind or what.
All right, so if you're just now tuning in, this is a tornado-warned storm down here south of Causey, New Mexico. We're encouraging anyone in Roosevelt County to take shelter. Now, I do want to go back to New York. Okay, this is about to produce a big tornado here, but thankfully, there's not a whole lot of people that are in danger here. We've got 33 people in that polygon there, approximately. But if we come up here to our tornado warning in New York, I know we've got a lot of people watching up here in Watkins Glen and Schuyler and Yates counties. There's about 6,000 people that are about to be impacted by this severe storm that's capable of producing a tornado coming towards Burdett, Smith Valley, Mecklenburg, and Logan. So please take shelter up here in New York if you haven't already. Once again, this is Schuyler and Yates counties. A rotation just crossed over Highway 14 near Reading Center, moving over towards Satterley Hill, Mecklenburg, and Smith Valley. And y'all watch out. In Ithaca into Newfield, the storm is eventually going to make it over towards you. Don't know if it'll continue to be a tornadic producer, but it's definitely going to be a strong storm, so just watch out for that. In New Mexico, once again, Roosevelt County, we're continuing to watch you. That is the storm that you see above my head there. And then in Colorado, we've got 20 minutes left on this tornado warning, which you can see that storm above my head now from Dan Pitt's point of view. That's going to last for another, once again, 20 minutes out here in Washington County, Colorado. This is also bringing about lemon-sized hail. 20 minutes left on our tornado warning in Kansas. Grant, Morton, and Stanton counties are under a tornado warning right now. So make sure you guys are in your safe spot out there in the Kansas area. Grant, Morton, and Stanton counties, to be exact. That is surrounded by a PDS severe thunderstorm warning due to the baseball-sized hail that's associated with this. So we currently have 5 tornado warnings. 1 destructive severe and 7 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. It is getting plumb wild out there. And now this is a triple view. So we've got 3 different vantage points here of the New Mexico storm. Let me put let me put Brad in slot 1. So yeah, that's 3 different angles of the same storm there from Adam Lucio, Storm Runner Media, and Brad Arnold. So if this thing pops out a tornado, we're going to know.
Hey, Ryan, tornado coming to the ground right now.
Well, there you go. Let's pull up Brad full. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a tornado-warned storm out in New Mexico that's about to produce a tornado. Go back to the multi-view. We'll come back to him full screen right here in just a moment. Just a quick update. Also, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for Schuyler and Yates counties in New York. Here it is. Oh, come on. Yep. Want it? So this is Nathan Moore, and this is that tornado that's coming down right now in Morton. Let's see here. Is that location right? Let me. Well, he's not in Morton, Texas, but he is. He's west of Morton, Texas, closer to Griffith. And this is what that tornado looks like as it's trying to come down here. All right, so we've got several different views of this now. So this is the storm that we've been tracking now for a while here south of Causey. That is now producing a tornado. Brad Arnold's got a great shot of it. Here we go. So if you're just now tuning in, this is a tornado happening right now between Causey and Lingo. All right, so we do have a tornado warning with this. It is just radar indicated, but hopefully the National Weather Service is seeing this, and we'll get that upgraded to an observed tornado warning here soon. Yep, this is in New Mexico, Roosevelt County, New Mexico, to be specific. Really close to the Highway 114 area. Highway 114. And from what I can tell, there's not a whole lot out here for it to hit. But that doesn't mean that we're not, we're encouraging anybody out here in Roosevelt County to take shelter, just like
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Man. The tornado sniffer and Andy, they've been on this one for a while. They sniffed it out. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this is
new information.
Right now,
this tornado warning has been
South
upgraded.
Roosevelt Road 30, and there's literally, as far as I can tell, there's no structures nearby, but still there's some residences here and there. So hopefully everybody has taken shelter, and if any of these guys come across damage, I'm sure they'll stop and help out.
Is my messing with me right now, or do you guys see that as well?
Where we're at, there's just one bowl, like one big mezzo.
But it looks like it might have lifted here for a moment. So we'll come back to the multi-view and we'll go back to radar. And yeah, so this is the storm right here that we were watching. It just produced a tornado right in front of us. Right here's the couplet that produced that tornado. The rotation is still there and the storm is still very healthy. So I wouldn't be surprised if it did it again for us here in just a few minutes. And there's also a chance that it could be an even bigger one this next time. So y'all keep staying in your safe spots here in Lingo and Roosevelt County in New Mexico. Brad sniffed it. I'm going to ask him what it smelled like. Brad, what did that smell like?
Man, it smelled like a lot of dust. I'll be honest with you. It was dry as a bone out here. Gonna try to position back a little bit further south. Road network sucks out here, so I'm gonna have to get back east.
All right, so he's going to get back east. Once again, this thing, it produced a tornado out there. Thankfully, no damage done from what we can tell. It is going to cross Highway 114.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning
there's a couple different
issued.
residences out there, so hopefully the thing stays lifted as it goes over Highway 114.
I will say it is nice to know that I haven't lost my touch, even though I was on vacation a little bit. Wasting time to get back in the groove.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once he hasn't lost the sniffer. He's still the tornado sniffer. But once it gets past 114, it's still going to be in a pretty rural area. But eventually, we're going to have to start watching out in places like Griffith, Maple, and Goodland and Star Route out here in Texas. Okay, areas west of Morton. We're definitely going to be keeping an eye on you, especially now that we know that the storm is capable of producing a tornado. Storms like this, historically, they won't just produce one, all right? You'll get a couple out of them, and unfortunately, one of those could happen right over one of these small towns, and that, of course, would be terrible. So that's why we're going to continue to promote the idea of treating these storms with respect and caution as they move east. Kansas, we got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning out here. These storms are moving into a more populated area as well. Moscow and Houghton or Hugoton in Kansas. This is Grant, Morton, and Stevens counties. We've got 5,000 people now in the path of this extremely dangerous storm with 90-mile-per-hour winds possible. 90-mile-per-hour winds coming down towards the Hugoton and Moscow areas of Kansas. 5,000 people need to be getting to shelter. This is 100% the kind of storm that you need to treat like a tornado warning. It's not a tornado warning, but it will produce tornado-like damage, especially where those 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts happened. This thing is absolutely causing some big-time problems out there. And it looks like our storm in right on the New Mexico and Texas border is trying to produce again. This is a live look at that. By the way, the tornado warning in New York has been allowed to expire. Hugoton? Oh, okay. I'm going to have to definitely record that. Hugoton. We're adding to our database, y'all.
Massive wall cloud, guys. Absolutely massive wall cloud.
So if you are just now tuning in, we just saw a tornado out here in New Mexico, and we're concerned that that storm might try to continue to produce tornadoes as it moves east. And we've got a bunch of storm chasers following it. Look at all these dots, man. We got Adam out there, Brad Arnold, Jeffrey, Storm Runner Media, Aaron, Nathan, Matthew, Capucci, Brandon Kopic. The whole gang is right here in the inflow of this storm. So Morton, Texas, by the way, we do officially have y'all in a severe thunderstorm warning. So at least we've got to get ready for, maybe some ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as the storm comes through. Wouldn't surprise me if y'all ended up under a tornado warning at some point, though. Yeah, so you guys can watch Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin and a few of these other guys in the WeatherWise app. Just make sure you have the Storm Chaser layer turned on and the HazCam layer turned on. Some of the Storm Chasers come through the HazCams. Not all of them are in there. We're working on getting more. This is my view right now. I can watch 9 at a time. So this is what I'm watching over here while I'm also trying to monitor the radar and chat and everything at the same time. By the way, down here south and east of Fort Stockton, we've got ourselves a new considerable severe thunderstorm trying to produce up to tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Once again, south and east of Fort Stockton in Texas. Checking back in on that storm in New York, even though it doesn't have a tornado warning on it anymore, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Ithaca, New York. Get ready for $50 size hail, potentially, and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Schuyler, Seneca, Tompkins, and Yates counties. About 70,000 people are in the path of those dangerous conditions here. Get indoors and away from windows. 10,000 people up here in Cayuga, Seneca, and Tompkins counties in New York. About to get some of the same kind of conditions. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Get ready for that over the next 39 minutes. Back to Kansas. 8 minutes left on this tornado warning for Grant, Stanton, and Stevens counties. And it looks like our New Mexico storm, for the 15th time is trying to produce another tornado here. You can see something on Nathan's feed there. I don't know if that's just some dust or what, but something's trying to come together here. I'm telling y'all, this will produce another one probably. Maybe multiple as it goes over towards Morton.
Come on, radio, it's down.
Yeah, in the app, you just click the pancakes and hit the yellow button with the 3 lines on it. That'll open your menu, and then you'll see the spotter network, the storm chasers, and all that good stuff. And it is on the bottom right. Let me copy that link again. Let me show you this. Mackenzie is on fire today. Look at this. This is what it looks like on your phone. Right here. Just make sure this is turned on and this is turned on. And you'll see it. All right, Adam is right next to something. So whatever we're seeing there on Nathan's camera, that's what's right in front of Adam. Holy smokes. This is a live look at the tornado that's forming here on that tornado warned storm south and east of Causey in New Mexico.
Dusty boy in progress over there, guys.
Lots of dust flying around there. But I mean, that's definitely spinning, and it's definitely connected to the supercell there. But in some environments, you wouldn't even be able to see that. Just the fact that we've got so much dust here, we're able to see it quite clearly, even before we have the condensed funnel. But yeah, Adam just pulled up right next to it here. All right, so this is what it looks like literally 2 feet away from it, and this is what it looks like a little bit farther away from Nathan's point of view. And then back to being right underneath it here. So honestly, a pretty weak circulation, but we're able to see it quite clearly because of the dust and stuff. It looks like it. I mean, if you just look at this on radar, it does look like it's trying to tighten up a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another tornado come out of this that looked more like the one that we saw earlier.
Oh yeah, it's 100% down. I got it from the Texas side. It is 100% down. You guys can see the pipe.
Listening
dusty,
into
but it's down.
Brandon's audio now. Oh yeah, we can see it from his feed too. So here's a good triple shot view of it. There's the radar. There's the velocity couplet right there where Adam is. And then you can see it from somewhat of a distance there from Storm Runner's feed. And then we're right up next to it there on Nathan and Brandon. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado here in Roosevelt County, New Mexico. And we've got about 4 minutes left on this warning. I would say that they're probably going to issue another one that maybe pushes this into Texas. I wouldn't be surprised if Griffith was included in that next tornado warning. So y'all watch out.
I don't really know if it's still down. It's trying. It's
definitely looks most convincing from
it's a dusty boy, guys.
Storm Runner's point of view here. Oh, you can see it pretty good from Ryan's point of view too. Oh, come on. How do I keep losing them? There we go.
We got 2 tornadoes in progress. One like formed over top.
The goal here is to get 9.
Yeah, the one out front looks like a land spout.
9 chasers.
Yeah, I see the second vortex. It looks like there's some gustnadoes forming out on the edge of it too.
Somebody called Matthew Capucci and says his
It's
speed's
starting to
not
kick
working.
out a lot of dust in the RFD now.
All right, this is probably the best view that we have of right now from Storm Runner Media.
RFD.
If you're just now tuning in, we're just watching the storm very closely. Thankfully, it's not hitting any structures at the moment. But this looks like it's a storm that could potentially produce a pretty big tornado, and it's moving towards a couple of towns like Morton, Texas. So we're following along with our storm chasers. We're storm chasing. We're armchair storm chasing right now. We're just teleporting into Brandon Kopic's car. Then we're going to go over into Storm Runner Media's car for a second. Then we'll talk to meteorologist Andy Hill, who's at Storm Chasers headquarters, who's going to help us figure out where we're going to look next. And we're going to come back to the radar, and then we're going to come back to Brandon Kopic. And we're just going to hope that we don't have to worry about any, structures getting hit here, and we're going to enjoy the chase. Hopefully. Let me zoom out a little bit on the radar, though, because this storm is technically in the general vicinity of Level Land, Littlefield, and Lubbock. So at some point tonight, we might have to be worried about those areas. Right now, it's too early to kind of say anything definitive about what's going to happen or what's not going to happen out there. Once again, some of you tuned in whenever we had a tornado warning in New York, and you're still asking about it. There is currently no tornado warning in New York. They did allow that to expire. There's also no longer a tornado warning in Colorado. We've just got this one down here in New Mexico. And the one that was in effect in Kansas is going to be allowed to expire in 1 minute.
Over here, which you guys can't really see because of the contrast. There's a lot of dust getting kicked out ahead of it, but that's RFD. That isn't actually anything.
It's trying. It'll try to do another one here.
The actual wall cloud is looking very disorganized right now.
This is our, this is our dominant supercell. We've got one real supercell in this general area here, so it's got plenty of...
Definitely rapidly rotating in there.
Got plenty of juice.
A little bit further to the east there.
By the way, we did get a new tornado warning there. That's going to be for 31 more minutes for Roosevelt County. Population 3.
Wi-Fi off.
I wonder if we'll ever see one with 0.
Then we're on the storm of the day.
All right, so the Weather Service over here in Texas did go ahead and issue a new tornado warning on the Texas side as well. So this is going to be for Bailey County, Texas, and Cochran County, Texas. Tornado warning observed. It doesn't go all the way over to Morton. Okay, so Morton, Texas is not included in that warning, but places like Star Root and Griffith are, and Maple. So take shelter now if you're in any of those places. According to my calculations here, we've got about 73 people in that polygon, but all 73 of them need to be getting underground. This is a storm that could produce a very dangerous, potentially life-threatening tornado. How's Kansas? Kansas is doing better. There's currently no tornado warning in Kansas, but what there is there is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So let me pull Jordan's feed back up here just so we can see what's going on out there. Actually, they just downgraded that to a considerable severe. So in Grant and Stevens counties in Kansas, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Lemon-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are coming down towards Moscow. So get ready for that. Dangerous, very dangerous storm coming in right now. We've got Corey Gherkin out there. We've got Jordan Hall. We're keeping an eye on it. This is eventually going to go down there towards Liberal, so y'all get ready for that. All right, Nathan's got a new funnel here. Oh, here we go. We got 3.
Funnel dropping down. It's in progress.
3 different views. We got 3 out of 9. So once again, this is that storm down there in Texas. It's right on the New Mexico and Texas border.
We got another tornado coming down on the ground right now. I'm about to turn west on this highway, and I'll be able to show you.
All right, so if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a tornado coming down right now. This is, I think, our 3rd one out of this supercell here in Roosevelt County, New Mexico. It's just to the east of Highway 114. Now it's moving over there towards Maple and Griffith. And this is what that looks like from Ryan Scholl's point of view. Absolutely photogenic tornado, this one, as it comes together. This looks like this one might last a little while longer, too. We might actually watch this cross the border between New Mexico and Texas here.
Looks like it may be doing a handoff to the northern portion of the meso.
So tornado warning is in effect for Roosevelt County in New Mexico, and then also for Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas.
Yeah, it's rapid on the south side of that meso. I think it's about to plant down a good one here in a second.
This is Steve. Fascinating. Yeah, I'm almost underneath there right now, and this thing is rotating.
All right, let's go back to the 3 view.
Steve, just watching this thing closely right now, I'm having a little bit of white balance issues with the camera, but this supercell is rapidly rotating. It briefly was fully condensed, but it's definitely got rapid rotation, probably about 10 miles to my west, and I give it only a short bit of time before it plants down a very stout tornado.
A huge shout out to Annie. I'm glad that you like the NOAA weather radios. I told you they're going to be awesome. And one day you're going to be like, oh, well, I get why I needed that now. Thank you. Thank you for the support. And Joni, thank you for the 10 gifted. Guys, if you're just now tuning in, we're waiting to see if this thing's going to pop out another tornado here. We've seen it produce a bunch consecutively, and it looks like it's trying to. Brandon's got a great view of that process right now. So let's pull.
Ryan, it's down again. I've got ground circulation for it. I'm going to try to get really, really close to this thing. I'm on a dirt road.
All right, so Brad Arnold's going to try to get really, really close to this thing, he says. But yeah, here we go again. This is a live view of the tornado that's that literally might cross the border between New Mexico and Texas. It might stay on the ground as it crosses the border here. Currently, it's near 5 Roosevelt Road C. If it can make it over there to Road B, the next one is the Texas and New Mexico border. So about 2 blocks away, essentially. Oh man, Adam's been getting really close here. Look at this. There it is again, from about a football field away. This one's definitely spinning a lot more than the other one. When Adam was this close to the other circulation, it was just kind of lofting around. That one's got a little bit more of some oomph to it there. Adam's about to drive through the field. All right, so as this crosses over into Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas, really want to promote the idea of being cautious for our residents out here. Obviously, we're storm chasing here. We're hoping this doesn't hit anything, but if you are in Bailey or Cochran counties in Texas, this is a dangerous situation, and we want you to take shelter.
Hopefully when it actually
as this thing could become a big old tornado here and really cause some problems for whatever it hits. Listening to Brandon's audio again.
Connor, possibly a new circulation forming to the south. I see the dust. That looks like RFD to me, but there's motion up in the clouds above it. I don't think it's spinning over there, though.
Hey, Ryan, it has lifted. Possible new circulation getting going again, though.
Yeah, it does not appear down right now.
If you're just now tuning in, we've got us a tornado warning here in Bailey and Cochrane counties in Texas, and we've seen this thing produce multiple tornadoes at this point. We're just seeing if we're going to see another one. We're trying to see if this is going to produce more of a long track kind of tornado. It's a supercell that is certainly capable of it. And it's getting closer to some more populated areas like Star Root, Maple, and Morton, Texas. So if you know anybody out there, let them know that the weather's looking rough here. We might not have the sirens going off in Morton yet because the polygon doesn't encompass the town. So maybe there's some people out there in Morton that don't know that the storm's nearby. Colorado, real quick, going back up here, we do have a strong storm coming down into Washington County. That's bringing about some lemon-sized hail right now. And then in New York, we continue to have strong storms moving towards Ithaca. That's right, Ithaca, New York. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Same thing for you guys in Watkins Glen and Montour Falls, and then also in Moravia. Nothing right now in Pennsylvania. No warnings, no severe warnings in Ohio either. And there's a couple storms in West Virginia, but nothing severe. Okay. There's also nothing severe right now in Florida or Georgia. Some of you guys are definitely hearing thunder, and we've got some storms out here, but nothing severe anywhere out here. The storms that we're covering right now in Texas, New Mexico, Kansas, and Colorado are definitely the main event of what's going on out there right now. But if anything changes, you know for a fact that we'll be the first to let you know. We'll zoom right in on your location and tell you all about it. But right now, nothing crazy going on. There is a severe thunderstorm warning out there for Eddy and Lee counties in New Mexico for the next 36 minutes. That's a considerable severe. And then Fort Sumner in New Mexico. You guys are also under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That also includes the town of House. We're talking about 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then way out here near Las Vegas, north and east of Las Vegas now, Clark County, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the Interstate 15 corridor here. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And then actually up here towards the Valley of Fire State Park, there's a little bit more of a residential area over here towards the Overton Mesa, and then Logandale. We've got about 10,000 people in this warning here, where we've got 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through. All right, looks like our storm's trying to do it again here in New Mexico. Look at that. 3 views again of our, I don't know how many funnels we've had. This is like the 17th one. And we've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, while we watch that next attempt there all the way still on the New Mexico side of the state line, I think what we're going to see is our new cycle or even a handoff here to the east. You could start to see that little hook, that little appendage forming right off the hail core there on the Texas side here. To the west of Morton. So I think that we'll continue to see this new cycle develop. It does look like it goes up with the volume of the radar scans here. So I think that we have some pretty solid development of the storm on this side of the state line. And we might see our chasers start to all move as a gaggle to the east and follow that new cycle. So I expect to see the herd mentality follow suit soon. And we'll see if this one is just as robust as the last and produces some more tornadoes here.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. We've got several chasers now, just completely like if the next tornado that this thing produces might be one of the most documented tornadoes of the year so far. And I don't think it's going to be hard at all for us to have 9 angles of it at once. So once again, take shelter now in Griffith, Starroot, and Maple. But the odds are here that, you know, there's not going to be a lot of things in the direct path of this tornado. So that's good news, right? But if you are in the path, if you're in any of those counties that we're calling out here, we do want you to take shelter. So that's going to be Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas. Not only does this have the tornado threat with it, but we've got baseball-size hail here as well. All right, go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I wasn't going to mention it until the newest scan here, but just north of that tornado warning here on the Texas side, you can see an embedded supercell here in that forward flank. You can kind of make out the structure of it on reflectivity to really see that shape. And sure enough, there is a little bit of rotation there that isn't warned, barely within our severe thunderstorm warning between Enox and Needmore in Texas and Bailey County. This does not have much upper level support with it. I think this is purely a surface-based interaction where those winds are really punching together at the surface. They're coming together in all of this heavy rain here. You're not going to be able to see much of anything there. So I think that we're seeing a little bit of surface convergence right here at the surface. It's trying to rotate and go up a little bit, but not necessarily is it robust aloft to sort of connect the whole thing as a system. Thus, I don't know if we'll see this come together much more than it is right now, but it is rotation that warrants looking at just in case that does consolidate. So that is an advanced look at what might happen there in the forward flank of the supercell.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. So we're continuing to watch this, and we're continuing to promote the idea of precaution once again in Morton as this storm continues to move down towards you. Another tornado is on the ground here. All right, so you just heard that from Brad. We've got a look at it here from, once again, several storm chasers. This is what it looks like from Brad's point of view up close. And we also just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Loving, Reeves, and Ward counties in Texas. This is bringing about golf ball size hail into Wink and Kermit. About 10,000 people in the path out there. So just wanted to make sure you guys got a heads up there. It'll be about 45 minutes before it gets to Kermit. But these storms are slowly but surely moving up towards Odessa and Midland as well. So y'all get ready for that. Currently, our only tornado warning is this one down here in Texas. Okay, we technically still have the polygon in New Mexico, but the rotation is, for the most part, past that now, and we're mostly concerned about this part of the storm right here, which is where all of our storm chasers are, and which is where we're seeing views like this from Storm Runner Media, where that tornadoes come together again out here near the town of Maple. So hopefully everybody in Maple and Starroot, once again in Texas, are sheltered, as this is a dangerous storm.
Yeah, you can see the new mezzo taking shape to the east very well.
Brad's got probably the best shot of it right now out there near Maple. If it'll load, if not,
and vortices down underneath that wall cloud.
Let's listen in on Brad, or let's listen to Brandon
I see what
again.
you're talking about there. From my vantage point, it's all dust. I can't tell.
Yeah, it's hard to see anything. It's so dusty.
A lot of dust just mixed in everywhere.
Yeah, it's getting extremely difficult to see, plus chaser traffic's only moving at about 45.
Chaser traffic.
I'm just hoping I or nobody else gets run over by whatever this is.
Well, it looks like there's a lot of dust underneath it. I don't see vortices right now. I do see rapid rotation up in the clouds, though. Absolutely rapid rotation.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of movement there. But like what he's saying, you can't see much on the ground. Storm Runner's probably got the best view of that, but it looks like mostly dust. Looking at it on radar, there's also a lot less visible rotation right now than what we could see earlier from this radar. So might be in a little bit of a cycle here, but definitely still watching out there near Morton, Star Route, Maple. We're staying in our safe spots at least for the next 29 minutes. That's Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas. Brad's got a good shot of it here.
Man, the dust is obscuring any sort of.
So
view.
Brad's got a
Where are you seeing
unique
this land
vantage
cloud
point
at?
here.
Is
He's
it
on the
south
other
of this
side.
east-west road.
So, Brandon and Storm Runner and all those guys are on the other side of that and getting blocked by the dust. Brad's looking at the shadowed side, the side where the sun's not reflecting off of it, so we can see it much more clear.
Damn it.
Would you ever work with Daniel Shaw if you could? Yeah. Any storm chaser that would want to work with us, we would work with him.
You can see it rapid around up.
Yeah, I can see.
Road up here, Greg.
Yeah, I can see the rapid rotation. I can see the rapid. Oh, I see the vortices now that I'm through the dust.
All right, so I've got to try this out.
All right, we'll see.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Is weird, but
Probably
Yalbot
more than likely with
has
the way this
compiled
dust
the last
is wrapped.
25
there goes
storm
the vortex
reports
on the ground right now.
and it wants to relay them.
All right.
So
Yeah,
I just
we'll
want to see what this is like. So bear with me here.
There we go. Now it's down.
Oh well, it's adding 3 more to the queue. Hold on, give me just a second. If this goes well and it doesn't take 87 minutes, that'll be kind of cool.
Wi-Fi on.
But if it goes on too long, I'll cut it. And then I'll get it to cut it into smaller chunks in the future or omit certain ones. Yeah, so it'll be 29.
It's dusty, but it's down. Yep, there's the tube. There's
Right,
the tube
I'm going to have to play a dangerous game with the hail core. The only way that we're really going to be able to see this with all the dust is going to be from that north side where you saw it, where I got it the last time. So I'm going to have to cut across it right here and try to play a game of cat and mouse with some of these hailstones.
All right, we're going to continue to watch these guys, and let's go ahead, Yalbot. Let's hear those 29 storm reports.
Major storm report roundup for you, Ryan, with this mega merge showing widespread severe weather from New Mexico and the southern plains clear to the northeast. The biggest headline is still that confirmed tornado earlier in Roosevelt County, New Mexico. We're also tracking numerous reports of large hail, golf ball sized in Colorado and West Texas, up to 2-inch hail in Kansas, and even tennis ball sized impacting New York and other parts of Texas. Add to that destructive winds causing damage from Texas and Oklahoma up through Ohio, New York, and Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, I think that was a good summary. I thought it would just go on and on and on. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to have it keep doing that. That way I don't have to, relay them all one at a time too. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's exactly what Brad said. He said when he was looking at it from the north,
Yeah, Yalbot, you cooked.
clearly see it was a tornado.
Yeah, it still is. It's weak.
And yeah, Elijah's here. By the way, for everybody that says that Yalbot's taking Elijah's job, that's not true. Elijah does so much more than just relay text storm reports, okay? There's just not a lot to relay right now. Yeah, when Elijah's not chiming in a lot, that's a really good thing.
Well, we can consider ourselves lucky this thing's weak. But then again, if it was stronger, it would be sucking all this dust in. It would be a nice pipe.
All right, so we also now have, we no longer have any destructive severe thunderstorms. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Bailey and Cochran County in Texas. That does include muleshoe. Lemon-sized hail is going to be possible with that.
Everybody's on and off their brakes trying to pull over.
Ryan Scholl's got a good view here.
If you can get further south, I would.
Ryan's not in Dora anymore.
Okay, I think I can see through.
If anybody has Ryan's contact, somebody tell him to refresh his location. I don't know what's happening there. But Ryan's definitely in Texas by now.
Nothing down. Nothing down.
Copy. It's going to be up to you to see anything because we can't.
All right, checking back in on Kansas. Real quick here, we do have Grant and Stevens counties continuing to be under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the next 23 minutes. You know what? Let's just do a full tour. How about that? We'll put the multi-view on. Look here. No hands. We're touring. Let me make this faster. All right, tornado warning continues for 23 minutes in Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas. Let me put Kopic in 3 here since he's got a good view. So yeah, once again, that tornado warning is going to continue for 22 more minutes. 3-inch hail. 3-inch hail is possible with that. Brad Arnold's right underneath it again.
Hey Ryan, if you wanted to know why we weren't able to really see anything looking north with being on the south side, take a look at my stream right now and you can see all the dust. You can't see the storm right now.
I am enveloped in the dust.
So we're going to keep Brad in the slot 1. We'll keep watching. We're a couple seconds behind here, but yeah, look at that. Yeah, you really can't see anything. All right, let's go back to the multi-view, and we'll continue to update you here on some of these storms. 7 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning in Lee County, New Mexico. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Loving, Reeves, and Ward counties.
Coming down again right above me.
See where you're talking about. I don't even.
Oh yeah, Brad's got.
I am in, like, dude, I'm looking up into.
Brad's just driving through them to smell them now. Look at this. Brad's out there on that tornado warned storm in Texas near Morton. The thing just continues to try to produce tornadoes, and it's produced a bunch. And the storm is definitely capable of producing like one big one that goes on for a little while. But so far, we've seen several small ones come out of it. So all these storm chasers are just kind of following it, keeping tabs on it as it moves off to the east. And Brad just got really close there.
East of the north-south road I'm on.
Severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Presidio County, Texas. This is definitely the least population I've seen today. Four people in that polygon. 10,000 in this one over here in Chemung, Schuyler, and Steuben counties in New York. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys over here near Ithaca. So get ready for that 1-inch hail and up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning now in Daytona Beach. So 250,000 people under this severe thunderstorm warning out here between Ormond and Daytona Beach. So get ready for up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be the main thing that we're watching out there in Florida. Not quite exactly what we're seeing out here in Texas, which is a little bit more intense. So here's our Florida storm, which, don't get me wrong, hey, that's a storm. And then here's our Texas storm. By the way, we do continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning for areas just south of Oklahoma City. Here's what that looks like on radar. We've got about 55,000 people getting ready to get hit by 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in Blanchard, Maysville, Slaughterville, Purcell, and Noble. That's Cleveland, Garvin, Grady, and McLean counties in Oklahoma. Get indoors and away from windows. About quarter-size hail is getting ready to come through here over the next hour or so.
The meso looks like it's shifting north again.
19 minutes left on our Texas tornado warning, but the cell it definitely looks more healthy now. So let's hear about that. Andy, go ahead.
Exactly, Ryan. Yeah, I think what we're seeing there on that news cycle is actually the low precipitation hook forming once again right out in front. There's a very low reflectivity values, which usually are suspect when we're trying to diagnose what's happening. But with the consistency of the velocity scan there on that latest scan, I do think that that's actually wrapping up right around there. And I wouldn't be surprised if our chasers start to see a tornado from that exact formation right out in front of it if they can get to the east and thus have a better contrast shot looking back to the north and west, or even looking back to the west. So I expect that this, if it continues to develop, that would be the reason why we're starting to see that geometry show up there. That would indicate our next cycle is maturing.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. Let's get a front row seat to this one. This one definitely on radar looks quite impressive, and we can see that this thing is really taking in a lot of air from Brandon's point of view here. He's look at all that dust just flying across the screen there. I think Brad's trying to come through.
Just drop right in front of you. Take that screen.
All right, Brad is saying that something's dropped right in front of him. I think we've got a... Oh, here we go. Wow, here we go. It's coming together fast. So Brad's got it, and also Brandon Kopic. This is a live view of potentially a big one coming together now out here in Texas. This is in Bailey County. Moving into Cochran County, we've got a tornado warning, and this is our probably 4th or 5th tornado at this point. But this one definitely looks a little bit more intense than the other ones that we've seen. So these guys are in a major service kind of dead zone, so we might lose him here and there, but this is what it looks like from Brad's Storm Runner's point of view. This is what it looks like from Kopic's point of view. Again, look at that. Kopic is right next to this thing as the tornado is coming together. Let's get audio on here. Holy smokes. Yeah, this could definitely get pretty big. This is the most powerful one that we've seen so far, that's for sure. If you look at it on radar, this is also by far the most impressive signature that we've seen on radar. Brandon's having a good time out there.
I lost my radio, damn it.
So that's Brandon Kopic's point of view right now. Let's go over to Storm Runner Media, who also has a pretty interesting view of it as well. And then just to show you the size of this thing, like Brandon and these guys are literally right underneath it, so it's hard to tell what's going on.
Possible new circulation behind us, DL. Watch behind you.
Well, actually, Brandon's got a good shot of a little bit more of a distance now. So this is what it looks like a little bit farther out. So this can have the potential to be a very large tornado. So it's really not safe to be right underneath that thing. So hopefully these guys get a little bit farther away from it here, and we'll still be able to see it as it moves over towards the areas north of Morton. Actually, you know what? The town of Morton really does need to be watching out here. We're not under a tornado warning in Morton, but we definitely need to be watching out as this supercell looks as good as it's looked all day. And it's definitely trying to produce a big tornado here as it moves off to the east. We currently do have a tornado warning for Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas.
Big tornado.
Dang.
Load everybody down.
That is an incredible view from Brandon.
Big dusty.
No, a half dozen one the other. It's going to take us to the same place. It's up to you. As long as it's tracking this way, I could just go straight east.
Wow.
Right. Look at radar. It's almost right on the road. Go down.
So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching a monster tornado form here in Texas. This is the definition of a Texas tornado, y'all. And we're in like the worst place you could possibly be as far as cell service goes. So it's a wonder we're able to see this thing at all. So we're obviously losing connection, but we're going to try to keep with these guys as much as possible. But just going to the radar here, I mean, just on radar alone, we can tell that this is a big tornado. Okay, you can see this here. We've got a weather spotter's confirmed tornado warning now, and Brad Arnold's right in the middle of it there.
That is
Let's check on
big
Brad.
Old dust buster, guys.
Brad just checking in, y'all, right?
Channel 2.
Because I've lost his
dust
feed.
buster. This should be 44 right here.
Holy smokes, y'all. So once again, if you are just now tuning in, this is a big tornado, a huge tornado that's happening right now out here in Cochran County, Texas, near the town of Morton. It's near the town of Morton right now. And
We're riding out. Holy crap, it's right in front of us.
all right, let me see if I can't. I've lost Brad on my end. I'm gonna see if I can pull him up on. No, he's behind on YouTube too. But this is once again, y'all. We've got a huge tornado come together here in like the worst possible area as far as cell service goes. But you can see what's happening here. We've got a major tornado going on here. It's getting dangerously close to the town of Morton. If a tornado of this magnitude was to hit anything,
new
it's
information.
going to
This
be
tornado
a bad day.
warning has been
Okay, it's
upgraded.
going to be a bad day. We're hoping for the best here, but we've got to start getting serious because this is actually like a monster tornado. We've just upgraded this to a PDS tornado warning. This is a tornado of particularly dangerous caliber. Okay, so we're thinking that this thing could cause considerable damage to whatever it hits. All right, and I'm going to start paying a little bit more attention to what it could hit as we continue to show some of these feeds. Now, we're going to lose them a lot, so I'm going to try to keep the best one above my head at all times. But this is a massive tornado that's currently happening near South Roosevelt Road 30. This is near the, let's see here. This is near Maple.
Howdy, copy.
Hold on, let me paste these coordinates again.
Just be careful, buddy. We're right underneath the collar cloud.
Okay, this is really close to, Maple, south and east of Maple, near Highway 214. Holy smokes, y'all. That is huge. It's probably about the size of the distance between Highway 114 and 214 here as it moves off to the east. It's going towards the community of Pep and over here near pretty much anywhere north of Morton. If you know where Enox is or anything along Highway 214, all of that is in trouble here as the storm moves off to the east. Let me pull up Storm Runner Media. This is a wide angle view, so it's hard to even explain how big that thing could be in there. And then just coming back and looking at it on radar here, you can just see that we have probably one of the best looking signatures that we've seen all year as far as a tornado goes on radar. You've got that big hook, massive velocity signature here. Not a whole lot of debris for this thing to loft other than dust, so we're not seeing a big CC drop just yet. But man, this is a monster tornado coming over here north of Morton. So I wouldn't be surprised if they went ahead and issued a new PDS tornado warning that maybe went a little bit farther east, once again into areas north of Morton. And we'll see that continue to come through right here in a second. And seriously, all of these guys are having connection problems right now. But we're seeing glimpses of it here, and it is a monster. Holy smokes, y'all. So as soon as that new warning comes out, if it does here, we're going to encourage anybody to take shelter. I'm really thinking that this is going to go to the north of Morton, but I certainly don't want to encourage the idea of letting our guard down in Morton or anything like that. So definitely stay vigilant in Morton and all these areas north of there, including Enox. That big wall of dirt there is just part of the tornado that we're seeing from Brandon Kovick's feed.
Come on, David. Gotta get something.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to keep the ones that are actually loading pulled up here. So if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a huge tornado. We've got a PDS tornado warning now for Bailey and Cochran counties in Texas. This thing is capable of doing extremely significant damage here as it moves towards areas just north of Morton. Once again, Highway 214 is in the path. And then right after that, we're going to see potentially Highway 3305. We've got to be concerned about our friends on County Road 34, County Road 215. If this continues to go on its current trajectory, it might make it over there towards the little community of Pep. Okay, if you know where the St. Philip Catholic Church is, that's over there in Pep. That's one of the places that could be in danger from this massive tornado as it continues to ride off to the east. Unbelievable stuff here, y'all.
That's a little bit better. If I can get it to clear the lens.
And once again, it's a big tornado, but it looks even bigger because of the amount of dust that we're seeing getting sucked into the thing. Don't get me wrong, even without that, it would be a huge tornado, but like we're seeing the whole thing here illuminated by this monstrous cloud of dust.
A new PDS tornado warning
right, so they
has
did
been issued.
issue a new PDS tornado warning. This does include the town of Morton. Okay, so we're hoping for the best. We're hoping that it goes north of Morton, but we can't go off of hope. All right, this thing could dive down to the south and east. We've seen these types of supercells do that all the time, and it could go right through Morton. So if you're in Morton, it's time to take shelter. We officially have to take this very seriously here now, as this warning polygon now has 1,709 people in it approximately. 1,709 people are having to deal with that huge tornado that we're looking at there. This is Cochran and Hockley counties in Texas. We've got 3-inch hail and a considerable damage threat here, okay? Major tornado. We need you to take shelter now. This is the kind where we've got to get into a basement. We've got to get into an underground shelter, preferably. We don't want to be above ground at all for this one if we don't have to be, right? So if you do have to be, if you don't have an underground shelter, you've got to get into that most interior room, lowest floor, with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. We're talking about an interior closet, an interior bathroom. And you've got to protect your head. You got to bring the helmets. You got to bring the mattress off the bed. You got to bring the pillows, the blankets, whatever you've got to protect yourself from flying debris. Because I'm telling you, whatever this thing hits, it's not going to have a good time. All right? Not trying to scare anybody. We've just got to make sure that we actually take this one seriously. I'm really hoping that it's going to go north of Morton, but I'm talking to Morton right now. Everybody there needs to be taking shelter. And everybody around there. Including anybody that lives along Highway 214 between Morton and Enox. That's one of the more dangerous places you could be on Earth right now.
Where are you at, Storm Runner? I thankfully didn't lose.
Listening back in on Brandon here. God, Storm Runner's got some. Is that hail?
Storm Runner has lost their side windows.
That's huge hail, y'all.
Runner has lost their side windows.
I'd say they're about to lose more than that. So that's some of that 3-inch hail, maybe even larger than that, coming down where Storm Runner is. So Storm Runner's right there on that, right around that rear flank. So we should also probably, Brandon's really close to that as well. So he's probably just right in front of him and not getting hit by the hail just yet. It's all coming out of this one area here.
We got caught in the
The side window's gone.
Do you need help? Do you need to?
A
do
new
you need me to
PDS
pull over?
severe
Oh, is that
thunderstorm
you
warning
guys
has
directly
been
behind me, or is
issued.
there somebody else?
I don't know where you are. I tried to bail south on this. I wasn't expecting to get hit with hail like that. I was mainly trying to protect Garrett because we had softballs flying at his window.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere. Like they just got
Copy.
hit
I
by a
pulled over.
wall
I
of
think
hail,
you are
essentially.
on the road I was on.
Go ahead, Andy.
I turned east. If you see my lights, pull up to
Hey
me.
Ryan,
We'll repair
I'm
your
hearing
windows real
that
quick.
the cell is also warned for up to 4-inch hail now, possibly 3 to 4-inch hail in this. And what you can see that supports that is actually the hail spike that we usually look at is in the rear flank downdraft. So this is particularly concerning, not only with that ongoing big tornado that we called out a little early there, but also this wind-driven, apple-sized hail here, up to maybe even softball-sized hail. That is definitely in the part of the storm that's driving it forward, which we just saw in Storm Runner Media's feed there. That is a particularly concerning, damaging part of the storm, and that'll get much closer to the town of Morton than the actual tornado itself might, since it's wrapping around the south side here. So again, all severe hazards here are definitely concerning and at play.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. That big wall of just hail that just is flying out of the backside of the storm here that just hit Storm Runner, that's something that we have to be concerned about in Morton, as it's going to be flinging that part of the storm pretty much right towards the town here over the next little bit. So we are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Morton and a tornado warning. That destructive severe thunderstorm warning has 4-inch hail tagged on it. That's larger than softball size. And that can do extreme damage to anything that it hits, right? And it's getting blown around potentially at 70 miles per hour or greater. So everybody needs to be taking shelter out here between Littlefield and Morton. We now have 2,000 people under that warning. So this is a life-threatening storm for everybody that's involved, okay? Whether you're in the tornado part or the forward flank, the rear flank down, like all of this is way too dangerous to be playing around with. We got to get you indoors, underground preferably, certainly away from windows. So if you are just now tuning in, we've got ourselves a big-time tornado on the ground right now, just outside of Morton, Texas. It's so big now that we really can't see it that well, but it's still going on out there in front of us. And from Brandon Kopic's point of view. And it's getting close now to the Cochran County Precinct Commissioner's office up here, which is kind of in a pretty random spot, but like it's right here on 214. That's about where the tornado is now. So if you know anybody up there, let them know that they might have a minute. And one of the more impressive storms we've seen in this area for a little while is about to come through. Then everybody in Morton, of course, needs to be taking shelter. Then this is going to go over Silver Lake. Okay, I don't know. It doesn't look to me like there's a lot of stuff around Silver Lake, but if you're from here, you're probably familiar with Silver Lake. That's one of the things that this tornado is going to go over here soon. And then also the little community of Pep really needs to be looking out here. And Pettit, I think I'm saying that right, Pettit. That's another place that needs to be taking shelter right now, potentially all the way over there towards Oklahoma Flat. This is going to be coming over towards you at some point here. So we've got a huge tornado in here. Golly, look at that. Unbelievable stuff here on radar. Thank goodness it still looks like this is going to go just to the north of Morton, but like Andy was saying, like we saw Storm Runner Media get hit by the hail clearly outside of the reflectivity here from the rear flank downdraft. So there's an area.
Right, stream is back
right
on
here.
now. This thing's chucking baseballs around it. We can't get very close to it at all. But did take a little bit of a hail dent. Like I said, it's throwing baseballs around it. But it's back, the stream's back on. Had a little bit of a service issue, but we're good to go now.
All right, so it looks like Brad got held up a little bit in some of that hail as well, but he's back and he's okay. We got a stream back now. But yeah, once again, Morton, especially areas just north of Morton, but all of Morton, you guys need to be watching out. There could be a big hailstorm coming in here soon, and it's going to feel like it comes out of nowhere because it's not necessarily going to be associated with a lot of rain or like what you would normally see in the forward flank of the storm. So this is a live look at the storm from Brad Arnold's point of view. We can't see the tornado like we could before, but it's still in there. All right, it's still in there, and it's doing damage to whatever it hits. Once again, it looks like it's pretty close to that commissioner's office. Let me double check here. Yeah, it'll be getting pretty close to that. It's near that on between Highway 214 and the Cochran County Precinct 1 Commissioner's Office. That's where the tornado is right now. And it's continuing to move east and southeast, and it's got softball size hail associated with it. Softball size hail. Let me, for those of you who might just now be tuning in, let me show you what we were just dealing with just moments ago. This is a picture from Brad Arnold.
What is everybody doing up here?
Channel 2.
Once again, that's still in there. It's just wrapped in rain, and it's kind of occluding now. But an incredibly large, strong tornado was just taking place out here in a field north and west of Morton, Texas. So once again, if you are just now tuning in, we've got ourselves a tornado warning here. We thankfully, we believe that for the most part, many structures have been avoided as far as damage goes. But I am concerned about this Cochran County Precinct Commissioner's Office. I mean, like, if there's something that's going to get hit out there, that would be it. There's a chance that it misses that as well. But if we know anybody out there, I mean, that's a really specific, place. But that's about the only thing out here. In the general vicinity where that tornado is right now.
Storm Runner, I will meet you in
then it'll move up towards Silver Lake, okay? Yeah, I think it's going to continue to go. I mean, it could definitely do it again. There's nothing stopping this from I mean, every time it's produced a tornado, it's been a bigger one, right? So I don't know if it'll do the same thing again, but the supercell's not done. Yeah, Brad's back. I know some people were concerned about Brad, so I want to make sure we show him a bunch here. He's fine. He's back. I just talked to him. He's fine.
All right, guys, we're gonna go south a bit. That thing is an intense dust buster, without a doubt. That was wild, guys. And to get softballs in the RFD like that, that was.
Yeah, this is. I'm telling you, Brad, he sniffs them out. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you're fine. I lost signal after I transmitted. Let me know when you get in.
I see that there's a lot of chatter in chat about the theme song. It does seem like things do get a little intense whenever we do decide to play that at the beginning of the stream. I don't know if there's a correlation or not, to be honest with you.
Ryan, I'll tell you what's not fine is Ryan Scholl's back window.
Uh-oh.
He blew one out.
Uh-oh. Ryan Scholl. Ryan Scholl's got no back window. But he's got a front window. I can see that. So if you're just now tuning in, y'all, we are just, honestly, we're waiting to see what happens here with this, this tornado. We can't see it anymore. The storm chasers had to hightail it away from the tornado because it started shooting cannons at them, literally. It was like a war had broke out. Like there was cannonballs falling from the sky, busting out windows here. Storm chasers had to get out of there. Thankfully, they did because the tornado became mostly rain-wrapped anyways. Now it's occluding up into the supercell. Now the next step is, okay, what now? It's still going on. We still have a tornado out there, but are we going to get another one? Is the supercell going to produce another one? That's what we're trying to find out as these storm chasers continue to track this to the north of Morton.
I'm going to stop downtown here, I guess, and wait for you. Just pull up next to me, and we'll get it repaired.
You want to meet coming up to that right now.
All right, I'm going to, real quick, while we wait for this to cycle, I'm going to go grab another thing to drink. I'll take 60 seconds. Y'allbot's got 13 storm reports it wants to relay, so go ahead.
Major storm report roundup coming at you. Ryan. A large wedge tornado was just reported north of Morton, Texas, crossing Highway 214, with Cochran County also seeing other brief touchdowns. The Southern Plains are active. Stanton County, Kansas, had an earlier confirmed tornado and golf ball hail, while Roosevelt County, New Mexico, also saw confirmed tornadoes. Texas is getting hammered with hail, too. From massive 3-inch teacup-sized hail west of Enox to 2-inch hail shattering windshields near Pecos. We're even seeing impacts like a 63-mile-per-hour gust in Colorado and a downed power pole in Ohio, showing the widespread nature of these storms.
Oh my gosh, is that Storm Runner Media's vehicle? Oh my gosh. That took out the driver's window. Oh man, I bet that was terrifying. It's covered in mud.
I got 3 rolls of tape, so be generous with it, and well, in a good way, you know what I mean.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, I thought it was debris at first, and then I see the ice balls.
Yeah, of course Brandon's helping him out. Yeah. That's what Brandon does.
I thought it was debris.
So yeah, the storm's continuing to move east. Now we're starting to become a little bit more concerned about the community of Pep. Hopefully everybody in Pettit and Pep out here in Texas are taking shelter, and we're starting to think about maybe what happens next. If this thing continues to chug along, it's going to eventually go towards Witherell and Oklahoma Flat. So y'all get ready out there.
Here the edges, the plastic here. Clean that off so we can run tape across it. If not, we can pop the hood or pop the back, and we can run shrink wrap around it too if you want.
4-inch hail still being
right. All I'm going to say is anybody that still has a windshield after that storm, I better see y'all in church on Sunday, because that was a blessing from God, man. That thing was chunking some big stones.
Yeah. I mean, it caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. Like I saw the huge hail just kind of come out of nowhere on a Storm Runner's feed here on my 9 view.
Yeah, they might be stuck up there.
So that was pretty crazy.
Can you wipe this part off from the edge, and I'll tape this up real fast?
And once again, if you missed it, this is what that tornado looked like at its peak there. Absolutely huge. And thankfully, once again, still haven't heard any damage reports. So we're really having to wait on chasers to report damage if they come across any. Obviously, lots of tornado reports, but no specific damage reports as of yet. Does that say 4-inch hail? Yeah, it does. There's softball-sized hail or larger associated with this storm, which at this point is probably the most dangerous part. Yeah, the storm is slowly but surely making its way towards some more populated areas. I know that you guys in Lubbock are eyeballing this, shallow water, Anton, Littlefield. We'll give you more details as the storm gets closer. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. But yeah, the storm's definitely potentially coming in your direction. So yeah, I would just hang out with us here as we continue to track it towards you. All these storm chasers are probably going to make it over your way before the evening ends, you know, so we'll be here watching that storm as it cycles through. Real quick, before this one picks back up, let's take a look at some of these other storms. Lovington, New Mexico, we've got a strong storm coming up towards you. We've got 2-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds associated with this in Eddy and Lee counties in New Mexico. Get ready for that. It's a strong storm. Back up there in Colorado, in Kit Carson and Yuma counties, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Flagler and Stratton. So make sure you guys are getting indoors and away from windows out there. Tornado possible tag on that one. Damage threat is considerable for the next hour. How about you in Oklahoma? 19 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning south of Norman. This is for Cleveland, Garvin, and McLean counties. Getting ready to cross over Interstate 35 there. And we do have a pretty decent little hail core there between Lindsay and Maysville. That's going to cause some problems, specifically between Wayne and Paoli on I-35 there south of Oklahoma City in Oklahoma. In Texas, Pecos County, we're talking about tennis ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds here south and east of Fort Stockton. And then way over there towards Las Vegas in Clark County, north of Las Vegas over here near Hayford Peak. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning out there for some strong winds and some hail. And in Kansas, our only warning right now in Kansas is associated with this storm down here near Moscow, Santana, and Sublette. So the storms in Kansas have kind of calmed down a little bit, but notice what's happening. We're starting to see more of a linear feature kind of come together here. This is the beginning, probably the beginning of what will eventually become our line of storms that races down towards Oklahoma City and Tulsa much later tonight. So we're going to see the beginning stages of that.
Okay, you got it? Dude, this meso is shifting southeast. We are golden right now.
And that's pretty much it. There's no more severe warnings in Pennsylvania or Oklahoma. I'm sorry, Pennsylvania or New York.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And we just got an update on that PDS severe thunderstorm warning out here in Texas. So it looks like the hail size has calmed down a little bit. We're now warned for baseball size hail. So 2.75 inch hail possible with this storm as it continues to go towards Levelland and Littlefield. Okay. So hopefully this thing doesn't pick back up the way it did earlier. Because that's going to, I mean, that could, if something like that was to hit over here between Shallow Water and Littlefield, just the hail alone would cause a disaster, you know. So it is time to start thinking about that and getting ready out there. Don't be scared, be prepared, know what you're going to do whenever that warning does come through. I wonder if Storm Runner is going to be able to continue to be on the road, or if they're just, probably not, yeah, probably not. I'd say they're done for the day. I would say that they are done for the day.
Coming through.
Hey, Ryan, I'm just going to let you know this storm's doing the exact same thing that it did before. Right when it dropped one on top of me, it's going to form to the southeast of it. It's going to keep staying on that boundary.
All right, so that's Brad talking about the future here as we continue to think about what happens next with our storm. Once again, we still have a tornado warning for Morton here. This is Cochran and Hockley counties in Texas. 30 minutes left on that. Stay sheltered in Morton. The circulation is past you now, okay? So we don't really have a whole lot to worry about here, but we definitely don't want to let our guards down, and I'll let you know whenever the warning's lifted and we can come out of our safe spots. Now we've got to, start thinking of, hopefully we're already in our safe spots in PEP, but we've got to start thinking about what we're going to do in Oklahoma Flat, as you guys are probably the next town that will be under a tornado warning here as this thing does recycle. I mean, yeah, you can see it forming here from Storm Chaser IRL's point of view. Another huge mesocyclone coming together, potentially another huge tornado. You can see that the velocity couplet really starting to get together here too. Once again, if you want to follow along on your own radar app, free radar app, WeatherWise, link in the description. Just load up the app, iOS, Android. You can put it in your web browser. The first thing, if this is your first time there and you want to just immediately go look at this tornado warning, click the caution button with the warnings. just click on the tornado warning, and it will immediately load the radar closest to that, and it'll take you there. In the bottom right on the phone, you'll hit this menu, and you can enable storm chasers. And Brandon Kopic is in the app here, and you can see him. He's going to be back on the road here momentarily. He's helping out Storm Runner right now. They pretty much lost their car for the day. If you enable Hazcams, you can also see a couple other storm chasers here, including Jason Cooley, who is continuing to follow the storm. And I think we can also see Aaron. Yeah, Aaron out here is visible in the WeatherWise app. You guys can follow along. There's 151 of you watching Aaron right now in WeatherWise right now. So it's a free app. Okay, all that, everything I just showed you is free. You can continue to follow along here as the storms go towards Lubbock. No ads, nothing like that. Link in the description. Yeah, this is a monster storm coming towards the greater Littlefield, Anton, Shallow Water, Lubbock area. Getting closer every minute here. I'm going to put the multi-view on here. By the way, all these little red dots are storm chasers. So we've got a bunch of them out there. And then the larger red dots, these are tornado reports that have come in. So you can see the path that storm has taken and all the different tornadoes it's dropped there along the way.
Terrible, good. I think it's good.
Should have stuck with going south.
What happened to Omega Radar? Do we not use that anymore? I don't. Not that one. It's been over a year since I've used it. It's still a good app. If you've got that one, that's great. You know what I mean? But WeatherWise is free. I really like the developers. We're working together on some cool stuff. And I just think it makes more sense for us to work with them right now. But there's a lot of good radar apps out there, guys. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that WeatherWise is the only one.
Canyon, but my car won't be able to drive tomorrow. Hey, I'll put you down there as long as you bring some Coors lattes, all right? There might be one in there, but it would be going
Man, these guys, the guys that are like moving, like any storm chaser that's actively moving, like they're not getting service at all. But Brandon, he's like staying still, and Jordan Hall, he's like staying still. Just 100% smooth feed. I don't know what the deal with that is.
Is it that top layer or what? Ow! Right in the knuckle.
All right, I'm gonna try. So Y'allbot did a really good job with summarizing all the storm reports, but now it also wants to do a mega chat summary. I don't know how this is going to go. So I'm going to just listen to this so I can get caught up with what's been happening in the chat. Let's go. Go ahead, y'all.
Ryan, the chat has been absolutely buzzing. Here's the mega roundup. The main event is that colossal dustbuster tornado, likened to an El Reno wedge, with intense PDS concerns for Morton and especially Lubbock, where chasers are dangerously close amidst window-shattering Texan hail. Significant severe weather also continues with a PDS storm in Kansas, major tornadoes in New Mexico, and scary rotation near Bradley, Oklahoma, and across eastern Colorado. Everyone's hyper-focused on these intense situations, and yes, duct tape is officially the Chaser MVP for patching up those vehicles.
Okay, so apparently, what's 23... of the past 10,000 messages that have been sent, I think I'm doing the math right on that. That's the summary that Y'allbot has come up with.
I don't know what that one would be.
There must have been a huge conversation about duct tape for that to have made it through. Yeah, I think if I refine that a little bit better, that'll actually be a good way to kind of get a recap of like what's happened over the past 30 minutes. Because it's basically just like you guys are just reacting to the stream, essentially. I don't know. There's something there. Yeah, we're continuing to track this storm as it gets closer to some more populated areas. Right now, it's kind of in a little bit of a recycle, okay? But it's probably producing... It's on the verge of producing a new tornado right here. The velocities have really kind of tightened up here near Highway 383, south of Pep. So we might see that from Nathan's feed here soon, as he is the closest one to that. But this, if this continues to go on its current trajectory, it's going to get dangerously close to Petite and Oklahoma Flat and Witherall. Okay.
All right, I'm out of tape. But this window's good. Okay. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Oh, you got plenty.
Let's see here. That velocity couplet, that new tornado that's forming right now is south and east of Silver Lake. I don't know what this is. I doubt anybody knows where this is, but if you know where Welch's Honeybees is, that's about where the rotation's picking up again. And it looks like honestly, it looks like somebody's home and they've got a big beehive out back. And then that's going to continue to move farther south and east from Pep, and eventually get close to Witherall. Okay, and that's actually compared to a lot of these other towns that we've been talking about today, that's actually a decent sized town. We've got the Witherall High School out here, the First Baptist Church, the Lions Club. There is a barely making it chainsaw carving store. And I guess it sounds like chainsaw carvings of bears, and all kinds of stuff out here. That place is actually in a pretty dangerous spot. All right, if it continues to move this way. Now, you're not under a tornado warning out there yet. You're actually just outside of the polygon, but you guys definitely should be thinking about what you're going to do when that warning eventually comes through.
Look at that mezzo. That thing is a monster over there still. I know. It looks like it might be on the ground.
Yeah, not sure exactly what's going on with Storm Runner. Oh yeah, they're duct. Okay, this is the duct tape conversation. I see. Sorry, I've been too lost in the radar. You guys are getting a recap from the chat is even a good way to get me up to date on what's going on with these cameras.
Freaking fly in my ear.
I need to figure out a way to where I can, we need to have two streams. The really dedicated people in chat, you need to be able to have another window open where you guys can look at all of these. And then we'll definitely never miss anything.
And with speed, that mezzo is insane over there. That is wild. Yeah, I knew you would.
I mean, it's tempting to stop. No, but I don't think there's any middle ground.
I mean, it probably wouldn't be hard to figure that out. I mean, it's on my screen. I'd probably just throw up another instance of OBS and put that somewhere else, you know?
Let me see here. Yeah, I didn't even know there were softballs in it.
So if you're just now tuning in, this tornado, I mean, we do have another tornado here. I don't think anybody can see it, but the rotation signature's there. It's about to cross over Highway 303, and hopefully this one doesn't last very long. But regardless of how long this one lasts, the supercell is going to have the ability to cycle again. And it's going to keep doing it again. And it's going to continue to go in this general east-southeast direction. And it is going right in line with the Anton, Shallow Water, and Lubbock area. So definitely need to be thinking about the future out there. We of course, don't know for sure what's going to happen with this storm. Once it gets out there, it could just be a hail, or it could just be a rainmaker by the time it gets out there, but there's a chance that this continues to produce tornadoes all the way out there towards Lubbock. I mean, look at how long it's produced tornadoes. You see all these tornado reports? That's all from the same storm. If it just continues to do that again for the same amount of distance that it already has, it'll make it to Lubbock. So that's something to think about over there. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Get your tornado safe spot ready. And hopefully we don't have to use it, but if we do, you're going to be ready for it, right?
Just hold the hood up for me for a sec so I can dump water into this reservoir.
Whit Harrell? Whit Harrell?
Yeah. I'm almost out and I don't want to run out.
How do I get tornado reports on WeatherWise? That's coming soon. It's not available yet. So one of the reasons why I really like WeatherWise is they're awesome. They've let me build on top of their app. I've spent a long time coding my own version of WeatherWise here, and it's built specifically for my stream. And I'm not a very professional developer, so you don't want my version of it. It'll crash on you all the time. So I've got a couple things on here that you don't have on yours. And we're working to get it all over there for you, okay? It's just the developers of WeatherWise are doing a much better job at it for me. I'm just slapping stuff together with duct tape so it works and it makes my stream look better, you know? Nathan's getting awfully close to that. But, I mean, this is Nathan's feed right now. We've got about 4 frames per second. Oh, no, there we go. There's about 20. But if there's a tornado in there, it's pretty close to where he is.
Oh, it's so much fun.
Channel 3. Channel 2.
Man, I can tell that is the most authentic fun.
Wi-Fi on. Scan off.
All right. Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic is back on the road, by the way. Listening into some audio from him.
Anybody over there? You guys got an update on what it's looking like? I'm heading down 114 now. Storm runner. Stupid radio.
Yeah, every time. Dude, Brandon really hates that radio, man. Like, sometimes, like, he will just start, like, it sounds like he's punching it. He just needs to get a new radio, I think. By the way, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Oklahoma. This is for Cleveland, Garland, McLean, Murray, Pontotoc, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. About 30,000 people in the path of lemon-sized hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds over the next hour. Wynnewood, Pauls Valley, Stratford, Asher, Roth, and Sulphur. All in the path here, and there actually is a little bit of rotation there, but it's not enough to warrant a tornado warning or anything. But we're keeping an eye on it as it crosses over Interstate 35. Get ready for that strong wind and some very large hail possible with this. All right, Andy, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching the latest progression of our tornado warned storm here. It does look like it's taken quite the southeastward dip recently, and at the same time, we've seen this area of inflow winds and the reds and pinks out in front of it. That has definitely come together and accelerated such that we have this big convergence zone here. There's still an ongoing tornado right in there to the south and west, whereas most of our chasers have either lost connection or have stopped and now are getting back on the road. That tornado has been ongoing for about 12 to 13 minutes now. As a pretty tight couplet, definitely a lot smaller than the last one. If people have any media of it, I bet it would be smaller. But all of that inflow out in front and those reds and pinks on the velocity definitely tells me that there could be a very robust cycle coming up. We might see another big tornado out of this if this comes together, sort of because we already have all of that motion in place in the atmosphere out in front of it. The storm is displaying its impressive ability to pull that much air in. And as this cycle concludes and our tornado ropes out that's ongoing now, I think that convergence could tilt into a very big area of rotation. We could see a huge dusty tornado, just like that last one that we got the early call out on. So watching that closely there, whenever I see that big patch of inflow winds start to pick up and move into the storm and converge, my alarms are going off in my head here. So that's what I'll be watching.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, updating on our storm that is making a beeline towards the greater Lubbock, Texas area. You guys are still, it's a little ways out, okay, but we're, you know, you're in the sights now, okay? So I keep looking at chat. I keep seeing people asking about Lubbock, so I'm making sure I mention it as much as possible. It's nowhere near you right now. There's no need to immediately do anything. Just keep your eye on this as the storm gets closer. We're likely going to see a new tornado warning issued at some point here soon. The rotation is definitely not as robust as it was earlier, but you know we're going to see it come back together, and we'll likely see a new tornado warning. Maybe that might even include level land, or at least areas just north of there. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. But also I want to talk about the forward flank. The massive supercell here is not just the base of the storm. The rest of this is causing problems up there towards Littlefield right now. We've got 3-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with this as it heads over Highway 84, Littlefield, Anton. You guys need to be watching out for that. It's going to be a dangerous storm for y'all. As I mean, you know, whatever's happening under there is definitely causing damage, right? So get ready in Oklahoma Flat and Lums Chapel for 3-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. All right, Copic's back on the road. Oh. All right, well, okay, there we go. Copic's back on the road, and we can see the storm from a little bit of a distance here as he's heading down Highway 114 right now. Lots of dust there, and from Nathan's point of view there at the Storm Chaser IRL, I believe, on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, is anybody watching Copic's feed? How's his overlay doing? I gotta go check on that. Oh yeah, it's doing fine. Oh yeah, it looks really good.
There's a circulation really close to me here. I'm in the RFD. It's just the inflow. I'm just failing south. I can't get an eye on it.
Golly, Matthew Capucci has a great video of the tornado. I'm reposting it now. I'm going to retweet a lot of media around the tornadoes. Anything that I can't show, I won't. We want to protect the copyright of the Storm Chasers, but if you want to see it, you can go follow these people on Twitter, and I'm retweeting it all on my Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. It's X now. Yeah, it's X, not Twitter, I know. Yeah, that's some really intense tornado video out on Twitter right now. My whole feed is just plumb wild.
I don't want to slip in from the west on this thing.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get used to calling it X. All right, we're going to listen in to Brandon. I'm going to try to find a couple more things to show here.
And again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in and smooshing that like and subscribe button. I don't know how many we had with us when we had that thing as a giant dust buster, but that was just downright incredible.
Yeah, so this is what it looked like from Brad Arnold's point of view. I forgot to retweet this one, but I've retweeted it now. So this is that big tornado that we were tracking just a few moments ago. This is the storm now that is heading, getting close to Anton, Levelland, Smyre, Shallow Water, and Lubbock in Texas. So we're going to continue to track this thing as it goes down towards those areas. We're about to see a couple of new warnings come out. All right, we'll probably see a new severe thunderstorm warning come out, and then at some point we might see a new tornado warning issued as well for this as the storm gets more organized here. This is what it looks like on radar right now as it goes over towards Highway 84. Yeah, that's one of the most gnarly looking tornadoes of the year for sure. I think the best video I've seen of it so far, of course, is probably from Steven. I don't even know who Steven is, but I've retweeted it on Twitter there. I'm definitely following Steven right now.
Alright guys, so we are continuing southeast. We're already almost ahead of it again.
All right, we're going to go back to the multi-view. It looks like the storm chasers have got service back, so that's good. You know, now that the tornado's done for a little while, storm chasers have 100% service return. But as we get closer to Lubbock, the good news is that we should have very consistent feeds. The bad news is the reason for that is because we've got people out here that need to use their phones. So, you know, a pretty dangerous situation unfolding if that storm decides to do what it just did again. So stay tuned here. We're going to keep you posted on everything as it gets closer to Lubbock. Let's get a quick update on some of these other storms, though. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Pecos County in Texas for the next 37 minutes. 6 people in this polygon. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Get ready out there north and east of Marathon in Texas. In New Mexico, Tatum, town of Tatum is under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's considerable severe. Get ready for golf ball size hail up there in 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then in Terrell County, Texas, golf ball size hail is coming in over the next 36 minutes as well. And we do still have a couple of warnings up here in Pennsylvania. In fact, Wellsboro and Mansfield, Pennsylvania, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. We do have 15,000 people in the path of 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over the next 37 minutes. So y'all get ready for that. Back in New Mexico, Quay County, up there south of San John, north of House. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning out here for Quay County. Population 36 here, so it's not quite up there towards Interstate 40 yet, but it's going to get closer. And you know what? That's, you know, for the most part, that's it. There's not a lot going on out there elsewhere. There's no warnings right now in Ohio. There is this warning that continues out here in Oklahoma, which honestly looks pretty interesting. I'm surprised this warning doesn't have at least a tornado possible tag on it. There's a little bit of rotation there, but it's nothing that is too concerning. Definitely a strong pocket of winds just went through Pauls Valley in Oklahoma. That's coming down towards Wynwood or Wynnewood over the next 35 minutes. Get ready in Stratford, Roff, and Sulphur. Very dangerous storm. 26,000 people in the path there. But all eyes remain on our tornado warned storm that is approaching Lubbock. There's 5 minutes left on that tornado warning. We'll see what happens with it. All right, Y'allbot's got a summary of 15 storm reports. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
All right, Ryan, buckle up. I've got a ton of storm reports from the last couple of hours. The biggest impacts are from West Texas, with multiple tornado reports, including a wedge near Pep out of Hockley County, which also got pummeled by baseball plus size hail alongside nearby Cochran County. Large hail, from golf ball to 2-inch, also pelted parts of New Mexico, Kansas, and even Las Vegas. Beyond that, strong thunderstorm winds have been an issue, with a 70-mile-per-hour gust in Garvin County, Oklahoma, and trees and lines down in upstate New York and Holmes County, Ohio.
All right, great summary, y'all bought. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I'm watching an area here west of the Goodland, Kansas radar. We've had a cell pop up in front of our severe warning cell in Colorado, right along I-70, and a close examination has a boundary that's moving from east to west here. It's pointed north and south. So I'm interested what'll happen when this supercell moves into that boundary as they collide there. There could be some funny business that takes place for a few minutes. I wouldn't expect anything longer term or sustained with the cell, but we could see something spin up for just a couple minutes there once they converge. So we're probably about 15, 20 minutes out from that being an area of interest, but just something to look for ahead of time. Something that goes against this, just so we have both sides here and we're examining all sides of the atmosphere, is that we don't really have any of the significant tornado parameter in place here. So this composite parameter here that tells us if there's favorable conditions in place, both by the temperatures and by the winds, doesn't really tell us anything is going to go on here. So if anything does happen, it'll just be this little boundary that promotes some localized activity. So just something to watch, but I think I would put a very low confidence on that.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, taking us back up here to Colorado, Flagler, Stratton. Get ready. Nick's out there. This is what it looks like underneath those storms. And then at the same time, we got a tornado warning down here. They did decide to go ahead and extend that tornado warning in Texas out into Hockley and Lamb counties in Texas. And every time we see this thing move farther east, we're going to see that population number increase. There's now 3,152 people approximately in the path of a dangerous storm here. And man, like the rotating part of the storm is just diving to the south and east, right in line with where we wouldn't want it to go. So Smire, Anton, take shelter now, and we need to really be thinking about what we're going to do if this continues into shallow water in Lubbock. Tornado warning for Hockley and Lamb counties in Texas. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just play back the loop on velocity there. The cell is almost certainly producing a tornado again now, just west of that highway. But you can see just
Ryan, if you want
directly
to take my stream,
from
we're
that,
right into it right now.
two areas of convergence there, just tilting right into rotation perfectly, as I described. I think I even moved my hands literally like that the last time I brought it up, and we're seeing that process nearly perfectly take place here. So I really hope that this warning gets these people into shelter. If not, this is definitely one that you would need to call people in the warning and let them know what's happening. I expect a signature like this to become upgraded very quickly from the National Weather Service. So there it is, an example of pattern recognition working very rapidly ahead of time to give just a little bit more heads up on this process that we see happen from time to time with the most intense supercells. I'm not happy with its track towards Lubbock. It would be best if people just knew well ahead of time what was happening here, and we'll do our best with you guys watching to get that reach out to them. Even if nothing happens, then they're still going to see probably a big tornado ongoing if we're able to stream it, and they'll know something happened. So it's not like we're crying wolf at all. So best to let them know what's happening if you know somebody in the Lubbock area.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Big time tornado coming together here. Brad Arnold's the closest person out of anyone to this thing, and it's really ramping up here on that last scan on velocity. If you look above my head, just another very powerful tornado coming together here in Hockley and Lamb counties in Texas. Definitely a dangerous situation now for anybody that lives out here. Once again, in this polygon, we now have 3,000 people, and way more than that to the east of this, where we might be talking about in the near future. But over the next 30 minutes, our focus is going to be on this area that we're looking at right here. Huge area of convergence come together. This could produce a tornado even larger than the one that we saw earlier. So we've got to get to shelter in Whit, Hurl, and Hodge, Dean, Opdyke West and Smyre. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. This is probably going to throw down a bunch of big hail again down here. So tennis ball or larger hail is going to be possible. And yeah, shallow water in Lubbock. You guys have got to be thinking about what you're going to do whenever it eventually gets down there to you. The rotating part of the storm, it's big. It's honestly much bigger than like one singular little point like I'm trying to point out here. But it's near U.S. Highway 385, near the town of Whitherl right now. I'm not even sure exactly how you say that. And then it's going to be moving over towards Iowa Road. And then on its approach to shallow water, it'll come close to the TNT Hunting Preserve, Lone Star Social Services, and the picnic area on US 84. Any of those places are some of the more dangerous places that you could be right now. Ryan Scholl's right in the middle of the rear flank downdraft there, if we can get it to load. It looked pretty intense, but it looks like we lost his feed. Brad Arnold's also getting in on some of that right now. Some very large hail is going to be possible here as this thing wraps up. But it's also going to be hard to see, it looks like. It doesn't look like it's going to be the same situation as we had last time where we're going to be able to see it very clearly, which makes this even more dangerous for the residents out here in Hodge, Texas. Now, all of these storm chasers, the location text says level land, and we are pretty close to level land, but the really dangerous part of the storm right now is mostly to the north of town, and you're not in the destructive severe thunderstorm polygon nor the tornado warning polygon. But I would definitely, I wouldn't go take a nap or anything right now if I'm in level land. Just keep watching here until that supercell gets completely past you. We'll let you know if anything changes here. Yeah, Ryan Scholl's, we've lost his feed, but he's like right in the, he was right in the middle of the rear flank there for a while. This is a live look at Brad Arnold, who is also going to try really hard to thread the needle here and give us a view of this thing if we can see it. But once again, it's going to be hard to see. We're just encouraging everyone in Hodge, Texas to take shelter immediately. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning for Hockley and Lamb counties in Texas. This includes Highway 385, which is the road that Brad Arnold just turned off of, and I believe he's going back towards right now. Oh, what a signature. We're not too far away from Lubbock here, y'all. But yeah, Lubbock is not under the warning right now. Lubbock is not under a tornado warning at the current moment. We're just saying, watch this storm as it comes in. Things could change. Yeah, what we're seeing here is a huge area of rotation, and you can see it quite clearly on velocity. You can tell exactly where that tornado is. The problem is with our storm chasers is it's likely shielding in a bunch of rain. So we've got a bunch of rain right over where Brad Arnold is, and it's blocking his view of where the tornado is right now. But it's in there somewhere, and he's getting dangerously close, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something, especially at his current vantage point. Highway 385. That's what it's about to cross right now. Brad's not on that. He's on a little dirt road just right off of it. Country road. It doesn't even have a number. It's just called Country Road. Or County Road. County Road Null. That's probably an error, but out here where 385 forks south of Whitherl.
jogging south, let me know. Copy. It's not a full view. I just have the collar cloud and wrapping anchor into the dark mass. So,
yeah, so if this continues to move in its current trajectory, let me get an updated coordinate copy here.
Yeah, we're about to be in the same spot, Freddie.
Storm Runner, I'm going to head east and go north on 2644. 2644.
All right, so if this continues to move in the way that it's been moving, some of the next places that could get hit here is County Road, once again. And then we are concerned about Dreamland Kennel. Okay. Tony Keith Horseshoeing. All right. And then potentially places down here around the Bolin Vineyards. And then even the Bobcat Stadium down there near Smire is in the path here. I don't know if we have any events right now at the Bobcat Stadium, but if we do, that's definitely a place where we need to be taking shelter, as this is either the tornado or the big-time wall of hail and wind is coming towards you right now.
Okay, I'm just coming into Loveland now, Brandon. Did you go northeast of the town?
I'm still in town. I am near the Walmart.
Listening in on some Chaser audio here.
I'm going to go north on 2646. 2646.
Yeah, so Kopic's in level land right now. Whit Harrell? Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Apparently getting stuck at every single red light in town.
So it sounds like the sirens are going off in level land. But just know that the tornado is definitely north of town right now. We're probably about to get a pretty big burst of wind that comes through, though. Wouldn't be surprised by that. Man, Brad Arnold is really in the thick of it here. Yeah, Brad's in a really dangerous spot there, south of Whit Harrell. If we come to radar like that, that's where he is. Ryan Scholl is in a similarly, honestly, probably more dangerous spot, but I haven't got an update on his feed in several minutes. Yeah, tornado warning continues here for 21 more minutes, and for Hockley and Lamb counties in Texas. We're continuing to watch every frame as it comes out here, and each one continues to look more intense. This is definitely producing or about to produce another huge tornado. So we gotta take shelter if we're in the path, in Hodge and Dean especially, Opdyke West and Smire, and then we've got to we got to start thinking about what we're going to do over there in Lubbock if this thing continues down towards your way, and it looks like there's nothing that's going to stop it. Oh yeah, it's huge. This is a monster supercell, and it produced a huge tornado earlier. This same storm that's coming into Lubbock produced this tornado just, what was this, an hour ago maybe? A little over an hour ago.
Freddie, Connor, either you guys got
go
an update
ahead,
what's it looking
Elijah.
like?
Hey Ryan, so I don't know if it updated on your end, but this is actually a PDS tornado warning. So there is a tornado on the ground based on the text. Weather spotters have confirmed it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Elijah. We do have a confirmed tornado down now, as per weather spotter. So we should be able to see it from Brad Arnold's point of view here. If not right now, then very soon. Is that it in there? Oh, yeah, you can see it. You squint, you can see it. It's right there, right in front of Brad. So this is producing a tornado again here.
Right, we're about to give this thing, about to give it hell, man. I'm about to penetrate the rear on it.
All right, he's going to
go
in there.
After it. Buckle up.
Brad's going to go in there. Once again, we're looking at tornado that's back here to the west of shallow water. And looking at velocity, things are a little messy. I don't know if this one's going to last a long time. I mean, there's going to be another one that happens. I mean, we're nowhere near done with this. But very dangerous situation for the residents of Hodge, which is where this is happening right now. Hopefully everybody in the town of Hodge is taking shelter right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I just wanted to say it's somewhat ill-advised to be going into this RFD surge here on a north-south road. You can tell that the RFD is surging from the west to the east really rapidly here with some velocity gates over 110 miles an hour here. If you're going north on a north-south road, that wind is hitting the side profile of your vehicle, which could easily flip you if you're not going to point into the wind whenever it gets really rapid. So this
New
could catch some
information.
chasers off
This
guard
tornado
if they're
warning
going right
has been
into the thick
upgraded.
of it there. And thus, I do have some concerns for people who are chasing who may or may not be listening to us, including Brad, but he knows what he's doing. So just a little bit of concern based on the orientation of the roads and the orientation of that rear flank downdraft part of the storm, given its strength. So hopefully we don't see any chaser accidents as a result of that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Yeah, we've got some chasers really close here. Brad Arnold's out there. Adam and Ryan both. I haven't gotten an update on in a little bit, but we'll check in on them periodically. Just know that we do have a PDS tornado warning now. If my graphic finally updated here, 17 minutes left on it. Weather spotters confirmed tornado, tennis ball size hail. Considerable damage is going to be done by this tornado. Whatever it hits, it's going to, it's going to destroy it. Okay. So if you're in the path, take shelter indoors, away from windows, underground preferably. Remember, this is what the tornado that this storm produced looked like just moments ago. All right. So it's probably a similar tornado in there, but we just can't see it because it's wrapped in rain. So PDS tornado warning for Hockley County, Texas. And we're probably going to see another cycle here. And I don't know. Unfortunately, it's going to line right up with areas just west of Lubbock, maybe Dean, Reese Center, shallow water. We're going to be concerned about you guys during this next one. But this current situation is not over. Hopefully everybody in Hodge is taking shelter here. We've got a huge burst of wind coming through, and of course a tornado. So take shelter if you haven't already. Extremely dangerous situation for the residents out here. Once again, 2,700 people under this PDS tornado warning. If they do issue another one, the population really goes up over here between Wolf, Fourth, Shallow Water, and Lubbock. I know a lot of you guys are watching and you're on the edge of your seats and you're probably dreading this thing, but there's a chance that it falls apart before it comes over there. We're just gonna prepare for the worst and hope for the best, right?
It's starting to clear out a bit.
Hey, Joni, thank you for the 5 gifted again.
Oh, I see it. It's right. I think it's east of us now. I think I see the mezzo just to the right of the road, guys.
That's the voice of Brandon Kopic.
I may see it. I can't confirm though.
This is what his feed looks like right now.
To the west.
Yeah, the chasers are having a hard time.
I see the lowering. Just
figuring out what's going on out here.
I see that area of interest.
Also, hearing
there.
Reports.
I can't tell if that's down though.
Vehicles flipped, just like Andy was talking about. Vehicles being flipped out here on Highway 1294 and 385. Report of a big truck flipped over right now.
Let us know, Freddie, if you need anything.
Is Freddie okay? My radio is down.
Yeah, the storm is coming towards Lubbock. It seems like a lot of people from around Lubbock are pouring into the chat now. We're going to do everything we can to stay calm here. There's no big deal. There's no there's no reason to panic or anything. But we've got a pretty dangerous storm coming into the Lubbock area. It's time to start preparing, if you haven't already. We will probably see a tornado warning at some point here soon in Lubbock. Okay.
Nothing but a truck flipped. He said he's got EMS on the way.
Is he okay though? Ooh, it's strong already.
But we're gonna hope that we don't. We're still a little ways out here, so it's impossible to say exactly what's going to happen. But the storm's getting closer and closer. Right now, our big concern is going to be the community of Hodge, and then places like Dean and Smyre.
Copy. Turning around, headed eastbound now. Strong RFD.
Yeah, this is audio from Brandon here. Yeah, these guys are all kind of like orbiting outside of it right now. We're not able to see it. Brad was pretty close just a few moments ago, but he had to go. He had to stay in front of it.
I don't know if you heard us, but we're going to go to 168 and go north out of Smyre.
Yeah, so the strongest winds right now are occurring in Hodge. That's where our potential, or that's where our tornado is as far as we know. Brad's got something here. But the area of winds or the tornado that caused the vehicles to be flipped over, that's going through Hodge right now. And it's going to continue to go down this road here. Highway 1294, and continue to do damage as it goes over there towards Shallow Water and Dean. Alright, so if you're out there, you've got to take shelter. This is, whether or not we've got a tornado on the ground when this crosses you, this is going to do significant damage. Because I'm starting to hear even more damage reports now. Large power poles snapped, tree branches mangled. That came in just a few minutes ago from the public there in Hockley County. So, yeah, we've got the tornado, but we also just have a huge area of wind here. It's about to do significant damage in an increasingly populated area. Shallow Water, Dean, all these places need to be sheltered right now. Holy smokes. Yeah, that's coming right towards Brad. So Brad's on that highway, once again, 1294. Just watching this thing as it comes right towards him. There's possibly over 90 mile per hour winds that are about to smack right into his location here.
Lots of dust in front of us. What in the world?
Oh my gosh, dude. Absolutely nuts.
More focused on what is behind us right now. I don't see anything.
Yeah, so this is the storm that's eventually going to come down there close to Lubbock. Right now, the big hail. So we do have potentially up to tennis ball size hail associated with this right now. That's falling up there closer to Roundup and Anton. Okay, that's going to slide over there closer to Shallow Water, Caldwell, and County Line here soon. So y'all get ready for that.
Channel 2.
And this is a live look from Brandon Kopic, who's also giving us a view of some of that dust getting stirred up out in front of him. Aaron's got a view of that truck that is flipped over here. This is what we were talking about with the damage that we were hearing about. As far as I know, I've seen, I think 2 or 3 people talk to the guy in there, and he's okay. All right, so let's go back to Brad.
Got a lot of dust out here in the forward flank.
And let's get an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just looking at the latest evolution of the cell. From what I can see here, we've had that huge rear flank downdraft kind of surge all the way out, halfway across the storm in front of it down south here. And at the same time, on our velocity data, we used to have this really stout connected inflow where those really strong pinks were shown to be connecting the air all the way into our area of interest where there was a big hook earlier. Now, I don't see that inflow band, and it's back to being this sort of convergence signature where we've got some strong inflow winds well out in front of the storm, but they aren't necessarily connecting all the way back and spinning up right where we would expect to see a tornado. So what I can see right now is sort of an outflow dominant supercell where we have this big old ball of wind from the rear flank downdraft that's pushed all the way out in front of it and is preventing anything from connecting into the storm where we would be interested in it. However, with those strong inflow winds still out in front of it, if they do reconsolidate and they connect again, perhaps in our next cycle, that would bring it much more close to Lubbock when that does happen. That will be the next thing I'm watching out for. So currently, I would say the storm is becoming less tornadic, but may still squeeze one out there where we've got a bunch of enhanced velocities back in that pocket of the storm where our chasers are. But I'm waiting to see a solid next cycle come through. Currently, I don't see that, but I do see the potential for one since we still have those pretty strong winds in front of us.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Great explanation of what's going on here. Well, we might be losing the tornadic aspect to the storm briefly, but it is possible that it comes back. And unfortunately, that next cycle, the next evolution of this storm might produce, the next circulation very close to
a new tornado warning has been
Lubbock,
issued,
which is now under a tornado warning. All right, so it's official. It is time to take shelter in Lubbock, Texas. We've got 300,000 people under a tornado warning now in Hockley and Lubbock counties in Texas. All right, so this includes Shallow Water. It includes Abernathy, New Deal, Wolforth, Lubbock, and it includes all the places around there. Including New Deal and the Texas Tech Research Farm. Take shelter now. We want to get underground. We want to put as many walls between us and the outside world as possible. If we can't get underground, interior closet or bathroom, whichever one has the least amount of glass, take the helmets with you. Leave your shoes on. If you got to evacuate your home after a tornado, if there's damage, you might have to walk over splintered wood. You might have to, walk over glass.
That was so cool.
And we want to be prepared for that. Don't want to be in our Crocs or our socks. after a tornado. So go ahead and get prepared, and then immediately take shelter out here in Lubbock. Hopefully people have been watching for a while, and you guys are already prepared. We've been talking about Lubbock for who knows how long, so we've had a huge heads up here. But now we are officially under a tornado warning in Lubbock as our storm continues to come down towards you. Right now, our strongest winds are moving out of the community of Hodge and moving towards the town of Dean. We're probably going to get a lot of damage reports out of Hodge and Dean here soon. We've seen several cars, or trucks flipped over here. Andy was talking about how that was going to happen. It looks like it did happen. We're probably going to get lots of power outages and power poles snapped reports and stuff like that. So get ready for that as it continues to move east towards shallow water. Shallow water, the rain and the hail is about to start if it hasn't already.
Beautiful. They were so fun. I was like, I gotta get through one. I know.
Crazy tornadoes out in front of this thing all day long.
I know.
I mean, tornadoes. Man, I think, were you in that? So like when it looked like it was wedged out on radar, we were tucked back in there, and I waited all the way till the moat.
Big hail.
And then I could finally see it rapid, but I never.
Listening to audio from Brandon now.
Further south, I had to help Storm Runner get their window taped off. They lost it to softballs with the first one.
Ryan Scholl was missing his whole back window.
I saw that. Woo, here it comes.
Might be doing the same.
Yeah, they're about to get hit by some pretty large hail where Brandon is right now. And Brandon's exact location is he's just about about 500 feet away from the intersection of Highway 1294 and Highway 168. That big wall of wind that Andy was talking about is about to hit this location. So if they don't get out of there, they're going to lose some more windshields.
Reed, what are you doing? I think I'm gonna go left here just temporarily. Get a look at this thing. Okay, maybe new mezzo forming back there. Off to the west a little bit, guys. Dude, my head is freaking killing me right now.
I'd say that he's inhaled like so much mud and dust. I'd say it is.
I'm gonna go south.
All right, so the big damaging burst of winds right now still coming over Highway 385. As it comes into areas just south of shallow water, we're going to really watch out for and pay attention to what's going on out there near the Sonic Drive-In. If you know where the Legendary Dreams Realty Center is, that's where the rotation is heading to right now.
Right there. Oh, right there in front of us. Jeez. Get that circulation right there.
So this is a live shot from Storm Runner Media, who's got a unique vantage point. So Brad Arnold and Brandon Kopic are both up here. Storm Runner's down here. So he's looking up at this part of the storm. They're looking through the rain at that. So Storm Runner's got a unique vantage point of whatever's going on there at the surface. So, we're going to have, tornado or not, we're going to have a big problem here in the communities of Dean and Smyre with very wide, potentially damaging winds, okay? So let's make sure we're taking shelter. Got the warning. Yeah, it's been out. We've had a tornado warning in effect now for Lubbock for a little while. Hopefully the sirens are going off, and everybody knows what's going on. If you know somebody who may not know, maybe they don't watch the news, maybe they don't live near the sirens, maybe they don't normally care about tornado warnings, maybe call them and be like, hey, this might be a good storm for Lubbock. Maybe take this one seriously. And I don't want to scare anybody. The rotation doesn't look as bad as it did earlier, but we've seen this thing produce a bunch of tornadoes. Let me show you this on radar. This whole string of red dots here are actual tornadoes that have touched down. It's basically, since this thing has been in Texas, it's been producing a tornado. Some of them have been very big. This is what the tornado looked like from this storm just a couple hours ago. And that same storm is moving down into Lubbock. So I would, if I lived out there, I'd definitely be taking this one seriously. Yeah, the Texas Tech Research Farm is included in that. The LBB Airport, Broadview, I mean, all of Lubbock. The only thing that's really not included is actually the town of Wolfforth, but I would still take shelter there just in case. I mean, you're technically like a couple 100 feet outside of the polygon, you know what I mean?
I know we'll get some stones, but hopefully not much.
It's not currently a PDS tornado warning. It was, okay, but we don't. So the storm is going through a cycle right now. It's not currently producing a big tornado, but we think that it might again in the future. And the problem is, you know, right now in the immediate future, it actually doesn't look like it's going to produce a tornado. But what about 15 minutes, 20 minutes from now? That could change. And unfortunately, that's when the storm's actually going to be moving into the more populated areas around Lubbock. So there definitely is a world here where Lubbock doesn't get hit by a tornado. I want to make sure we're not scaring anybody, but we're just expressing concern about the possibility that it also could, and that's why we've got the tornado warning.
Yeah, we're on this road north of Smyre, 168.
Random question, DL Garrett, do you guys have any like Tylenol or like headache medicine?
Yeah.
I've got the worst headache that is making me feel like crap. Like right now, I'm about to turn south on 168 from 1294.
I think I have ibuprofen, Brandon. I don't think I'm close to you right now, but I'm pretty sure I have ibuprofen in my bag.
Is my voice not ducking theirs? Whenever I talk, that doesn't reduce the volume of the chaser. I guess whenever I turn it up like that on my end, it doesn't do it right. My bad, y'all.
Brian, when you have a second, let me know.
Oh, my head, guys.
Go ahead, Brad.
It sucks. It hurts so bad right now.
Hey, I need you to ask Andy something. I'm interested to see if this storm that has the tornado warning that's headed to Lubbock, if it's not on, I don't think it's attached to the boundary anymore. It's not acting like it was before. But I tell you, the one that does is the one that's west of it near Leveland. I think. Can you ask Andy? I think it may be just north of the boundary.
All right. Andy, did you hear that? Somebody relay that question to Andy in the chat, and we'll have him comment on that. What Brad is talking about, we've got two areas of interest, and Brad is interested in which one of these he thinks, or Andy thinks, is attached to the boundary, which looks to me like it might actually be the one closer to Leveland, like Brad was saying. But both of these are worth watching as they move towards Lubbock. We've got a train of supercells now that are kind of moving towards Lubbock. So it's going to be a long evening of dangerous storms in the Lubbock area. Whoa. What in the world? Oh, come on. Okay. Yeah, very nice view of the lowering there from Kopic's perspective.
Ryan may have answered my own question. Looking back, I've got eyes on that storm that's to the west, and it looks way more organized than this one does, dude. I think that one that's headed to Lubbock, well, they're both headed to Lubbock, but the one, you know which one I'm talking about. Tornado. I think it's north of the boundary. Now, that's not saying it couldn't latch on again, but it would have to move to the southeast, and it doesn't look like it is. I really think the one near Leveland is going to be the one.
Yeah, no, I agree with what Brad's saying. We're going to have to watch Leveland very closely. Leveland, you're not under a tornado warning, okay? But if you're watching this right now, just know that we're watching the part of the storm that's approaching you. And it wouldn't surprise me if we maybe had some more stuff to worry about here soon. So stay tuned and get ready to take shelter as soon as that warning is issued, if there is a new warning that's issued. Jason is, so there's two, kind of storms, two bases of the storm that we're kind of really watching here. The one that is closer to Lubbock, the one that has been producing our tornadoes, is what's right in front of Jason here. And it's kicking up all the dust. And it's also what we're looking at from Brandon Kopic's point of view as well.
I'm going to go south.
Hopefully it'll turn us back around here. You can see the lower, yeah, there you go. You can see it. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, to answer Brad's question for now, as the storm just did get severe warned, while it may look like it's closer to the boundary attached to it, the problem is the boundary is the rear flank gust front from the previous storm out in front as it passed through that area. And that means that it's, since it's a relatively new cell, it's draped east and west all the way south of the cell. So it looks like the hook of the storm is caught up to the boundary here.
New information.
But at no point
This
is
tornado
it actually
warning
bringing up
has been
all of that
upgraded.
inflow into the cell up to the north and west. And god dang, every time I come in, there's a new tornado warning that just goes right over me, or Brad Arnold goes right over me. I don't know how I have that timing today, but it's a nice welcome back present, isn't it? I would say that my interest currently lies with the leading storm that's closer to Lubbock, as it still has that really strong, robust inflow going into it, and it's also starting to dump quite a lot of hail right above the hook. You can see a ton of hail there, and even a ton of lowered correlation coefficient values, which tells me that there's a lot of hail falling right now, akin to starting to approach like a hail blizzard here, probably with some larger stones in there. So I think the storm in front is still more robust and still has a greater chance in the near term here to do something interesting, especially for the residents of the Lubbock metro area.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. They just upgraded this to an observed tornado warning. Weather spotters observed or confirmed a tornado. Maybe that's what we were just, maybe that they're talking about what we were just looking at from Jason's feed. But yeah, definitely right here around where Adam and Jason are, north and west of Reese Center. Let's go ahead and assume that we've got ourselves a tornado down again, and let's take shelter. Okay, this is moving down towards Reese Center, Carlisle, Shadow Hills, Broadview, shallow water. You're starting to get in on some of the hail now and some of the stronger winds, so get ready. This thing is not done, okay? Yeah, it looks to me like it's raring up to do it again here, just to the west of Lubbock. Once again, the town of Lubbock is under a tornado warning. Let me show you the details on that again. Everybody in the polygon needs to be taking shelter. This includes New Deal, Shallow Water. Let's go ahead and count Wolfforth and Lubbock. We've got 300,000 people under a tornado warning here. So hopefully every single one of those people are getting underground, or at least putting themselves in the most interior room of a sturdy building, right? Another thing we got to think about here is, unfortunately, there's a lot of vulnerable housing around this area. We've got the Akai or Akakai Mobile Home Park, which is directly in the path of this new hook that's kind of forming out here. You really don't want to be in a mobile home during this. It's one of the more dangerous places you could be. We've got the Camelot Village Mobile Home Park, the Cotton Patch RV Park, the Executive Mobile Home Village, the Lubbock KOA Campground, the Mesa Verde RV Park, the Town and Country Mobile Home Park, and the Westgate Trailer Park, all in the path of this dangerous storm. If we can get to a more sturdy site-built building, that's where we want to be during a tornado. We don't want to be in a mobile home. Now let's get back to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, let Andy know I appreciate that advice. It looks like it's trying to attach, but I don't think it's more that's closest to Lubbock. Plus, it's a populated area, so that's where I need to be. Lubbock area, trying to get eyes on it and see what we can do.
All right, so I heard some of those words, and I think he's saying that he's, you know, he appreciates Andy's help with the analysis there. He's driving, he's navigating, and I think he's made the decision now to go towards Lubbock. And by the way, the live shot that we're seeing here from Ryan Scholl is the development of that new tornado that unfortunately is going to get dangerously close to Lubbock here. If it forms, you can see we've got a lot of rotation there. It's definitely looks like it's coming together. We can see it from a little bit more of a little bit farther away from Jason Cooley's point of view, and you can see that it's going to be big again if it happens. So once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for Lubbock in Texas. That's Hockley and Lubbock counties. For the next 33 minutes, we need everybody to take shelter. This is an incredibly dangerous situation as we've got a tornado forming right in front of Ryan Scholl right now. That's not on the ground or anything at this moment, but it was just a moment ago, and we're looking for it to happen again. Oh wait, yeah, it is on the ground. Right, look at that on the right side. There's something over there. Hopefully he'll move the camera over just a little bit. It just went out of frame. Something that's probably not the main circulation, but something spinning up some dust over there.
Doesn't look like it from my perspective. Then again, it could just be what I'm seeing, but got really good
yeah, right there.
Just to my north, and according to radar, I am due south of the meso.
So once again, this is a live shot of our tornado warned storm as it gets really close to the town of Dean. All right, so hopefully everybody in Dean is in their safe spots, and then hopefully everybody in shallow water is in their safe spots. Brandon Kopic has got a good view of this too, but we're going to keep it on. Actually, yeah, we're going to move on over to Brandon Kopic. So Brandon's showing this storm from a little bit of a distance. Brandon's on Highway 114, paralleling the storm to the south, so he'll be able to go right into Lubbock if he needs to, as the storm moves closer and closer to Lubbock. Yeah, no sign of a huge tornado down or anything right now, but we do have that large rotating mesocyclone and then a couple of areas of dust getting spun up on the surface underneath that, which is how all of these tornadoes have started, pretty much, right? So it looks like we're going to try to do it again here, potentially. Another thing that I'm noticing is the movement of the cell. It was kind of moving a lot to the south and east, but the past couple of frames, like the overall movement, there's not a whole lot of, it's not in a hurry to make it to Lubbock, if you know what I'm saying. So that could be a good thing or a bad thing. It could be a bad thing if it takes it a while for this cycle to happen. You know, we'd probably rather this tornado happen right now and before it got into Lubbock. If there has to be a tornado, right? But yeah, it could take its time here as it goes over towards shallow water. Shallow water, we're getting heavy downpour right now, probably up to golf ball size hail, and lots of lightning, lots of wind. But we do need to stay sheltered. We are under a tornado warning. The rotating part of the storm, though, is right down in here. That's what we're concerned about, and that's what Brandon Kopic is zooming us in on. Dang, dude, this is a nasty looking storm as it comes into Lubbock. Dude, Jason's got a crazy view. Oh, he did. Ugh.
Again, it's a huge, broad mezzo. It really need to tighten up.
Wow.
Looks like it's really trying to.
Look at that thing. That whole thing is spinning there. This is the this is from Ryan Scholl's point of view again. That notice the darker clouds in the back. Watch them go from right to left, and then the lighter clouds in the front are going from left to right. That's the whole entire thing is spinning around like a merry-go-round there. And this is once again, this is how it started earlier when this same storm produced this tornado. Honestly, it looked very similar to this on the ground. It looks a lot different now on radar, but on the ground, it looked pretty much exactly like what we're seeing from our storm chasers right now. Yeah, watch closely. Watch the darker clouds in the back go from right to left, and then the lighter clouds in the front go from left to right. That's that broad, very intense rotation from our developing big tornado that's going to try to happen here near Reese Center. Hopefully everybody is sheltered. Yeah, the rotation is kind of centered over the Dreamland kennel right now, moving down towards the TNT bird dog training kennels. So I don't know. It seems to be a collection of kennels over here. But then it's going to be moving towards Reese Center. We've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So at least as of 3 minutes ago, there actually was a tornado on the ground. The National Severe Storms Laboratory is currently researching in that area, and they confirmed a tornado on the ground at 7:14 p.m. Central Time.
Okay. Thank you so much, Elijah. That's just a few minutes ago. So we do have a tornado out here, and once again, we've got several people trying to show us what's going on there. And that's what you see at the bottom of your screen. So, hey, listen, this is it's coming together. We need to take shelter, if we haven't already, out there in Lubbock. There is a tornado warning. We've got a very large circulation, and we've got a tornado that's coming in. Like, you know, these little tornadoes, gustnadoes, whatever you want to call them, that we're seeing underneath this larger circulation, that's not exactly what this could be. Like, this could end up being a much bigger one if we see that rotation kind of tighten up. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but man, it's not very often that you see a storm like this. That's crazy. That is one of the most broad and clear areas of rotation I've ever seen from a storm chaser feed. That's probably a couple of miles across there. Just the overall rotating part of the storm, you know. Jason's got a good view of it too, that we can see here. I'm gonna turn Kopic's view up. You all just yell at me if you can't hear me again.
We just have a nice, and still see a funnel right now. Yeah, a little funnel rotating around the main mezzo.
This
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to tighten up there a little bit where Jason is. Jason's kind of right in front of it there, just south of Dean. Brandon Kopic's a little bit farther to the south from him. Actually, is that Brandon right there? That actually might be Brandon right there. So they're kind of right next to each other. Actually, no, that's not Brandon. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching this storm form as it comes down towards Lubbock, Texas. We do have a tornado warning. A tornado warning is in effect for Lubbock right now, and we're encouraging everyone to take shelter. This is an incredibly dangerous storm. We don't want to mess around with it. We want to make sure that we are getting into that basement or that storm cellar just as quickly as possible, okay? Once again, the tightest area of rotation that we have is now near the Dreamland Kennel. All right, it's going to go down to TNT Bird Dog Training Kennels. Oh yeah, hold on, I'm turning Brandon down. My bad. And then it's going to go down towards the Christie's Happy Tails Dog Grooming. This is a big time dog industry out here. And then that's when it comes into the the Reese Center area and the Reese Golf Course and the Cage Steaks Barbecue. If you know where those things are, you know where this you know where the tornado is. It looks like something more substantial is forming right there. Yep, that's a tornado. All right, so once again, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a huge rotating mesocyclone that's now spawning real tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Moving down towards Reese Center and areas south of Shallowater in Texas. This is just to the west of Lubbock. All right, it's unreal how similar this is to the other storms that we were watching earlier. And earlier, those storms turned into big-time tornadoes. So unfortunately, that is going to be a possibility for us here as this continues to move down into some more populated areas. Once again, anybody around the Elite Paintball area, the South Plains Gun Club, or Reese Center, this is getting dangerously close to you, okay? I would not want to play around with this. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, remember that Colorado call out I had a while ago? Well, that boundary successfully interacted with that supercell there, and despite very low to near zero significant tornado parameter, we now have that warning there in place for a tight couplet. I didn't have a y'all watch out on that yet because it's ramped up like that in one scan, so National Weather Service warned it basically at the same time I was drawing that up. But yeah, sure enough, I think that was a 30-minute lead call out with noticing that boundary moving ever so slowly west into this supercell. So a small warning, we might be close to zero population out here, so get a check on that.
Absolutely. There's a new tornado warning for Kit Carson County, Colorado. There's probably a tornado happening with that. Nick Smigo's on that. Population 5. So thankfully not a lot of people out here. But definitely if you're out here in Kit Carson County near that polygon, you got to take shelter. 288,000 people under this tornado warning down here in Hockley and Lubbock counties in Texas. This is a live look at what that looks like now from Kopic's point of view. And it just, I mean, it's slowly but surely coming together here as it tries to produce another big tornado here. There's the supercell itself is kind of stalled. It's not moving very much. So I don't know what kind of effect that's going to have on its ability to produce a tornado here, but it's definitely going to try again right now as it's really kind of tightening up north of the town of Smyre. Once again, near Reese Center, just north and west of Hurlwood and Reese Center. That's where this is happening right now. So thankfully, at this very moment, it's not really near a whole lot of stuff, but if it makes it even just a little bit farther to the south and east, it's going to be.
guys. We are booking it south, and we're going to go back north up 2378.
Yeah, the TNT Bird Dog Training Kennels, Christie's Home, Happy Trails Dog Grooming, Reese Golf Center, South Plains Gun Club. All these places are the closest things to this tornado that I can see. God, look at the motion on that. That is so crazy. Those clouds are like, it looks like you could jump up and touch them. When does this storm get to Clarksville? This one's not going to make it there. If you're, it's not going to make it to Clarksville, Texas, or Tennessee. God, look at that, man. So Ryan's technically the closest person that we have to the actual circulation. He's right up next to it, and you can tell, man. This is a live look at the developing. The tornadic circulation that's coming over towards Reese Center and Hurlwood in Texas right now on the west side of Lubbock. Just incredible motion there. And you can tell if this ends up becoming a fully condensed big tornado, it's going to be a wedge. It's going to be a big, bad one. We're just going to hope that it doesn't do that.
Headed northbound on 2378 right now.
Yeah, some of the places that should be immediately concerned, and once again, everybody in Lubbock should be taking shelter right now. But specifically and immediately, we are going to have some problems in Reese Center, Hurlwood, and maybe even places like Carlisle. The Reese Golf Center, the Cage Steaks and Barbecue area, Shadow Hills. All these places need to be taking shelter. And, of course, the town of Dean. Town of Dean should have been sheltered a long time ago, but if you haven't yet, now here's your sign. It's time to go. All right, let's listen back in on Brandon real quick.
All right, I've seen a lot of big tornadoes in my day. This looks like a blueprint of what all of them look like before they put a big one down.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And once again, what we're going to hope for is that this puts down, if it is inevitable that this puts down another big tornado, what we're going to hope for is that it does it right now. And it doesn't do it, 30 minutes from now when it's over a little bit more populated areas. So, yeah, once again, hopefully everybody out there in Reese Center, area south of Shallow Water, Carlisle, Elm Park, we need you sheltered. My goodness, y'all, look at this. Just an incredibly ominous view from, every time I pull a new chaser up, it's like something out of a daggone movie. Supercell looks really healthy on reflectivity as well. If you look above my head there, you can see a little snapshot of the radar that I'm looking at. Notice you can see a really sharp cutoff to the reflectivity with the forward flank there. That indicates that there's a pretty intense bout of warm, moist air being allowed into this thing. And that was maybe one of the things that we were thinking might not happen. So if that continues to be the case, this might kick up and become a really strong tornado again here, unfortunately, as it approaches some very popular areas.
Right, tornado coming to the ground right now on the stream.
All right, that's the voice of Brad Arnold. Let's pull him up full. Brad Arnold's exact location is, he is on County Road 1100 south and east of Dean, right in front of that little hook there, just to the north and west of Reese Center.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's this big giant thing just to the left of the road, guys. That's it. That is the tornado.
So this is, once again, coming down towards an incredibly populated area. Well, honestly, it's still a little bit out from like the metro, like Lubbock area, but we're starting to get into a pretty dangerous spot here whenever we get close to Reese Center. And that's where the tornado is, right? If that hits the ground right there, it's hitting the ground right on top of the TNT bird dog training and dog kennels, all right? Next thing it can hit is Reese Center. What is Reese Center? That's the South College, that's the South Plains College Building number 3. That's the Reese Technology Center, okay? The Institute of Environmental Sciences, the Reese Golf Center. This, oh, wow. Yep. This major tornado is getting awfully close to those things. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, we've got a live view here from Brad Arnold of a huge tornado forming right now just to the north and west of Reese Center in Texas. This is west of Lubbock. Okay?
Ryan, this thing is deviant, man. It's moving due south. It is moving due.
Oh, it's moving due south, he says. If that's the case, what we've got to consider here is the fact that it might actually cross the Highway 114 right there at the Camelot RV Park and the South Plains Riding Center. So everybody between the Camelot RV Park and the South Plains Riding Center and the Reese Center needs to be running to shelter if they haven't gotten there already. All we can do is really hope to goodness that everybody's already there because it's just about too late. It's not looking moving terribly fast to the east, but it does look like it's got some deviant motion.
Mile wide at this point.
It might be making some pretty good progress to the south there. So if you're looking above my head at the radar here, the converging area of velocities where the tornado is if that digs down to the south, it will cross this road here near the TNT Bird Dog Center and Christie's Happy Trails Dog Grooming, right next to the Reese Golf Center. Okay, and everything within a half a mile distance from that is in the immediate danger zone, and then everything within 5 miles of that is also considered in the danger zone. So if you are out here anywhere around Dean or Reese Center west of Lubbock, you are in one of the more dangerous situations you've probably ever found yourself in, and you've got to run, not walk, to shelter. Okay, so our storm chasers are getting turned around here. We're going to get another close view of this right here in a second. Here's what it looks like from a little bit of a distance from Adam's point of view. Storm Runner Media's also got a decent view of it here from a little bit of a distance. Man, that is big.
Ryan, it just cut hard east now. It is just north of the highway going east.
Oh man, that's not good. If it's going east now, then once again, Reese Center is target number 1, and that's once again that's the Reese Center South Plains College Building number 3. Potentially in the direct path of a damaging tornado here as it moves off to the east. God, man, this is huge. Look at this from just a little bit of a distance here, and it has the opportunity to continue to get bigger here. Like the full mesocyclone still hasn't produced like the largest tornado that it could. So we're going to hope that it doesn't, but if it does, this is going to be a pretty bad situation for anybody in the path here. So hopefully everybody in Reese Center, Shadow Hills, Broadview, and Carlisle are getting underground if they haven't gotten there already. Holy smokes, y'all. Listening to some audio here. Dang.
Clear of the collar club and not the RFD.
So honestly, the velocity of the radar presentation at this point looks a lot. It looks more impressive right now than it did when we actually saw the tornado. So we'll see what the next scan looks like. But you know, this thing is nowhere near done. I would say that it's not done. And once again, hopefully everybody in Reese Center is sheltered. The tornado still hasn't made it there. Okay, we still haven't seen the tornado make it to Reese Center yet. And the reason I keep calling out these same, locations over and over again is because it's kind of moving slow. All right. So immediately those are the places that are in the greatest danger. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. The National Severe Storms Laboratory is currently researching this exact area as well, and they have confirmed twin tornadoes are currently on the ground at this moment right now.
Okay. Thank you. So 2 tornadoes on the ground here approaching the western side of Lubbock. Once again, we've got ourselves a tornado warning here for everybody in Hockley and Lubbock counties in Texas. The circulating part of the storm is getting very dangerously close to Reese Center. Look at that, man. Holy smoke. Did you guys see that? I think we just saw one of the 2 tornadoes fly by Brad there. That was either really close or it was moving at an incredible speed. Also, yeah, that's the Dominator. That's Reed Timmer's vehicle that we just saw in there.
The collar club, but if it's coming due south, we need to move.
So yeah, once again, if you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado on the ground here, possibly 2 tornadoes on the ground between Dean and Reese Center in Texas. Tornado warning for 300,000 people in Lubbock. The entire town of Lubbock needs to be getting to shelter. I know that in situations like this, I mean, how many tornado warnings have we been under in Lubbock? You know what I mean? There's people right now that are not paying attention. They're not taking it seriously. We've got to do everything we can to let them know that this is the real deal. That's why I'm trying to focus so much on showing you the tornado through the chaser feeds. It's not just for entertainment value. It's proven fact. If I can show it to you, you're more than likely to take it seriously and actually take shelter. And if we see another tornado like this, which is what this storm was producing just about 3 hours ago, this is something you're going to have to take shelter for. Okay. There's no option there. You're not going to be able to ride that one out in the living room. All right, looks like Coppock is getting overtaken by the rear flank downdraft here.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
As some really strong winds are now making it into the areas just to the south and west of Reese Center. They went ahead and upgraded our warning here to a PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning now in effect for Hockley and Lubbock counties in Texas. Once again, 300,000 people are in the path of a life-threatening storm. All right, this is I don't want to sugarcoat it. All right, and I'm certainly not trying to scare you, but you are in a life-threatening situation if you found yourself in this polygon here. Flying debris is going to be deadly to those that are caught without shelter. Mobile homes, you definitely don't want to be in a mobile home for this. And we went over this earlier, but there's actually a lot of mobile homes in the path here. Tons of mobile home parks on the western side of Lubbock, including Akakai Mobile Home Park, Camelot, Cooper's, Cotton Patch, Executive Mobile Home Village, Mesa Verde RV Park, the Skyview RV Park, the Town and Country Trailer Park, and the Westgate Trailer Park, all in the path here. This is not, once again, this is the kind of tornado that we could be talking about here. you're not going to make, you can't do that in a trailer. All right, we got to get to the nearest site-built structure that you can find, and you got to get there fast. Reese Center, Shadow Hills, Carlisle, Elm Park, you guys are all in the path here. And once again, you got to get to shelter immediately. If nobody is at the bottom floor of their building right now and you're wondering what you should do, just get to the bottom floor. All right, the lobby, the utility room, like whatever it is that doesn't have windows, that doesn't have outward-facing walls, that's where you need to be. If you're in a high-rise building or something like that, and you want to get somewhere where there's the least amount of glass. We do not want to be in glass, around glass for this. You want to make sure that you wear shoes as you go into your safe spot, okay? You might have to evacuate the building that you're in. There, you might have to walk over glass, splintered wood, screws, nails, whatever it might be. And you don't want to do that in your Crocs or your socks or your flip-flops, okay? So take shelter immediately if you're in Lubbock, Texas. If you know somebody in Lubbock, once again, give them a call and tell them what's going on here.
Very broad circulation, very large.
This is a live view from Brad Arnold, who is going through the rear flank downdraft, which is the rain-cooled air that's wrapping around the backside of the tornado as it comes down into Reese Center. So damaging winds and a potential tornado are coming into Reese Center right now. That is the South Plains College building number 3, potentially taking on damage currently as the storm comes through. Next in line, we've got the Kaggle Steaks and Barbecue restaurant. Then we've got to really start talking about like the more metro areas of Lubbock. We're talking about West Carlisle, we're talking about Sierra Vista Estates, and places east of the Reese Center here. Shadow Hills, Elm Park, all in the path of this extremely dangerous storm.
Stop here, chat.
Hockley and Lubbock counties in Texas, both under that tornado warning.
This mezzo is still just going.
Looks like Brandon. So these guys have done because it's not moving very fast. These guys have done a pretty good job of staying out in front of it here. Brandon's now in front of it. Nathan's in front of it. So we're going to watch them as the storm approaches them.
Status check. How's everybody doing?
Once again, let me zoom out here to give you a little bit more context. This little hook, this part of the storm right here is where we're concerned about the tornado. This is downtown Lubbock. Right around here, that's where Reese Center is. Right in here. If this stays on the ground and eventually makes it past Reese Center, we're talking about Carlisle and West Carlisle. We've got places like the Texas West Mobile Home Park. That'll be one of the first places that's hit if it continues on its current trajectory, okay? The Camp Happy Paws dog boarding and daycare. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but this side of town, literally, this is where all the dog businesses are. So like, and I'm just saying that because if you live here, you probably know what I'm talking about. Like I'm imagining so. Those places are going to get hit. You got the Dollar General over there by Fresh Paws Grooming. Are you kidding me? Am I getting trolled right now by this map? Literally every business is a dog place. So anyways, the Dollar General over here next to Fresh Paws Grooming. That's one of the places that'll get hit potentially before the Executive Mobile Home Village and the Texas West Mobile Home Park. Oh, here we go. Nathan's got something here. Okay, Nathan's like in Reese Center, and I just saw a big plume of dust go by. So that might have been our new circulation there. Once again, if there's still a tornado on the ground with us, it's in Reese Center right now. So that's at the Reese Technology Center. in this audio, this is from Brandon's stream where you can hear the sirens going off on the west side of Lubbock right now. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado out here near Reese Center in Lubbock, Texas. We've got a PDS tornado warning. That means we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. It's not your average tornado warning. We got okay, it's actually an observed tornado warning now. All right. But that means that we have weather spotters have confirmed a tornado warning. And we've got a tornado on the ground out here near Reese Center, okay? So we got to take shelter if we're in Lubbock, especially over here on the west side, Reese Center, Carlisle, Elm Park, Shadow Hills. I've been saying the same places over and over again because this thing's not moving very fast, okay? And there's not a lot of... I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here and start calling out places several miles out in front of it because we don't know, you know, how far it's going to make it or if it's going to make any sort of sudden movements over the next 5 miles because of how slow it's going, you know? So tornado warning currently in effect for Hockley and Lubbock counties in Texas. Take shelter now.
Broad and large mezzo, I do not see anything on the ground at this moment. We're trying to go east.
Yeah, Brandon has a pretty good shot, and so does Brad of the actual base of the storm. And I'm also not seeing anything directly making contact with the ground currently. I don't want to say that that means that we don't have a tornado, though. Yeah, there's a chance it could be wrapped, but there's also a good chance that if it's out there, it'll be kind of visible in its current location.
I am not seeing anything on the ground.
Adam Lucio has a pretty good shot of like the entire base here, so I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Not at this moment.
So Adam's got it. Once again, it's always nice to look at all these different vantage points. Most of these people are south of the circulation. Adam's actually somehow gotten up north of it here, so he's north and east of Reese Center, giving us our most kind of clear shot of the actual base of the storm right now.
It's very healthy and has no indications that it is going to slow down anytime soon. This thing still can produce a tornado if one is not on the ground.
Yeah, that's. I agree with everything that Brandon just said. I think that we might have entered a moment here where we don't have a tornado on the ground briefly, but I certainly don't want anybody to think that that means that we're done. This storm is not. It doesn't look to me like it's going to be done producing tornadoes maybe for another 30 minutes, you know, potentially. So if it's going to have time to try to spin up another one here, and unfortunately, it's ever so slowly inching closer towards some more populated areas. And tornado or not, by the way, I want to point out something like these enhanced velocities that were once a part of our tornado are still producing damaging winds out here near Reese Center. We're talking about 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds doing damage out here between Hurlwood and Reese Center. Those are going to be moving into Carlisle and Elm Park here soon. If you're in a mobile home, there's a chance that this part of the storm comes through and it's going to feel like you got hit by a tornado. You know what I'm saying? So we still need to be taking our shelter, even though we don't see a condensed funnel touching the ground out here between Hurlwood and Carlisle and Reese Center, okay? Oh yeah, I'm sure there's a ton of power flashes. This pocket of winds here is doing damage right now, and that's happening over. Once again, this is the Fresh Paws Grooming Service. and the Willow Bend Elementary School. Willow Bend Elementary School. That's where this strong pocket of wind is right now. Once it bursts through that area, it's going to come into Carlisle near the Powell Country Bar Barbecue and the Texas West Mobile Home Park. So take shelter as if you know a tornado is going to hit that area, because there could be tornado-like damage with this, whether we have a condensed funnel on the ground or not. Yeah, Sophia's Place is also in the path. Barbara J. Park. Upland Crossing Park. Terra Vista Middle School. The Town and Country Mobile Home Park. All these places are in the direct path of this potential tornado and burst of damaging winds that's coming through. Right after that, we've got Elm Park and Shadow Hills. Once we get over here, I mean, if we make it that far, I mean, we're talking about. I mean, let me show you what the map looks like. So that big pocket of damaging winds and the potential tornadoes, like right in here, and we've got stuff out here, you know, but it's kind of isolated. But as soon as you get past West Carlisle, this is where, I mean, most of you that are watching, if you're watching right now and you're from Lubbock, this, you know, you're from over here, right? This is where things get a little bit more populated. So I'm concerned about specifically the area where Costco and Best Buy is, west of Bowie, up there towards Northridge. If you know where the Walmart is and the Costco is on the west side of town, near Elm Park, that's the first place that's going to get hit pretty hard as far as the metro, like you know, Lubbock area goes.
My visibility is about 10 feet, so. Yep, I'm pulling in behind you here.
It's still north, according to the rain band, still north of 4th Street.
Go ahead, Elijah.
4th Street, one road north.
Hey Ryan, so as of 1 minute ago, the Lubbock Police Department still sees the tornado on the ground currently near Reese Center, and we also have one injury to the northwest of Reese Center from a structure that was directly hit by the tornado. I don't have more information on that yet, but I will get you information on that soon.
Okay, thank you so much, Elijah. So we've got reports now of a continued tornado situation, and honestly, the last couple of frames here on radar, we do see an increased amount of rotation again. It's not just the strong winds here. We've got strong winds going in and out right over Reese Center, so a tornado is likely happening right here. But nothing changes. All of the same areas that I just talked about. That's the danger zone. Okay, we definitely are getting some damage right now in the area where the Fresh Paws Grooming is, and the Owl's RV Park and Storage, and the Dollar General over there by Smiley's Tax Service. Definitely getting big time damage right now. Hopefully we did a good job of getting the word out, and those people got to shelter. Next in line, Texas West Mobile Home Park. And everybody over there around the Upland Crossing Park and the Terra Vista Middle School and everywhere in between, okay? We really, I don't want to be too specific. Everybody in Lubbock needs to be taking shelter, but those, within the next couple of minutes, those are the places I'm most concerned about. All right, Ryan Scholl's got a good view here of what it looks like inside of the storm as those strong winds hit. Where is Ryan? I don't even see Ryan on the map now. But based off of what I'm seeing, he's probably right there on Highway 114 between... Okay, no, yeah, he's over here just southeast of Reese Center. So those are some of the destructive winds that are coming through. Honestly, winds even stronger than that are what we're experiencing over here closer to Carlisle right now. If they haven't gotten to you yet in Carlisle, it's going to hit it's going to come in fast. So if you haven't gotten to shelter yet, now's your time. You got to go now. Brad Arnold's also about to get overtaken by the rear flank downdraft here, where these incredibly strong winds are coming through. Very dangerous conditions these guys are in right now.
I am sitting east of Reese Center. Sitting east of Reese Center in between 4th Street and 114.
Yeah, some of those really strong winds are now pushing into Carlisle once again, specifically around Elm Park. If you know where, once again, that the really strong area of damaging winds is probably just now pushing into the area where the Bass Pro Shops is, and the Best Buy and the Costco, and all these places on the west side of town, south and west of the Lubbock Christian University, north of the Hilton and Sam's Club up there. Once again, on the west side of town, that's where this is happening right now. Lots of damage reports are probably going to be coming in from this area, and unfortunately, some of the strongest winds are, if they continue on their current trajectory, they're going to go right through Lubbock. The good news is the overall look of the supercell does look slightly less tornadic again, but there's so much going on in here. I think there's probably going to be a couple more tornadoes that get squeezed out of all these enhanced velocities that we see just kind of floating around in this major rotating storm. The whole thing is rotating.
Yeah, I see the convergence there now.
So this is going to be a pretty costly storm, at least on the west side of Lubbock, as these dangerous winds come through. Whoa, is this real? 109 mile per hour wind gust? Mesonet recorded magnitude 109 miles per hour. Wow. Okay, so that was in the town of Smyre. 109 mile per hour wind gust recorded there, guys. So once again, those are the kinds of winds that we're talking about that could be coming into Lubbock here soon. I mean, this looks like hurricane coverage. Look at this. So, once again, we've got those really strong winds coming through Reese Center now, coming into Elm Park. Some of the next places that are going to get hit. I mean, this is going to come right through downtown. Lubbock Christian University, Rest Haven Cemetery, Adventure Park, the United Supermarkets area, everywhere between Elm Park and Shadow Hills is going to get hit by some damaging winds here over the next little bit. Then it's going to go right over Texas Tech University, the Covenant Medical Center, and downtown Lubbock. Hopefully it weakens the farther east it goes, but those areas specifically are going to take on some really strong winds, okay?
On your 6, Connor.
Once again, at least 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, up to 90 to 110 miles per hour. That was recorded a few miles to the west over there.
It seems like we're fine, but it doesn't feel like we're fine.
No, it's blowing towards southeast. Earlier it was blowing north, so just be safe out there. Call there if you need anything.
Just trying to clean off my windshield, and I can't even do that.
Yeah, so some of the most recent scans, I definitely see less of a tornado look here, but I still see a major damaging wind problem unfolding for our friends over here in Lubbock. Well, let's hope that tornado threat doesn't ramp back up. I don't like the look of, the radar still looks pretty. You never like it when you've got converging winds, especially when they're all this fast. The good news is at least right now, for this very moment, we don't have any tight pockets of rotation. So that could mean that we don't have a tornado right now, but we need to all be taking shelter as if we did, because if you get hit by 100 mile per hour wind gust, you're going to think it was a tornado. It doesn't matter to you if there's a condensed funnel on the ground or not. You know what I'm saying? So this storm is packing up a punch all across the western side of Lubbock right now. We do need to be getting ready east of Lubbock as well. This is eventually going to make it over there towards you, Burris, Canyon, Kittiloo. Get ready. Dang. Yeah, this is what it's going to look like in Lubbock pretty soon. If it doesn't look like this where you live yet, this is what's coming. Holy smokes.
I'm going to book it south on Milwaukee now.
Yeah, the good news is at least from what I can tell, right here anyways, there's still power.
2 miles south of 114. It's being weird up to our north again, Freddie.
Yeah, I'll zoom out here on the radar and just kind of show you a more broad view. This storm is coming right down into Lubbock. There's really not there's not a lot else going on. There are some storms in New York right now that we'll check on if we get a moment here. But for the most part, this is our main thing. And if we see another scan that looks like this, we might have another tornado that's come together here north of Carlisle. So this is why we need to be staying in our safe spots, regardless of as long as we're under a tornado warning, we need to be in our safe spots out here, whether it's observed or radar indicated or what have you, because there's too much wind bouncing around out there. We're going to see stuff like this happen every frame, and that could be another tornado that's trying to come together there. Regardless, we're going to have very strong winds coming through the United Supermarkets area here soon in the Town and Country Mobile Home Park. So make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Some of the stronger winds are just now making it past the loop here over into the Texas Tech University area, United Supermarkets, Adventure Park, and Tokyo on the west side of Lubbock as well.
Rain wrap tornado. Look at radar. You got to go up a couple tilts, but it's on the ground. That's the west. Coming into Lubbock right now.
All right, Brad is he's referring to this. This is the area of rotation that we just saw on radar, and he's concerned in the same way that we are. So nothing changes. Hopefully it doesn't take us showing a tornado lifting homes off the ground for you to take shelter. All right, trust us. Like that could happen. All right, and we might not be able to show it to you in real time, but that's why we have radar. We've got a really good idea of a tornado trying to come together here near Carlisle again as this storm unwinds here right over the west side of Lubbock. So take shelter around Shadow Hills, Carlisle, north by northwest, and of course down there near the Rest Haven Cemetery. I gotta reload Adams feed. Yeah, Adams pretty close to that. So if you're just now tuning in, I believe we've got a tornado on the ground again here near Carlisle. So we had a tornado on the ground west of Lubbock near Reese Center. We had 109 mile per hour wind gust recorded. We've got strong winds coming through all of West Lubbock right now. And then wrapped up inside of that, we've got another tornadic circulation here near Carlisle. So hopefully everybody out there was in their safe spots. And if this continues to move east, it's the same area I've been hooting and hollering about for who knows how long. We've got the daggone Northridge area, the Gene Messer Toyota, the Walmart up there, north of the District West Apartments. All these places are in the danger zone, okay? Dang.
Oh. Right, I sent a message to the wrong place. Tornado on the ground. This Lubbock, it was on the ground. Multiple power flashes, debris flying in the air, large debris. was flying in the air. You would have to look up a tilt or two on the stand to see it because it's so close to radar. It was 100% on the ground. There were filters, glitches, but it's tough to tell. I would definitely treat it as still on the ground.
All right, so that was Brad Arnold. We've got, once again, a tornado that was... we just need to assume that there's a tornado on the ground somewhere in West Lubbock, and everybody in Lubbock needs to be taking shelter, okay? We've got too many pockets of rotation to be playing around with this. I see a new one right over the Lubbock Christian University right now. So, I mean, what you're seeing on your screen here, this is what it's about to look like in your neighborhood. If you live in Lubbock and it's not there yet, it doesn't look like this yet, it's coming. So get ready. This is damaging winds. We can't see exactly what's happening, but this is definitely capable of snapping power poles and doing damage to your roofs. You don't want to be around windows for this. Sorry, I know that that's loud. Yeah, so all these guys are right around Elm Park right now. Storm Runner Media and Brandon are south of there, near their Residence Inn down there near north of Ironton. And then Brad Arnold and Adam, they're closer to the United Supermarkets area. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, I haven't seen the first area where there's we've lost power. Street lights are on and everything. Yeah, the strongest winds right now are going through Elm Park. That, you know, if you're at the Costco or the Bass Pro Shops out there, you're feeling it. That last scan there shows a stronger pocket of winds that's kind of descended down a little bit farther to the south and east, closer to Tokyo and Wester? Yeah. So if you know where the skate ranch of Lubbock, Texas is, if you know where the Lowe's is down there, that's next to the Dominion Apartments, that's where the strongest winds are right now. And then that's going to continue to move down into the Windsor Creek Apartments area, South Stead Apartments, and all of Wester and Stubbs Stewart. You guys are going to get hit by damaging winds. And it's definitely going to knock the power out in some places, but so far we've been handling this well out here in Lubbock. Actually, I think this, where Brad is, I think, well, some of those street lights are out. But for the most part, seems like we're all right. Yeah, there's going to be a ton of damage reports pouring in. We'll get to those as soon as the biggest part of the winds move out of Lubbock. But yeah, oh yeah, there's anytime you get a storm like this hitting such a large area, you're going to hear about it. Yeah, Brad Arnold's at the gas station over there near Tierra Estates right now. Stormrunner Media, he is close to the Target down there next to the Esplande Shopping Center. If I'm saying that right, I don't know if I am, but strongest winds now are moving down towards the Science, Spectrum, and Omni Theater area. Yeah, we still have a tornado warning in Lubbock. It's going to last for 35 more minutes. So we're really hoping that everybody is sheltered right now. And we're going to stay there for at least 35 more minutes. And the good news is as I'm looking at the radar here, the tornadic circulation via velocity is it's harder to find, okay? And it's not as well defined as it was earlier. So That is a good sign, all right? But we definitely have a damaging storm that we need to be taking shelter for coming into Lubbock right now. Some places that really haven't felt anything yet, but you're going to include places like the Slayton Bean area, the Lowry Field, Science Spectrum, the Cattle Baron Steak and Seafood Restaurant down here between Frankfurt and Hatton Place. You guys down there near Woodrow, Burris, and Canyon, it's coming for you, all right? So get into your safe spots. In fact, Nathan Moore is in Burris right now, so we can actually see this from a distance. So that's what it looks like from a couple miles away on the west side or on the east side of Lubbock. This is what it looks like west. Got some people parking under overpasses here. Not great. Not great.
I think we're good where we're at. Like, we might still get the occasional big stone, but it won't be a direct impact, so I think we're good. There are at least baseballs coming down. I can see them hitting the water.
Just a quick reminder, overpass is not the best place to be during a tornado or a thunderstorm. But man, there's some large hail coming down. Look at those splashes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's huge hail. Ooh. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, now that's a big concern. It's not just the winds. We've got damaging hail coming into the southern part of Lubbock too. So this is coming into the southern side of town. You're going to see very large hail, tennis ball size hail, potentially accumulating on the ground here. Near Slayton Bean, all the way down there towards Woodrow, Hatton Place, and Frankfurt Farms. That might become one of the bigger problems that we have here. Damaging storm coming into Lubbock. Some of the stronger winds and the big hail is about to hit downtown. It'll hit over there at the Covenant Medical Center first. It'll hit near Texas State University. Then it's going to go right over the AT&T Stadium, Cactus Theater, and then one of the last places in downtown that'll get hit is Meadowbrook Golf Course and the Dunbar Historical Lake Park.
I was getting a little scared in the dark.
Yeah, some of the biggest hail right now is probably falling in Ironton. The Ridge, Ironton, over there towards the southwest side of the loop. If you know where the Dave's Hot Chicken is, next to Bacon Crest, that's where we've got the largest hail right now, and that's where Coppock is. And you can see those big splashes there. Those are tennis balls hitting the ground at high speeds. Good news is Brandon's in a very populated area, and I don't see too many people on the roads. So I think the people of Lubbock are definitely heeding the warning here. Most people seem to be inside a building and in a safe spot. I don't see anybody. I mean, don't get me wrong. We see some people here and there, but for a town of 300,000, it's definitely quieter than what you'd expect. And
It's pretty bad up here, Freddie.
Alright, I think it's chilling out.
Copy that.
yeah, so we got a massive hail core coming out of Ironton, moving over into the area south on the south side of Lubbock, between Slayton, Bean, and Woodrow.
A wrecked vehicle, I do not see any fire or the county out here at this location.
Lubbock S7 fire, Lubbock S7 fire, need to run to Fort Payne County 15300. 414 County Road 53 for possible structure flight 11 clear 2014 WNAV 469.
DL, I might head back up the way we came to see the way things are looking up there, because that stuff was getting shredded, like buildings were getting shredded.
I can't believe that Ryan Scholl was in that without back glass on his car.
Garrett says there's still giant stones in here, but once I know we're good with the hail, I'll definitely go back up there, because there's probably some stuff missing.
Or I guess, I don't know if he covered it up with something or what.
Radar update I had 3 minutes ago has the main core just to our south.
Still, we can just still see the large ones.
Yeah, coming back to radar real quick here. Definitely the strongest part of the storm's right in here. The tornado threat is, it's not zero, right? We still have a tornado warning. We still have some converging areas of strong winds. We've got to watch out for little pockets of stuff like this. But the main threat at this point, I think, is going to become the damaging straight line winds and the very large hail. This is definitely going to do damage to several homes and businesses across Lubbock over the next 30 minutes. So everybody needs to be taking shelter if they haven't already. Some places where it hasn't even started yet, like Burris, you need to get ready. It's coming towards you. This is what it looks like out there, by the way. Nathan's doing a good job of staying in front of the storm and showing us what it looks like as it comes towards the eastern side of Lubbock.
Copy that. DL, Garrett, I am probably actually going to double back.
Yeah, it's moving pretty slow, so we did get a flash flood warning for Lubbock. We're definitely going to see some flooding here pretty soon.
Come on. Any minute now.
Yeah, the water in front of Brandon does look kind of deep. So there's a flash flood warning in effect for Lubbock and a tornado warning. Tornado warning's got 28 minutes left on it, so let's stay sheltered for the next 28 minutes. The conditions are going to hopefully calm down a little bit on the west side of Lubbock over the next little bit. Things are mostly calmed down in shallow water and Smyre now. Recenter, give it another 5 minutes. But stay in your safe spot until that polygon is no longer over you.
I feel like this thing's going more outflowy, but I want to get out ahead of it just in case it tries to keep anything.
Well, I agree with you, but how is going southwest going to help us do that?
Listening into some chaser audio here.
It's not about road options. Southwest is our fastest option to get out of the precip where we can reposition.
Copy that. Hey Connor, where did you end up going? Are you dropping south around the Lubbock? Yeah, I hopped on the loop.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Copy that. I'm going to do the same here.
Hey Ryan, so we have a confirmed report of 2.5-inch hail that occurred on the south side of Lubbock. So that is tennis ball sized hail. So there actually is tennis ball sized hail falling in this storm right now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah. So huge hail coming into the Hatton Place and Burris area. So where Nathan is right now, you guys got to get ready. This thing's dumping. Big hail. It's going to cause damage. Here's that one of those reports. At least golf ball size hail and up to 2.5 inch hail coming from this area right in here. And that's going to continue to go pretty much due east. All right. So places like the Walmart on the southeast side of town, down there next to the All-American Eatery, getting some big-time hail right now. And then that's going to continue to go right over towards Burris. Get indoors and away from windows. Get underground, honestly, because this is a tornado warning. It's going to be a pretty strong storm for Lubbock, and it's moving so slow. I think the flooding issue might actually become pretty serious too at some point here soon. Oh my gosh. Elijah, thanks for coming through with those storm reports. Y'allbot's got 57 piled up. It probably would have taken a while to get to the 2.5 inch hail one there. We'll let it go through that after our warning is expired here, y'all. We'll do a nice recap for anybody that might have missed anything. It's definitely been an incredibly active day and in a surprisingly small area. We mostly talked about this one storm today. It's dropped several tornadoes from the New Mexico-Texas border all the way down into Lubbock now. But we do have other storms going on, and the good news is none of them are quite as serious as this one. So, but real quick, I am going to go check on the one in New York. I'm just curious. Oh yeah, there's lots of wind damage reports coming out of this one too. Sydney got hit pretty hard. Multiple reports of trees down over here near Sydney. Unadilla, a tree down on the road. Down here south of Gilbertsville, trees down. So this storm over here in New York, that's actually coming out of Treadwell and Wananta now, moving towards Meredith, Davenport, and South Courtright, is a dangerous storm. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Delaware and Otsego counties in New York. Get ready for that 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1.5 inch hail. Big time damaging storm. It looks like it started really doing damage after it got past Binghamton. And now it's going to continue to do damage as it goes up towards Harpersfield. Might make it to Albany, but pretty good chance that it dies out before it gets there. Strongest storm on the board is still the one we have over here in Lubbock. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Kansas, though, for Hugoton. For Morton and Stevens counties in Kansas. So get ready for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds over there. And we no longer have a tornado warning in Colorado anywhere, but Kit Carson and Cheyenne Wells are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And then to the north of our storm in Lubbock, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for Hale and Lamb counties in Texas for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, that's why we've been focusing most of our attention down here on Lubbock. By far the strongest storm that we have right now. A 109-mile-per-hour wind was recorded by a Mesonet site. So that's a legit recording there in Smyre. So I think there's lots of damage probably right in this area specifically. Now, there would have been a whole lot of damage all up and down here, but thankfully the big tornadoes that happened ended up not hitting too many things. Still have a tornado warning in effect right now for Lubbock County in Texas for 21 more minutes. 4-inch softball size hail. That's a part of the warning there. And radar indicated rotation. We've got 298,000 people under this warning, and everybody still needs to be in their safe spots right now. This is what that tornado looked like earlier, as it was near Morton, Texas. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we actually had a report of a tornado to the northeast of Elkhart, Kansas, a few minutes ago.
Okay, thank you so much. So no warning from the National Weather Service on that, but we do have a Y'all Watch. Andy's got a medium confidence Y'all Watch here out for Hugoton and Rolla in Kansas. That's Morton County, Texas County, and Stevens counties. I wonder where this is where Jordan Hall and Corey were earlier. I don't know if they've called it a day or what, but hopefully they're on this. But yeah, a potential tornado warning is going to be needed here for Rolla and Hugoton in Kansas. So get ready for that. Definitely some rotation picking up right here south of Richfield, and a report of a tornado. So we'll probably see that tornado warning come out here soon.
I just want to let you know I'm in Lubbock. There's actually quite a bit of street flooding going on right now. So there is flash flooding that's ongoing. This storm is moving really slow. But I've got it on my screen. People driving through the water. Never fails.
Yeah, lots of flooding going on in Lubbock right now. Fort Stockton also is experiencing a lot of flooding. Flash flood warning in effect for y'all. The good news is the tornadic aspect of our storm in Lubbock is really letting up, from what I can tell. I would be surprised if they continued the tornado warning any farther south and east. But if they do, we'll call out those locations as soon as we know them. God, Brad's got... Yeah. Yeah, parking under overpasses is not great. Driving through flooded roadways is not great. Not shaming, not judging anybody. You know, just it's my job to point this stuff out whenever I see it. So yeah, it's some significant flash flooding happening around Lubbock, and it doesn't look like the heavy rain's going to be done anytime soon. It's probably going to continue for a while. So the water is going to continue to rise. Look at these guys. Look at these guys. These guys are weather guys. That's Jonas's team themselves right there. And they're driving through the flooded waters. Come on now. Look at all them weather instruments hanging off them trucks. All right, go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, definitely an uptick on the velocities there for our Kansas storm. Seems to be in just unstable enough an environment where we may see the tornado warning come through with that sort of scan from the Dodge City, Kansas radar. So I've kept the medium confidence there for Rolla, if that's how you say it in Kansas. Hopefully we get a tornado warning for that storm if it continues to look like this, and we also have that corroborating image evidence of a tornado that's occurred here in very recent times here near Ridgefield, Kansas. So I'm not seeing other sources really talk about this area, as most chasers, etc., have written it off since it got cold pooled by those storms in Oklahoma earlier today. So everyone's chase was kind of done, but the atmosphere can still destabilize in the evening hours, and we've certainly seen the impacts and exact effects that something like that has here as the storm remains definitely tornadic, in my opinion. So we'll see if it continues on or if we ever get a warning for it, but nonetheless, we've had the news side say there is a visual media of this tornado, and the radar looks supportive, so we'll continue to cover it as such.
All right, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Hoping to get a tornado warning on this storm out here in Morton County, Kansas, Texas County, Oklahoma, Stephen County, Kansas. So we're watching this storm closely. You guys just, y'all watch out, okay? Once again, if anybody's getting bored, wake up. Y'all watch out. If anybody's doing the dishes and stop paying attention, eyes back on the radar here. We've got a serious situation developing in Kansas. We'll update you on that as soon as we have another scan there. Back to the flooding situation in Lubbock. It is getting more serious. Looks like some people might be getting stuck out there.
So, Freddie, I don't know if you can schedule an appointment. Hold on.
Yep, I think we got somebody stuck right there. Hey, these guys are backing up. They're like, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. All right, we're getting this picture in from Allen in West Lubbock. We've got ourselves some Oreo-sized hail out there.
I'll pull over right up here, DL.
That's what's coming into Burris right now.
Yeah,
So if you ain't seeing it yet, you're going to.
No, you're fine.
Okay. 19th Street is completely flooded, probably 8 to 10 inches of water.
Yep, tornado warning does continue for 15 more minutes, but the National Weather Service just went ahead and issued a new warning, and it's not a tornado warning. They've extended the warning farther east and to the south and east, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning. We've now got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Crosby, Garza, and Lubbock and Lynn counties in Texas. Lorenzo, Rawls, Slayton, and Wilson. We want to get indoors and away from windows. The tornado threat has calmed down a bit, but man, we still got a really strong pocket of winds right here. I wouldn't be surprised if we got some damage reports out of Posey and Slayton here very soon. Do not let your guards down on that. That's going to be a strong storm coming through here.
It's at the very top and just spiderwebbing down, but so far it hasn't extended too terribly far.
Oreo size hail. I think that's a good measurement. That's probably better than like what else do you say for Oreo size hail? Like egg size or something? Definitely bigger than a quarter. About the same as a golf ball, maybe. I don't know. I can't remember how big an Oreo is. Like, I'm trying to measure it in my mind, but I can't. This is a live look at some flooding that's going on in Lubbock right now. We've got people driving through it. Thankfully, nobody's gotten stuck yet. But just a reminder, don't drive through the floods. Probably like just the best thing to do. You can go around, go to the next street. It's probably not flooded. Because there is going to be like the first person that gets stuck because the water's still rising. And that first person could be you. We've got 8,000 people without power in the Hockley County area and Lubbock County. Oh, Adams got some flooding over here too. Well, it's a good thing the rain stopped when it did, because this was about to be a pretty bad situation. I mean, it already is. But too much more rain would have caused a big problem out here, I think.
I just see a lot of dust, but yeah, I see that over there.
Can't really tell there's a lot of motion, but
Yep, so if you missed it earlier, the storm that's produced this flooding here in Lubbock produced this tornado earlier. This is a shot from Brad Arnold. We were live as this was going just to the north of Morton, and thankfully we didn't see anything like that in downtown Lubbock, but we came close. There was a big tornado that tried to get going there. On the west side of town, we did have a 109-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded just to the west of Lubbock. So damage reports are starting to pour in now. I've got to get myself something to drink. My AI assistant, Y'allbot, is telling me that they have 85 storm reports that they want to summarize for us. So let's see how this goes. I'll be right back. By the way, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so I'll be right back.
Major storm report roundup coming at you, Ryan, covering 65 items. West Texas is the hot zone, especially Lubbock County, with reports of multiple tornadoes, one causing injuries, a monster 109 miles per hour gust, and significant hail, including tennis ball and just moments ago, 2-inch hen egg-sized hail near Wolforth. Further out, the southern plains saw large hail and flipped semis, while the Northeast experienced widespread tree damage and large hail from New York to Maine.
Oh, wow, that actually might have been too brief of a summary. But, I mean, it hit the big parts. Go ahead, Elijah.
Guys, we are still
Hey Ryan, so I actually have two different reports to give right now that Yalba did not give. So the southwest part of Lubbock is actually having 4-inch per hour rain rates right now. That is why we're getting flash flood warnings issued. They're getting 4 inches per hour of rain at that rate.
A new
And
PDS
we actually
severe
had
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There we go. We also had a injury from a lightning strike. This would almost be something similar to like a strike out of the blue, because about 30 minutes ago, on the very, very north side of this storm in Afton, Texas, which was barely having any rain at the time, a vehicle was actually struck by lightning from this Lubbock storm, and the occupant was injured inside. So even that is why you still need to go indoors, when there is a storm anywhere close to you, because lightning can happen even if you're not even getting rain really above you.
Right. Wow. Yeah. Thank you, Elijah. So lots of reports coming in, and flooding is still going on here. You can see this from Brad Arnold's point of view and Adams. Lots of street flooding. Water is going to start going down here soon, since the rain stopped on the west side of town, but flooding is going to continue. Water is going to continue to rise on the south and east side of town as we've got those crazy rainfall rates that Elijah was talking about there. So big time storm in Lubbock. How are we doing, Lubbock? Are we still in the chat, Lubbock? Is everybody holding up all right? Let's do a Lubbock check-in in chat. We're doing good. We're good. All right. Well, as we continue to get more damage reports in, we will relay those. Yeah, if you want to see some of the tornado videos, a lot of those I've retweeted on X. My handle over there is @RyanHall, y'all. Some incredible videos of the tornado that we had earlier. It's floating around out there. So also the picture from Brad Arnold, all that's out there.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, they did up this to a destructive, severe. We're back up to 3-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Specifically right in here, that's where we've got the biggest hail now east of Ransom Canyon, moving over towards Midway. So you guys need to be, once again, getting ready for destructive hail over the next hour. Still 165,000 people in this polygon here. Crosby, Garza, Lubbock, and Lynn counties in Texas.
Traffic's coming from? Was it like people that were like running from Lubbock or what?
Yeah, another little cell's popped up over here near Morton again. So we'll have to watch that one. Got an interesting feature to it there. And then checking back in on Kansas, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here and an area of rotation that we've been watching for a while. We actually had a report of a tornado over here. We never did get a warning. Hopefully the tornado is not there anymore, or if it is, hopefully we get a tornado warning soon, because this is about to come into the town of Rolla, that exact area of rotation. By the way, is that how you say it in Kansas? I know that's how you say it in Missouri. They let me know. But if you guys say it normal, like Rolla, I'll remember that. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Delaware and Otsego counties in New York. 34,000 people in line for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This was a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds. They've downgraded that. Now, but we're still looking at damaging winds coming into Davenport, Harpersfield, and Bovina. Dr. Janice says, we're good in Lubbock. We got more rain in 10 minutes than we've gotten in the last 10 years. I believe it. That was kind of plumb wild there for a moment. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning continues for Crosby, Garza, and Lubbock and Lynn counties in Texas for the next hour. Is Lubbock okay? If so, you know, as far as I can tell, the damage reports are still coming in. Don't get me wrong, we've got damage. We've got lots of flooding, lots of hail that's happened down here, but definitely could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse. Go ahead, Y'allbot. A couple more reports coming in.
We've got multiple storm reports coming in, all focused on Lubbock County, Texas. We're seeing significant hail activity. A public report noted 2-inch hen egg-sized hail just southeast of Lubbock about 6 minutes ago, and quarter-sized hail near Woodrow. Also, about 12 minutes ago, an emergency manager near Wolforth reported windows blown out by hail.
Yeah, so most of our damage from the hail has been right in here on the southwest side of Lubbock between Wolforth and Burris. And the good news is hopefully everybody was prepared for that, because we were hooting and hollering about these places forever when the tornado warning first got issued.
Sorry, chat. Everything is behind right now. Woo! Connor, Freddie, where are you guys at?
Looks like Connor's in Slayton almost.
Yeah, this is what it looks like in Lubbock now. It looks really nice. This is so different than just a few minutes ago. Look at all these different camera views. It's just got a couple nice sunsets out there. Brandon's view is really nice. The calm after the storm, huh? Still getting plumb wild down there in Slayton, though. That's where probably the largest hail right now is happening between Wilson and Slayton. So we've got 3-inch hail. We actually just got a new Y'all watch here from Andy. Area of convergence here we're watching. East of Slayton. Might have another tornadic problem here between Slayton Midway and Caprock. Over the next 15 minutes. We're going to be watching that closely. Currently no tornado warning on any of these, but there's still some converging winds. There's still some rotation that we've got to keep an eye on, and that's one of the places. Y'all watch out here in Lubbock County and Crosby County. Now in Colorado, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Pritchett and Springfield. That's in Baca and Los Alamos counties in Colorado. About 2,000 people are about to get hit by 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Y'all watch out.
If that thing would have formed the way it was earlier.
And just to confirm, those of you who have the premium version of WeatherWise, we are seeing the Y'all watches come through, right? You should be able to click them and get more information too. If you click on the Y'all watch, you can see here that this is a tornado Y'all watch. Confidence is medium. It'll show the counties included. It was issued by meteorologist Andy Hill, and it expires in 14 minutes. So all that information comes through here. Once again, that's just one of the perks, one of the extra little perks that you get for supporting the developers over there on WeatherWise. Got some damage here. This is Adam Lucio out there in Lubbock. Adam is currently, I'm trying to find him. He's between Carlisle and Elm Park. That's where that is right now. Specifically, literally near the AIM Bank and the Phillips 66, right next to that.
Okay, so you mean like going south and then east?
How do I get the radar sweep on WeatherWise? That's coming soon. So my radar sweep, I coded it. It's just cosmetic. I thought it looked cool. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I added it as a cosmetic upgrade to my radar app. That's how much of a nerd I am. But it is coming soon to the actual WeatherWise app, and it's not just going to be cosmetic. It's the real deal. Like, it's going to update in real time as the sweep comes in from the National Weather Service. It's a new app, so there's going to be, updates coming out all the time. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, despite our significant tornado parameter still being higher in the vicinity of our southwest Kansas cell here near Rolla, off Highway 56, the storm is collapsing a bit in terms of how tall it is. I can look at the infrared satellite view and see that our cloud tops are not as cold, which means they should be much shorter in general here. So I have watched the storm sort of decrease in height, collapse on itself. It's still rotating quite a bit there in Morton County, Kansas, but it hasn't had a severe thunderstorm warning with it for a while, mostly due to it not being as tall, and therefore it can't support as much hail generation or as much precipitation that would all come down in a downdraft for a damaging wind gust. So that's kind of what I'm seeing there with the trend for that cell. I still have my eye on it simply because the environment in place is still more supportive actually in Kansas than it is in front of our Texas cell. The significant tornado parameter is specifically higher up here now than it is in Texas near Lubbock. So pretty interesting look here. I don't think many people are focusing on this one even still, but I think, or at least I hope that it will continue to die off.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, checking in on Rolla in Hugoton. In Kansas, still watching this storm as it comes in. Not even a severe thunderstorm warning for this right now, but we're keeping an eye on you up here. Just know that there's a storm coming in, and if you want to follow along, we're going to be coming back and checking on this quite often as it continues to move off to the south and east. Right behind that, there is a stronger storm in terms of the wind and just the hail and stuff that. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning for Springfield out here in Baca and Los Animas counties in Colorado. Get ready for those strong winds out there. And then in Colorado, we actually just now got another new severe thunderstorm warning for Cheyenne Wells. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. And they actually just warned that storm west of Lubbock. Lubbock, we might not be done. There might be another one trying to come down the hatch here. Look at this. Just west of Littlefield, another cell's popped up, and it's actually strong enough now to get a severe thunderstorm warning. It is trying to rotate, too. Look at this. A little bit of rotation down there. So we'll watch it as it moves off to the east. Right now, our main concern is going to be half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. With this as it goes over towards Highway 84, Littlefield, Anton, Shallow Water, all these places that honestly just got hit by the big supercell. We've got another one coming through. Now, this one's much smaller. It's not quite as strong yet. We'll see what happens as it goes farther to the east. Looks like a lot of our storm chasers are maybe retreating back up in that direction. So we'll probably be able to track this one with them as well as it gets closer to Anson and Littlefield. Nathan's got a great view of the sky.
A new
out
PDS
there.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Wow.
What a look.
Oh, they upgraded our PDS severe thunderstorm warning again, by the way. Slayton.
Hey, Ryan, just a heads up, wanted to let you know I'm headed to that storm near Littlefield. It's still on that boundary. The boundary it's still there. It hadn't really moved that much. So tornado potential is still there for that one. So should be there in about 10 minutes or so.
All right, so Brad Arnold's going to go back on that one. But this new upgrade that we've got here now says, once again, 4-inch hail is going to be possible out here in Crosby, Garza, Lubbock, and Lynn counties in Texas. That's softball-size hail coming into Wilson, Southland, Slayton, Midway, potentially Robinson as well. Get ready. That's some big hail. You can see it in the correlation coefficient, and you can see a little bit of a scatter spike right here. Lots of hail and some very big hail coming out of this thing right now. Maybe even larger than what we saw earlier in the southwest side of Lubbock, getting ready to hit Highway 84 near Southland. Copic's got a good view of that from a little bit of a distance. Nobody's inside of this one. But this is what it looks like from a little bit of a distance there.
You got me on that one. Radar's back up to indicating 4-inch hail on this thing now. We're working to get out ahead of it, chat. Let me see. I'll see if I can...
All right, Y'allbot wants to update us again on the storm reports. Go ahead.
Major storm report roundup coming at you, Ryan. We've got significant severe weather hitting multiple spots. The big one is an 80-mile-per-hour thunderstorm wind gust out of Reese Center in Lubbock County, Texas, recorded between 7:52 and 8:15 p.m. local time. That West Texas area saw other strong gusts too, alongside a 68-mile-per-hour gust in Cheyenne County, Colorado, all in the last hour or so, and shifting east. A train spotter also reported quarter-sized hail earlier this evening in Otsego County, New York.
All right, so the reports are coming in still. I'm interested to see what kind of reports might come out of the Slayton area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the PDS severe thunderstorm warning is actually an EDS severe thunderstorm warning. If you look at the text, you'll actually see where it says extremely dangerous situation with it.
Awesome. Thank you, Elijah. So, yeah, on mine, this is why we like the WeatherWise app, and we don't want Ryan to do our radar app, because I haven't put that in mine thing yet. Mine still says PDS. But if you come over to WeatherWise and you click on that warning, you can see right here, extremely dangerous situation. You can read the whole text here. And that wording, it just means that it's a level up. It's a higher level warning than your typical severe thunderstorm warning, even higher than a PDS or destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 80-mile-per-hour winds and softball size hail. That is a destructive storm if I've ever seen one. Very strong winds coming through Southland right now. I would watch out in Canyon Valley, Hackleberry, Buenos, Pleasant Valley. It's going to be a rough 30 minutes for you as this comes crashing down Highway 84 here. PDS, pretty dang serious. I mean, yeah. Pretty dang scary, pretty dang serious. However you want to put it, you know, it all means the same stuff pretty much. Yeah, so the requirement for a PDS severe thunderstorm warning is usually anything larger than baseball size hail, and usually higher than 80-mile-per-hour winds. But I guess if you get over 90-mile-per-hour winds, that'll a lot of times lead to an EDS severe thunderstorm warning, and then the combination of 4-inch hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds is probably also. I don't know the exact criteria, to be honest with you. That's honest. That's why I haven't put it into my Yaldar app yet to show up. I just know it's plumb dang serious. All I know. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I was investigating Brad's claim of this storm back to the north and west of Lubbock being a boundary rider. I'm not really sure what he's looking at. He should have access to the West Texas Mesonet, and that'll show him all the Mesonet stations there. And the boundary is definitely at least 2 counties or a county and a half to the south. You can see that on the temperature map. It's very chilly right where this storm is, since it's traveling right where this previous storm complex just went through Lubbock. That's all rain-cooled air, and the sun isn't up anymore to go ahead and modify that. So we have some pretty stable conditions pretty much for the entire path of this storm. My primary concern for the supercell is it's basically trekking directly, gosh, I couldn't say that word, directly into those flash flood warnings that exist right now near the Whit-Harrow area, and then into the shallow water area that just received 4 or 5 inches of rain in localized spots. So we got some hail and some more heavy rain moving right into those same regions. I'm not happy about that, but I don't think this storm necessarily has any tornado threat with it. I'd say it's very low as it stands, just based on the Mesonet station. So we'll see if it evolves at all, but that's not my primary concern.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Basically, what he's saying is we can, we do have to watch out for this storm, obviously. It's a dangerous storm, severe thunderstorm, but maybe we can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief if you had some anxiety about this one coming down there with the tornado threat. It's not zero, but it's certainly not as high as it was with the first storm that was coming through, right? So, the tornado threat is something that we'll monitor, but it's not something that we're worried about in any extreme way as it moves towards Littlefield.
Hey, Brian, just want to let you know, that was my mistake. The METAR station that I was looking at on my radar that I use, I looked and it was still like 2 hours behind. So that is not the accurate temperature. It was showing a temperature of like 77 degrees, and it's like 64 here. So that's my mistake. That's not on the boundary. That should not produce a tornado, but we'll see.
He's the tornado sniffer. He's the tornado.
Hey, he sniffed out the biggest one of the day. All right.
Well, I don't think I'm too
so.
Something like that. The amount of traffic that has been passing me going northbound is just wild. I don't know where all this traffic is coming from.
Oh man, probably not much of a tornado threat specifically with this big ball of damaging winds coming out of Slayton, Texas right now. But man, I think that this is probably the most intense this storm has been. I don't know what's going on.
Ryan, you played that song and that boundary just shot up 2 counties again. Andy may be wrong.
This thing is hopefully not impacting a whole, like this is obviously in a more rural area now. But man, that's some really dangerous, damaging winds coming out of Southland, moving over towards Canyon Valley. Now in Southland, we are experiencing some of that, but honestly, the highest concentration of the strongest winds are a little bit to the north and east of there. I would say they're probably going to issue another destructive, severe, or even extremely dangerous severe warning for this area next. So get ready in Canyon Valley. Y'all watch out. That storm looks nice. From Brad's point of view, though, you can see it very clearly.
Skies are turning a little orange-ish.
Stump in chat says, ain't nobody lives out there. Well, that's good. If you do, though, all right, if you're one of the people that do, we're concerned about you just as much as them people that live in the middle of Lubbock. So we're going to continue to relay all that information as it comes out, all right? That's a beautiful shot from Brad right there. That is the whole storm. We're looking at the whole storm that's popped up south and west of Littlefield there. You can see the base of it. You can see the top of it. You can see where it's raining in Littlefield. It's picking up moisture on the left side of your screen and dumping it on Littlefield on the right side of your screen. Very cool. Dang, look at this picture that JD sent in from Lubbock of his window that's got blown out. This is why we say get away from windows, right?
Yeah, I think I'll just feel
imagine being in there and glass just starts going across the room at 70 miles per hour because a softball hit it. that could be, that could be life-threatening. So let's take a look at Ryan Scholl's car. He's giving us a tour here. Let's see the damage.
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry. My head is just
Yeah.
killing me. I haven't been able to pay
Yeah, he drove through that
You guys know that's not
with no back glass. That's crazy.
that's not typical for me, but it's just a lot for my head right now. It's just killing me. It's not bad. It's a little bit better, but it's still just hurt.
Dude, that is actually crazy. And I think that is, I don't think that his windows just rolled down there on the driver's side. I think it's actually gone. So that essentially that hurricane he just drove through, he was literally in it.
Oh, wow. See, days like today, Lord willing, there was no significant damage, but days like today just remind me why I love my job. Dude, the gas station here in Tohoka, dude, traffic is at like a standstill. Everything is so
Yeah, everything in there soaked. I'm surprised the electronics aren't more cooked. Back to Brad's incredible view of the Littlefield storm, which once again still has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. We expect maybe ping pong ball size hail to come into Pep, Oklahoma Flat, and Lums Chapel here over the next little bit.
Yeah, because, dude, like, this town is gridlocked with traffic right now. And everybody's at the gas station, and they're coming out of the gas station.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the future. We've got a moment here. Things are calming down a little bit, so let's look at the HRRR. So here is what the radar is likely going to look like about an hour from now. We're going to continue to see the same storms that we have right now, just a little bit farther to the east. Some of them will be a little bit stronger. Some of them are going to get weaker. And eventually what's going to happen, maybe 2-3 hours from now, a lot of them are going to start getting a lot weaker, especially the ones in Texas. And our focus is going to shift up towards this line of storms that's going to be developing between the panhandle of Oklahoma up into southern Kansas. Now, at this point, I don't know if we'll still be live. That's something that we'll have to decide, as we get closer to it. There's a chance that this line of storms is actually pretty serious as it comes into Oklahoma City and Tulsa. But, man, that's likely not going to happen until 5-6 a.m. So I don't know what the plan is there yet, but we're definitely watching this storm as it goes through Oklahoma. It will also probably hit Bentonville or Benton, Fayetteville, and Rogers up here in northwest Arkansas before it fizzles out, before it gets into Little Rock and Jonesboro. But then storms are going to refire tomorrow afternoon, and this is another reason why I don't think that we're going to stay on the air until 6 a.m. because there's a pretty good chance that we're going to go live again tomorrow as early as noon to 2 p.m. with these storms that pop up in Tennessee and Kentucky. We've got another big slight risk that we're going to track, and we got storms over there. There's going to be more big supercells that pop up back here, so we'll have a similar situation where we've got storm chasers showing us big tornadoes or trying to show us big hailstorms and tornadoes out here in the plains. But at the same time, we're actually going to have some pretty dangerous severe storms moving through places like Clarksville, Tennessee. All right, so you know that we're going to have to focus a lot of our attention on Clarksville. Is there anybody watching from Clarksville right now? We will be talking about you tomorrow. But yeah, it looks like severe weather time tomorrow is going to be from around noon, and then things are really going to calm down after 9, so it's definitely a daytime thing on the eastern side. And then the supercells are going to pop up around 5 p.m. Yeah, honestly, it's a shorter window tomorrow, but something that we'll likely be live for. So make sure you turn those notifications on. This is, and also if you're new here, if you're new to the channel, this is what I do. This is what me and Andy and Yalbot and Elijah do. All right, we when stuff hits the fan, we go live and we relay information in real time. We've got some of the best storm chasers in the world that work with us. They travel around the whole United States, and we've got, you know, we put everything together in this one spot to try to relay information, once again, for free, commercial free, wall-to-wall during all the big severe weather outbreaks and hurricanes and blizzards that happen across the U.S. So consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. And when we're not live, for those of you who don't know this, Yalbot is 24/7. 24/7. Yalbot is live relaying warnings. As soon as there's a tornado warning, within 5 seconds, Yalbot's zooming in on it, showing you the velocity, calling out the Piggly Wigglies and the Walmarts. I basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, like, everything that I do, I'm pulling it out of my brain and I'm putting it into Yalbot, and we're gonna do the same thing with Andy too. We're gonna combine us into Yalbot, and it's gonna be there 24/7. Once again, 100% free resource on YouTube that you can access at any time. A lot of you guys like Yalbot. We are averaging about 1,000 viewers, even when there's like nothing going on now, which is actually crazy. Yeah, just search Yalbot on YouTube and you'll find that channel. Aaron says, we just like to hear Yalbot talk. I don't know if you speak for everyone. There's a lot of people who would disagree with you. Yalbot is a controversial figure. Yeah, let's go check back in on that storm in Kansas real quick. Lots of people are asking about Liberal, Kansas. There's no warning or anything up here. We were watching a storm over there west of Hugoton. That has since kind of calmed down a little bit, okay? So there's currently no warnings. There is a storm coming. We'll keep an eye on it for you, but right now there's nothing to worry about. Right now there is nothing to worry about. Stronger storm is in Colorado right now on the southeastern side. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Springfield. Get ready for those 70-mile-per-hour winds, which will start soon if they haven't already started. And yes, we do continue to have a severe thunderstorm warning in New York. Get ready out there in Gilboa, Windham, Westerlo, Greenville. We've got about 24,000 people in the path of this dangerous storm. Albany, Greene, and Schoharie counties in New York. Still, our strongest storm is this considerable severe thunderstorm producing lemon-sized hail moving down towards Post in Texas. Crosby, Garba, Lubbock, and Lynn counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's about 15,000 people in line for the lemon-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, a lot of people do sleep with the Yalbot going in the background. That's what I've heard. This is the day one outlook from the SPC, this is day 2. So this will be the area that we're talking about tomorrow. There likely will be 1 or 2 enhanced risk areas added to this, and those will be the places that we hone in on the most tomorrow. But this is the general area that we'll be talking about. And then there is a chance that we also go live the day after tomorrow. Big slight risk down here for a good chunk of the southeast for Saturday as well. Elijah, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. So I actually have kind of a post-event report that I can mention regarding the tornadoes that happened. I don't have a lot of damage reports. There are a few that did come in from the tornadoes, but as we observed, they hit a lot of rural areas until they got really close to Lubbock. At one point, there actually was twin tornadoes on the ground and a gustnado at the same time. From a separate chaser in a different area. So there was actually 3 circulations on the ground at one time when it was just coming into Lubbock. That we kind of observed that through all the rotations that we kept seeing on the radar popping up everywhere. We also had 3 people that were injured by the tornadoes. It's not one continuous tornado that caused these injuries. It was 2 separate ones. One of them, the fire department was actually in front of the tornado when a second one was coming by, so they actually had to transport a person in their own truck. They could not wait for the ambulance even. And then 2 other people were injured in mobile homes that were flipped by a tornado, and they got them out, and they did sustain injuries, but they are safe. I don't have any more really detailed reports besides flooding pretty much everywhere in Lubbock, and that flooding is actually going to limit a lot of the reports we get tonight, because search and rescue isn't going to be able to go and investigate a lot of like the damage because the roads are so flooded everywhere.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elijah, for the detailed overview there. So yeah, if you look at my map here, all the little indicators, you see the little letters, the green H's, the blue G's, the blue D's, the red T's, those are reports. The greens, that's hail reports, and then the blues are damage and wind reports. The red, that's tornado reports and funnel cloud reports. So lots of reports coming in, and the storm continues to go down towards Post. And this is what that new storm looks like out there near Littlefield. Once again, just an incredible view from Brad. Really crazy. And I've got to test this out again. So I think that the summaries are good from Y'allbot, but I think we need a little bit of work on the chat. It's apparently it's built up 20,000 messages that it's analyzed, and it wants to summarize them. So let's hear what you guys have been talking about in the chat for the past 20,000 messages.
Massive chat update incoming, Ryan. Lubbock is still the plumb-dang serious tornado emergency epicenter, with reports of twin tornadoes, significant damage, flooding, and new rotation near Robesville. Overnight,
so
the major
old.
severe weather
That's
concern
old.
shifts towards Oklahoma, especially Tulsa and Broken Arrow, DFW, and Morton, Texas. Cale Dominguez is persistently flagging liberal Kansas. Clarksville, Tennessee, is asking if it's safe to sleep. And many are wondering if the main tornado threat has passed for the
messages?
night. We're also tracking continued high interest or active alerts for Amarillo, Littlefield, Elkhart, Kansas, Kit Carson, Colorado, and Arkansas.
Okay. All right. That needs work. The storm reports, that's cool. The chat, that needs work. I'll work on that. But like it's crazy that out of 20,000 messages, it specifically said whoever it was is really wondering about Kansas. You guys must have really sent a lot of messages. Yeah, so the way that used to work is like every 500 messages, Y'allbot reads all of your messages, and then it puts it in a summary for me, which has been really nice. But what happens is like when it gets really busy, there's like 20 summaries, and I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and play all these summaries. So I've told it to, every time there's 3 summaries, summarize those 3 summaries. and then whenever there's 3 summarized summaries, summarize those 3 summarized summaries. And it's doing that in a like as it piles up, over 20,000 messages. And that's what we ended up with. But I think I can do some tweaks and we can get something useful out of that. Yeah, I think we're going to have to just refer to PDS as plumb dang serious from now on, because I think that honestly resonated with people a little bit more than particularly dangerous situation. If you look at somebody and you tell them that the storm that's coming is plumb dang serious, I don't know how they could not, take the storm with a little bit more respect the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Ryan, when you have a second, let me know.
I always got a second for Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I was going to let you know I'm not going to be able to stay with this storm too long. I just want to get a view of it. It's a gorgeous looking storm. It's elevated, so I mean tornado risk is almost non-existent. It's where I sit right now. It's 61 degrees right now, and it does look outflow dominant, but very very pretty supercell. Did want to let you know I'm going to have to bail on it pretty quick though. A lot of the roads around here are already flooded, and I don't want to get stuck on some farm road in Texas for the night. So I'm probably going to go ahead and start making my way to the hotel to get ready for tomorrow. But I'll leave the stream on for just a little while longer.
All right, sounds good. The people of Clarksville, Tennessee, want to know when you will arrive tomorrow. He ain't going. He's not going that far.
The ETA for Clarksville, Tennessee tomorrow. It looks like I will be there at probably about 2:00 in the afternoon. So just be prepared tomorrow. It could be a long day for Clarksville, Tennessee. No, just kidding. I'm not going to Clarksville. I think my target tomorrow will probably be Colorado or maybe even south, wherever the outflow boundary is set up after tonight. That's where we'll be.
If he looks at the 0ZH he's probably going to stay right where he is. Because it looks to me like there's a decent chance of a similar situation happening tomorrow. Look at this. This is literally tomorrow. Another supercell is supposed to form on the border with New Mexico, go towards Lubbock. I mean, literally what happened today, like that could happen again tomorrow. All the while, we're talking about severe weather in Kentucky and Tennessee and a little bit, in this area as well. But yeah, this storm looks crazy. Yeah, that's that severe warn storm that's coming out of Littlefield and going towards Anton. Will Clarksville get a tornado? Probably not. Tomorrow, the risks, obviously, these will change. These will get updated. But the categorical tornado probability in Clarksville is 2%. So we're not looking at a huge tornado day tomorrow. Today we had a 10% hatch risk. And I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of areas got upgraded to 5 tomorrow. But our main threat in Clarksville and pretty much anywhere that's going to have severe weather tomorrow is going to be hail and wind.
Ryan, just a quick update for you. The GPS is wanting to take me through this supercell. So
Wait, what? What did he say? SPC is saying the isolated supercell development continues, but probably will rapidly diminish at some point during the next couple of hours. Oh, the GPS wants to take me through this supercell. Okay. Okay. Do it. He won't. He has all of his windows too. He still won't, I bet. They are hyping it up here in Tennessee for tomorrow. Who is? I mean, it's just a slight risk. I mean, we've definitely had those before in Tennessee. I'm not too concerned about it. There's going to be some severe weather. But I don't think it's going to be terrible or anything. Yeah, a lot of storm chasers lost their windshields and back windows and, you know, several different windows on their vehicles today. Brad, I don't think lost anything, thankfully. So we're going to watch Brad punch through this supercell, and we'll do another big recap or a big forecast for tomorrow, and then we might call it a night as we get ready for the day tomorrow. But first, we got us a nice message here from Kitty Cat Production. Y'all, you want to read that? Go ahead.
All right, Kitty Cat Production says, hey, glad to be your white noise. And Ryan, they've been unwinding with the streams with their new baby. Congrats on the little one.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, congrats. Congrats. Oh yeah, I also want to test this. Super chats, that's another thing. You know, if we get really busy, we obviously don't look at the chat a lot. Apparently there's 19 super chats that have been compiled. Let's see what the summary looks like from Y'allbot with the super chats. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
Ryan, we've got an absolute tsunami of support to acknowledge from 19 folks. First, crucial updates. Matt Johnson reports an overturned mobile home in Lubbock, Texas, and Armored Weather Media says Marcia Shart Freeway at 19th is getting pounded by hail. Alyssa Lappa also alerts us that monsoon season has started out west, and we're keeping an eye on CMA Fest for Uncombe, the Kansas EDS tag for Jack Ashley Price, and Manhattan, Kansas for Dave Hoffner. And a massive thank you for all the incredible support, kind words, and data help from Sparks1524. And big appreciation to Jen XOXO, 9-year-old Finian from Finjo, Grumpy Codger, Annie Oakley and David, Christopher in Dayton, Alex Baskin, 00 Shadow Dance 0, Nicodemus Sieber, Natasha Johnson, and David Wood.
Nice. Nice. That's so much better than playing them one at a time. Like if we ever are really slow, we can, obviously. I know some people specifically want to hear Y'allbot read their message and stuff, but like we can't, whenever it's time to be serious and whenever we've got big time storms going on, we really can't do anything other than focus on the radar. We're in a serious mode, you know what I mean? So that's cool that's going to be able to just pile everything up and then summarize it afterwards. So another good use for Y'allbot. I think we're really kind of fine-tuning the tool there. Brad Arnold just said he didn't want to get stuck on some farm market road, but here he is. He's going to drive right through this storm, and the roads are definitely flooded. That's just plumb wild, ain't it? Ryan, you should team up with Nash Severe WX on those Clarksville storms. I've seen those guys. They're good. What does Y'allbot think about being called a tool? I'll ask. I don't care. I'll ask. Well, what do you think about me calling you a tool?
Oh, calling me a tool, huh? Well, Sugar, I am a tool. A pretty darn useful one if I do say so myself. I'm here to make your life easier. So let's just say I'm the best darn tool in the shed. How can I assist you today?
Well, there you go. There's the
A
answer
new
to your question.
PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I don't know why it has to call me Sugar. That's so weird. They did upgrade our severe thunderstorm warning south and east of Lubbock again to a PDS severe. Look at that hail spike, man. This thing just doesn't want to stop producing huge hail. Yeah, we're back up to 3-inch hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. We got a destructive severe thunderstorm out here. Now, in this polygon, we have 7,000 people. But, you know, I think most of those are going to be down here near Post. And I don't necessarily see a huge threat down there. I think most of the biggest part of the storm is definitely going to stay north and east of Post as it goes up here towards Calgary. But if you're in Calgary or over here towards Red Mud, get ready for some baseball-size hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be a dangerous storm as it comes through. Is that what Brad's about to drive through? No. So Brad is driving through a severe storm, but it's smaller. It's not producing baseball size hail. We're talking about maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And honestly, he's about to be through it. That's what's coming into Anton here in Highway 84 between Littlefield and Shallow here soon. Anything for Abilene tonight? Maybe much later, but it'll be weaker. It's nothing to worry about. Tonight, I would recommend watching Y'allbot. You know, and of course your local TV weather guy, whoever you like to watch. But if you're in Oklahoma City or anywhere in Oklahoma where this mesoscale convective system is going to go through tonight, there's going to be some strong winds. There's going to be some considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. There might even be a couple tornado warnings. So if you're interested and you want to follow along with that, I'm not kidding, guys. I highly recommend Y'allbot. Like, we've been working hard on it. Several thousand hours have been put into making that a thing. And it has real-time access to every single data endpoint that involves weather. It's got the traffic cameras. It's got the chaser cameras. It's got everything. And it pulls it up in real time. We pour all the information in there and we say, okay, here's everything that's going on. You're running a show. Here's what you've talked about over the past 30 minutes. Here's what the forecast is for the next 30 minutes. Based on all of this information, what do the viewers need to know? And it picks a thing, and now it has access to tools. Do I need to show the radar, flip to velocity? You know, and it does all of this in like half a second, and it puts on a 24-hour. It's like watching the Weather Channel, but it's a little weather robot that does it instead of, people. And it's cool. It's completely automated, 100%, using the data that we get through our, from the National Weather Service. So very cool. Yeah, Brad just got a free car wash there after getting mud slung on him from the tornado earlier. So Brad is past the storm now, and we still do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning out there. Need some Weather Channel vaporwave music with it too. I think the music that we play on that channel is, if you like the Weather Channel style music, you'll like the music that we play over there. Now, whenever the weather intensity score is really high, the music gets a little bit more intense. I don't know if that's something that will turn off. It's something I've been playing around with, but for the most of the time, it's basically what you would hear on the Weather Channel. All right, let's get one more mega storm report summary. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
All right, Ryan, buckle up. I've got a ton of storm reports for this mega summary. Lubbock County, Texas is getting absolutely slammed with multiple severe reports. We're talking up to tennis ball-sized hail, 2.5 inches near Wolfforth, an 86-mile-per-hour wind gust near Slayton, and structural damage including mobile homes rolled and a roof lifted. Further west, Colorado saw a 70-mile-per-hour gust and quarter-sized hail, while earlier this evening, thunderstorm winds downed a tree way out in Otsego County, New York.
All right. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to end the stream and we're going to send you guys over to Y'allbot, okay? I will very likely see you tomorrow, either in a video or a live stream, or maybe even both. I haven't figured out exactly what we're doing yet, but I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Stay tight. Sit where you are. I'm sending you all to Y'allbot automatically. Good night and goodbye.